Dedication. To Janet, my loyal and constant and compassionate supporter and companion during the turbulent decades of my political life. She was tireless in her work of researching history and facts, and editing and bringing some order to my writings, which were often erratic and disjointed because of my numerous other commitments. My gratitude to her is eternal and unwavering. Bitter Harvest, Zimbabwe and the Aftermath of its Independence, by Ian Smith. Introduction. Since the Second World War, and particularly from the 1960s onwards, we have been prone to arrive quickly at firm, often unshakable, opinions of leading personalities of our time. This is because, for the first time in history, all our senses are saturated not only by what we read in newspapers, but by what we hear on the radio and see on the television. As people under scrutiny are live on a screen before us, we feel that we know them personally and can judge them, forgetting our own ignorance of them, and that what we see, hear, and read about them is edited by unseen hands. We are fascinated by their foibles and mannerisms quite as much as by their achievements and qualities. We judge them with confidence, finding them guilty or not guilty. Then later, sure of our opinion, we are often disappointed, even outraged, when the biographies and historical analyses emerge to show us a very different picture. They uncover what was hidden from us, what we could not know, and particularly how complex everything was. Ian Douglas Smith is a man about whom much of the world had, and probably still has, firm opinion. Depicted mostly as an obstinate, dour leader of a right-wing white minority government in an obscure land-locked African colony. This essentially private, reticent but patriotic man was brought to public attention by the drama which led to his declaring his country unilaterally independent on a low-warranted country. He would probably have been forgotten if his rebellion against Britain had not endured for another 15 years. Time has served, perhaps, to soften the image of this quintessential Rhodesian, but as misconceptions abound about the man and his country, his autobiography is timeless. Ian Smith has had an almost universally hostile press, even at home in Rhodesia, and that hostility has persisted because there has been nothing of substance written to ameliorate it. There are dozens of books on Rhodesia, but none explains how he struck a chord with the public, both at home and abroad, even at the height of the confrontation with Britain and the world. This always puzzled his political opponents, who saw him only as they wanted to see him. A major sin, of course, was that he offended the establishment by not accepting the fate of Rhodesia as decreed by Whitehall. His rebellion against the crown forfeited the support of many who otherwise would have been his allies within the British and other bodies politic. Nevertheless, he secured the admiration of many ordinary people who admired his unwavering stand for his principles. There is academic concern about Rhodesianness and attempts to deny it, but anyone who lived his or her life there knows its reality. Whatever the origin of the white Rhodesians, they were simply not South Africans, nor were they the British abroad. Talking of home, Ian Smith shows this in this book. Southern Rhodesia was not the typical British colony because it was neither founded by nor ruled directly from Whitehall. The uniqueness of its founding in many ways prescribed its later crises, and some of what still haunts Zimbabwe today. The colony was neither the outcome of British imperialism at the height of the scramble for Africa, nor part of a vision generated in London. Instead, it was the product of imperialism by Britain's Cape Colony, where Cecil John Rhodes, the mining magnate and politician, dreamed of expansion into Central Africa to find another Rand and to annex great portions of Africa to the existing possessions of the Crown. Because the British government acquiesced, and in 1889 granted the British South Africa Company of Rhodes a royal charter to exploit land north of the Limpopo, it abdicated the power to control what happened thereafter. The influence of Cape society, rather than that of Britain, had profound effects. Like the Cape and Natal, but few other African colonies, Southern Rhodesia was a colony of settlement. The company's corps of pioneers was recruited in the Cape, as were the civil servants, who were to serve the company and governments thereafter. Roman Dutch law, not English law, was adopted along with many legislative ideas, including the non-racial franchise. The Court of Appeal was later in Bloemfontein, not London. Young Rhodesians, including Ian Smith, were educated at South African universities. Even the flat accent of the white Rhodesian has its origin in the Cape. The British government soon had second thoughts about the unbridled BSA company after the embarrassment of the Jameson Raid of 1896, followed by the company's harsh handling of the reaction of the Shona and Dibolo to the loss of their land and sovereignty in the first uprising against white rule in 1896-7. The company was brought under stricter surveillance and was not allowed, for example, to govern northern Rhodesia. From 1900, the settlers were given representation in the Southern Rhodesian Legislative Council. Company rule ended in 1923 when, after being given the opportunity, in a referendum of joining South Africa, the Southern Rhodesians were granted limited self-government. Under this, they could elect a legislative assembly on a non-racial franchise from which a prime minister and a cabinet would be chosen. The new Southern Rhodesian government had wide powers, including the right of defense. The British retained a veto on matters affecting local Africans, and they controlled foreign relations. The quasi-dominion status of Southern Rhodesia was reinforced in 1924 by its affairs being placed under the New Dominions Office, and not the Colonial Office, in London, and by the countries being invited, after 1931, to participate in all the meetings of the Dominion, and later, the Commonwealth, prime ministers. This privilege, and the fact that the British never saw fit to exercise their veto, contributed to the impression in Rhodesia that, in due course, limited self-government would be translated into full dominion status as it had in New Zealand. For example, by 1948, having governed Southern Rhodesia successfully for 25 years, the Southern Rhodesian Parliament concluded that dominion status should be sought. The objective of the Prime Minister, Sir Godfrey Huggins, later Lord Malvern, however, was a larger British dominion in Central Africa. Moves had already begun to rationalize services common to Southern Rhodesia and its nearest British colonies to the north, namely Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, later Malawi. Amalgamation with Northern Rhodesia was sought by Huggins to create a large enough entity with the resources, the copper of the north, for example, to justify a new dominion. The British did not wish to allow Southern Rhodesians control over the Africans of the area, so settled for a federation of the 3 territories, which allowed the 2 northern territories to continue under direct rule from London. This was the fatal flaw of the subsequent Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland, 1953-63. Independent of the interests of the Federation, Britain was able to move the 2 northern colonies rapidly towards independence once Harold Macmillan had decided to abandon the empire in 1958. Yet, Southern Rhodesia saw itself as the senior partner because it had been self-governing since 1923, and, unlike Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, it possessed a sophisticated economy based on agriculture, mining, and industry through local enterprise. Rhodesia had a stock exchange, merchant banks, and other aspects of a developed society. If such assets were the criteria of independence, the Southern Rhodesians felt that their territory should be the automatic choice to be independent first. The Federation was doomed by the decisions in 1962, 3 to give Nyasaland and Northern Rhodesia independence. In any case, the new African governments of Kenneth Kaunda and Hastings Banda had nothing in common with their Southern Rhodesian federal partner Dora. Winston Field, the new Prime Minister of Southern Rhodesia, could secure nothing more than a verbal promise of independence for his territory from Lord Butler, the presiding British minister. Immediately after sealing the federal dissolution at the Victoria Falls Conference in mid-1963, the British reneged. In the era of self-determination and under pressure from the Afro-Asian bloc, they would not allow Rhodesia to be independent while the whites remained in a dominating political position. The British wanted rapid advancement to full enfranchisement of all. African nationalist opinion, voiced by Joshua Nkomo, the Reverend Ndabeningi Sithole, and later Robert Mugabe, was more impatient and demanded instant majority rule. By contrast, the white Rhodesians, brought up on a qualified franchise and possessed of practical experience of Africa, sought an evolutionary and gradual path to full democracy. There were African moderates who fell in between, but by 1963, the militant African nationalists, sponsored by the Eastern Bloc, embarked on the armed insurgency which would result in Mugabe's coming to power in 1980. Ian Smith replaced Field in April 1964, but he was not the first Prime Minister, Southern Rhodesian or federal, to have earned British censure for attempting to impede the British rush of all colonies to independence whether they were ready or not. Sir Roy Welensky, as federal Prime Minister, 1956-63, had already offended the British establishment by his obdurate resistance to expediency. Welensky had compounded the offense by contemplating UD on 3 occasions, but, with 2 British-administered territories within his federation, such action was impossible. There was, however, no British presence in southern Rhodesia, so UD was possible for Smith. As with other Rhodesians, the British officials also underestimated Smith, and their ignorance contributed greatly to the impasse over independence. They knew nothing of Smith when they first encountered him in 1963 in Field's cabinet, describing him simply as a tough, somewhat difficult personality. Set on their path, they were determined to give the Rhodesians nothing. When Smith was due in London in September 1964 to negotiate the terms of independence to match that being given to Zambia, Sir Seville Garner, the permanent Secretary of State for the Commonwealth Relations Office, advised his minister, the Duke of Devonshire, short of a miracle, there is no possibility of the granting of independence during Mr. Smith's visit. Our best hope lies in not provoking a crisis at this stage with the aim of finding later on an administration with whom we can hope to make progress. The advised inaction produced the crisis of UD, and the British had to wait until 1978-9 before they had someone else, Bishop Muzawa, with whom to deal. The depth of the British ignorance of Smith is to be found in a biographical note supplied in September 1964 to the British Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas Home. Having outlined Smith's career, it concluded, "He is a simple-minded, politically naive, and uncomprehending character. His political approach has been described as schoolboy. He possesses a strong vein of schoolboy obstinacy, and there is a mixture of schoolboy stubbornness, cunning, and imperception about his speeches. Likewise, there is a boy's own paper ring about his patriotic utterances. Nevertheless, his pedestrian and humorless manner often conceals a shrewder assessment of a particular situation than at first appears on the surface, and he should not be underrated. Because they acted on such advice without heeding the final sentence, it is not surprising that the British found themselves faced with UD a year later." Professor J.R.T. Wood, Durban, South Africa, 1997. Growth of a Nation. In the beginning, you Rhodesians are more British than the British. So often I heard that during the war years 1939-45. It was a comment which pleased Rhodesians. To think that we were not British would be ridiculous. After all, what is our history? Rhodes' dream of a British route from Cape to Cairo. In 1889, Cecil John Rhodes, the founder of a mining empire and inspirational leader of the British in South Africa, secured a royal charter from Queen Victoria to form the British South Africa Company to explore and exploit the land north of the Limpopo River. blessed with the sanction of the Matabele chief, Labandula, to assess the mineral wealth of the lands to the north and east of Matabele. Rhodes sent Major Frank Johnson and 250 young pioneers in a column of wagons on a daring adventure into the unknown. The formation of the British South Africa Police, BSAP, in 1889 in Kimberley, 500 men in all, was to provide protection for the pioneer column of 1890. Their task was to raise the Union Jack, first at Fort Thule, then Fort Victoria, and finally at Fort Salisbury. They were going into uncharted country, the domain of the lion, the elephant, the buffalo, the rhinoceros, all deadly killers, the black mamba, the most deadly of all snakes, and the Matabele, with Labungula's impis, the most deadly of all black warriors, guarding their frontiers against any intruders. But if the mission was to raise the flag for Queen and country, no questions were asked. Moreover, their consciences were clear. To the west, the Matabeles had recently moved in. They were a tribe of the Zulus in Natal, who had broken away after a difference of opinion with their king Shaka, and migrated north, first to the Transvaal and thence crossing the Limpopo and settling in this new country, which was uninhabited apart from wandering bushmen, and became known as Matabeleland. The eastern parts of the country were settled by a number of different tribes, nomadic people who had immigrated from the north and east, constantly moving to and fro in order to accommodate their needs and wants. To the south were scattered settlements of Shangans from Mozambique and northern Transvaal. Clearly it was no man's land, as Cecil Rhodes and the politicians back in London had confirmed, so no one could accuse them of trespassing or taking part in an invasion. The mission was accomplished sooner than expected, and apart from a few skirmishes with the Matabele on their western flank, the problems were much as would reasonably be expected on such a pioneering expedition. Such problems led to the short, sharp war of 1893, in which the Matabele were conquered. The people the pioneers met in the eastern part of the country, collectively known as Shonas, because there was a common thread through the various dialects used which came to be known as the Shona language, were friendly and gave a cautious welcome to the newcomers. Lingering dissatisfaction among the conquered Matabele led to an uprising in Matabeleland that coincided with Dr. Jameson's ill-fated raid into the Transvaal in 1896, in an attempt to topple the government of Paul Kruger. The unrest spread to some of the Shona. The Matabeles were quickly subdued and pacified by intervention from Rhodes. The Shona took longer to defeat. Once the uprising was over in 1897, peace reigned. Indeed, the police would not have recourse to arms until 1962, when African nationalists began to use violence in their campaign for power. Gradually, the pioneers started spreading out, looking for gold, which was the main attraction, and land to start producing food. Among them were my uncle, George, who trekked up from the Cape in 1894, and my father, Jock Smith, who joined him in 1898. There is no friction, because the local black people knew nothing about mining and were interested and fascinated at the white man's digging. In fact, they were happy to have the opportunity to work and for the first time in their lives earn money which enabled them to join in the excitement of this new adventure of purchasing and selling, something they had not previously known. Land was plentiful, so there was no problem over crop growing, which again provided an opportunity to earn money. Moreover, because of the primitive agricultural implements used by the black people, which were wooden as opposed to the iron used by the white man, they were concentrated on the light sandy or loam soils, which they found easier to work. The white man, on the other hand, preferred the heavier soils. Wherever the new settlers went, the first thing they did was to raise the Union Jack. This was part of pioneering a new country, something in which the people back in Britain had never participated. Nor did they know anything about the spirit of nationalism associated with the opening up of new lands in the name of monarch and country. These were the things that motivated pride and a belief in nationalism. There was feeling of duty to believe in a cause, to make a stand to support and defend it. Again, for the people back in Britain, this was a stimulation which they had never experienced. Certainly, pioneers by nature were the kind of people who sought a challenge in preference to the humdrum sheltered life, with its security based in the knowledge that one lived in a society that provided protection and insulation from external forces. So our foundations were built by people with strong, individual character, with that important quality of having the courage of their convictions. British people who were playing their part in building the British Empire, the greatest force for good the world had ever known. Britain, a small island off the coast of Europe, this mighty atom which had spread its Western Christian civilization over half the globe, introducing proper standards of freedom, of justice, and the basics of education, health, and hygiene. Of And right now, here in the center of southern Africa, the dark continent, men of British stock were once more carrying the torch on one of the few frontiers yet to be civilized. Clearly, this was no place for faint-hearted men, those who were not dedicated or were not inspired by the cause they were serving. They had to be convinced that if they were not God-sent, then at least it was the next best thing, sent by their queen and country to spread British civilization. So it was not surprising that the sons of these pioneers were more British than the British. That was how we were all brought up and taught to live. When you walked past the Union Jack, and it was in the forefront of most buildings of any consequence, you looked at it and admired it. All formal occasions commenced with the national anthem, God Save the King, with everyone standing to attention, and if you moved, there would be a restraining hand on your shoulder. Law and order in your society, discipline at your school, play the game by your fellow man. You cannot let your team down, and in the final analysis, it may even be necessary to die for your cause. Those were the conditions under which you lived, under which, as a member of the British Empire, you were privileged to live. However, there was associated with us an unusual and interesting anomaly, for we were never governed directly from Whitehall, and therefore never came within the category of being a colony. We were governed by the Charter Company, the company formed by Rhodes, with the concurrence, indeed encouragement, of the British government, to establish a settlement in the country lying north of the Limpopo, east of Bechuanaland, and south of the Zambezi. At the end of the First World War in 1918, Rhodesia was prospering and developing in all spheres of life, and the settlers were beginning to talk about managing their own affairs, governing themselves. The performance of Rhodesians all round had been exemplary. The economy was well managed, development was planned, and there was steady progress. There was a history of harmonious race relations, and in the recent war, Rhodesians had made a contribution second to none. With a record such as this, declared the British government, a move for self-government could only be supported. As a result of negotiations with the British government and the Charter Company, it was decided that Rhodesians should be given the option of either joining the Union of South Africa as a fifth province, or being granted responsible government. The latter was a unique offer of what the British termed quasi-dominion status. Rhodesians were advised that such a constitution would give them the benefits of dominion status, but relieve them of the economic burden of foreign affairs and diplomatic missions throughout the world, which would prove intolerable to their small economy. The British would do this job for them, and no problems were envisaged. It was worth a trial. In 1922, the choice was put to the Rhodesian people through a referendum. In spite of personal intervention by General Jan Smuts, then Prime Minister of South Africa, who visited the country and addressed meetings, using his great wisdom and personal charm in an effort to convince Rhodesians to opt for joining the Union. Rhodesians voted by a majority of 2-1 for responsible government. They voted with their hearts, not their heads. There were too many non-Britishers in South Africa. The Afrikaners and Rhodesians were not prepared to accept such a change of national character. Smuts and some of his associates were all right, but what about the others? It would be better to maintain them as friends, as always in the past, but retain our British identity. Rhodesian loyalty was not negotiable. It is easy to be wise through hindsight, but clearly Rhodesians made the wrong decision. The practical and economic benefits of joining the Union, obvious at that time, would have materialized and even exceeded predictions, with the advantages of being part of a larger and more diversified economy. Access to transport and harbor facilities, elimination of customs and trade barriers, retaining our Commonwealth preferences. Because South Africa at that time was part of the British Empire, things could only have improved. 2. The fatal turning point, 1948. Given the nature of the Rhodesian electorate and its antipathy towards Afrikaner nationalism, the incorporation of Rhodesia into the Union of South Africa in 1923 could have significantly influenced the outcome of the crucial first post-Second World War election in South Africa. In 1948, Smuts's United Party government was ousted by Daniel Mullen's Afrikaner National Party by a narrow margin of 3 seats. This unexpected victory for Afrikaner nationalism had a profound effect on the history of Southern Africa in a variety of ways. The election result was a shock, not only to South African opinion, but world opinion. It was a surprise even to the victorious Afrikaner National Party, which was not really prepared for the event. There was, however, a precedent. The British had rejected their Great War hero, Churchill. South Africans followed suit. Such is the ingratitude, the unpredictability, the illogicality of human beings. The defeat of the Smuts government was one of the most profound events affecting the history of Africa. Had Rhodesia been the 5th province, Smuts would have won that election. There can be no doubt that Rhodesians would have voted solidly for the United Party, and their representation of 12 to 15 seats would have made the crucial difference. It is interesting to prognosticate on how such an event would have changed history. At the end of the war, in 1945, the Smuts government had chartered Union Castle liners to bring immigrants to South Africa. Many people in Britain and Europe were disenchanted with the post-war life, overcrowding, shortages, rationing. Many had done war service in Africa, with its pleasant climate and open spaces. So this presented a wonderful opportunity for developing countries to gain a high caliber of immigrant. Rhodesia doubled its white population in a space of 9 years. Sadly, we then got caught up in the dissolution of our federation, which had been formed after 1948 with Northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, and Nyasaland, now Malawi. Our subsequent Declaration of Independence in 1965 brought our immigration to a standstill. Australia exploited the situation, and, although they did not match the Rhodesian immigration figures, their population doubled in approximately 20 years. However, when the National Party came to power in South Africa, they immediately halted Smuts's immigration plan. Their reasoning was that the immigrants would be United Party supporters, so this had to be prevented. Many prominent members of the National Party conceded to me subsequently that this was their greatest mistake. It was a decision made in haste by people who lacked the wisdom and foresight which comes with experience. Had they allowed continued immigration, South Africa's white population today would have been around 15 million, instead of $6 million. With all of its wonderful rich natural resources, coupled with the professionalism, expertise, and skills of immigrants from Western Europe, South Africa could have been one of the great industrial nations of the world. And of vital importance, with the population ratio of white to black being 1:2, as opposed to the present 1:5, the political problem would have been significantly reduced. Moreover, under the United Party philosophy, South Africa would never have fallen into the apartheid trap. With leaders such as Smuts and de Villiers Graaff, they would have steered their traditional policy of allowing the various races to preserve their history, culture, and traditions without provoking hostility or offending human dignity and feeling. And the colored and Asian communities would not have been ejected from the white camp. There was one other significant fact. Early in my political career, I remember listening to Sir Godfrey Huggins talking to a group of MPs, philosophizing over the National Party's victory at the polls in 1948. Clearly, he was sad at the defeat of his old colleague Smuts and at the new trend which was developing in South Africa, which would not be conducive to bringing our countries closer. But most interesting was his comment on Southwest Africa. Because of South Africa's contribution during the war just ended, its loyalty and dedication to the cause of freedom, going back as far as the First World War, and because of the very high standing of General Smuts, regarded as one of the great statesmen of the world, an undertaking was given that Southwest Africa would be handed over for incorporation into the Union as a fifth province. It was logical. South Africa had controlled the territory since the First World War, when it took it over from the Germans on behalf of the Allies, and Southwest African MMPs were elected and sat in the parliament in Cape Town, as the other South African MMPs did. To all intents and purposes, it had been part of South Africa for the past 30 years, although technically it was a mandated territory. Huggins believed that this plan would now end. In view of the new government's announced reactionary policy and their record of opposition to Smuts's war effort, neither Britain nor any of the other allies would now support the plan. Moreover, added Huggins, certain Rhodesians were airing the possibility of resurrecting the idea of 1923 to take Rhodesia into the Union. Any such idea has now been dashed, he added somberly. This presents another interesting facet to the drama of Southern Africa, one which significantly changed history. The Central African Federation would never have come about. Rhodesia's independence would have been consolidated with that of South Africa. The terrorist war waged by the African nationalists and their communist allies against Rhodesia, and then Southwest Africa, and the use of them both as an entree to South Africa, would not have started. The Organization of African Union, OAU, aided and abetted by the communists, used the so-called illegality of Rhodesia and Southwest Africa as a means of gaining sympathy, support, and financial assistance for their terrorist attacks. These gained legitimacy and respect through the communist propaganda machine, which brainwashed governments and people alike. Even the free world was bluffed into believing that the terrorists, who were in fact a group of Marxist-Leninist gangsters, had justice and the ideals of freedom as their objective. Accordingly, Portugal's position in Mozambique and Angola would have been more secure. Instead of a panic flight and surrender to the communists, the Portuguese government would have succeeded in their policy of evolution, bringing in the local people as they qualified to accept responsibility. Thus, the dreadful disasters of Angola and Mozambique would have been prevented. That emotional vote in 1948, in which many of the South Africans who had supported Smuts during the war, even fought alongside him, turned against him in the first post-war election, remains an unfathomed enigma to this day. In fact, although the National Party won a tiny majority of seats, the United Party won quite a considerable majority of votes nationwide. But because of the loading of votes in favor of rural constituencies, they lost the election. It is fascinating to philosophize on how the history of Southern Africa would have been significantly different if the United Party had gained just 2 more seats in that momentous election. 1948 was certainly a turning point in the history of Africa, one that was to have significant ramifications for many other parts of the world. From innocence to experience. My younger years. School, university, and rugby or rowing. Such was the political and historical backdrop to my life in Rhodesia. My younger years there were pretty average, in keeping with the kind of background I have outlined. My elder sisters, Phyllis and Joan, and I grew up in the small rural town of Selukwe where my father, Jock, had eventually settled after coming out from Scotland to Rhodesia to join my uncle, George, in 1898. It was in Selukwe that my father met my mother, Agnes, the daughter of a local miner, Tom Hodgson. They traveled to the Hodgson family home in Cumberland in England to marry in 1911. My parents strove to instill principles and moral virtues, the sense of right and wrong, of integrity, in their children. They set wonderful examples to live up to, and both of them would be awarded MBs for service to their community and their country. Why? Blessed with drive, energy, and ability, my father ran butcheries and bakeries at 4 mines in the district. He owned a farm, a mine, and the town's garage. He kept and bred racehorses and was a rider of some repute. For example, as a gentleman rider, he beat the local jockeys to win the Coronation Derby in Salisbury that celebrated the accession to the throne of George VI in 1911. His love of horses and cattle was not surprising, as he had the reputation as being one of the best judges of livestock in Rhodesia. He judged cattle for 40 years at the annual Bulawayo and Salisbury show. As if this were not enough, he was a captain in the local defense volunteers and the chairman of the rugby and cricket clubs. He served on the town management board. His efforts to raise money for war funds after 1939, as chairman of the National War Fund, earned him his MBE. My mother was not to be outdone because, among other things, she founded the Selukwe branch of the Women's Institute, which provided many voluntary services, including staffing and equipping the local lending library which supplied reading matter to the whole district. Life, however, was not exclusively composed of service and duty. As with all small communities, there were weekly dances, sport, picnics, and the like. At Chaplain School in Gwelo, the subjects which appealed to me most were maths and science, as opposed to the arts and classics. My real strength, however, was in sport, and I did reasonably well in many disciplines. I think it can fairly be said that because of my dedication to sport, my academic career suffered. Right from the beginning, I had a facility for running, and of course, this is an asset in most sports. There was also some ball sense, and I could hit cricket, tennis, or golf ball. So I was quite well equipped for Rhodesia's 2 national sports, rugby in winter and cricket in summer. In all our secondary schools, those 2 sports were part of the curriculum, and one could evade them only by producing a medical certificate. Other sports were optional. This is clearly the reason why so many Rhodesians excelled in these 2 sports, a number becoming great rugby and cricket springboks. It was the custom each year for one of the top South African schools to send its rugby team on a tour, playing against Rhodesian schools. During my final year, Chaplain beat the visiting team, I think the only Rhodesian team to do so, and, as the captain of the school feed, I was the recipient of an honors award. It was indeed a very special occasion. In my first term at Rhodes University, Grahamstown, in South Africa, in 1938, athletics predominated, and I performed relatively well in the championships. I had done 100 yards in 10 seconds as a schoolboy in Rhodesia the previous year, so if I could knock off 1/10 of a second each year, there was hope. So I thought. At that time, the world record was 9.4 seconds. The next term was rugby, and I had made a good start when my knee was damaged, and I was off for the rest of the season. A great friend of mine who played for the first Kiwi in his first year, no mean achievement, was also keen on rowing and advised me that this sport would benefit my knee. He was right. It did seem to strengthen the ligaments and ease the stiffness. I enjoyed rowing, the team spirit and synchronization, with every member of the crew trying to work as one unit. One of my claims to fame was that in 1946, after the war, I went back to Rhodes to do the final year for my degree, and I was stroke in the Rhodes crew which won the InterVarsity boat race on the Vale Dam, near Johannesburg. A few months previously, the Wits University crew had won the Transvaal Grand Challenge Cup, and the local media had suggested that they should represent South Africa at the coming Empire Games. So it is fair comment to say that we pulled off a significant victory, especially when one considers that we were from one of the small universities, with inadequate facilities and a small patch of water which did not allow a crew to get into its stride. Far from knocking a tenth of a second off my 100 yards time each year, however, I was adding a tenth of a second, and there seemed to be no doubt that the reason for this was rowing. The opinion of specialists substantiates this. The message seems clear. Rowing does not go well together with sports where speed is an advantage, such as athletics, rugby, hockey, soccer, and many others. These sports will not adversely affect one's rowing ability, but one should give serious consideration to the disadvantages in the opposite direction. I have no regrets over my incursion into rowing, since it is so different from other sports, and I therefore found it a completely new experience. Rowing is a sport which promotes philosophical thinking and reasoning. It has the peace and tranquility of water as a background. There is no body contact, no face-to-face confrontation, and the noise element is almost non-existent, apart from the ripple of the bow through the water. Clearly, it has therapeutic qualities, encouraging participants to resolve differences through peaceful communication and rationalization. Perhaps all politicians should be encouraged to do a little rowing occasionally. Given that I was brought up under a system where sport was part of one's training, discipline, character formation, and the idea that one should partake of as many kinds as possible, I think my life has been enriched by participating in such a range of activities, enabling me to make friends among people from a wide variety of human types. There have been no regrets in my life for the course I followed, if one's intention is to achieve championship status. However, it would appear that specialization is a sine qua non, and sadly, this places one in the class of quasi-professionalism, and this has a tendency to detract from the quality of sportsmanship. 2. The outbreak of war. When war was declared in September 1939, among most people, there was a somber air of anxiety. But for a large number of the younger generation, excitement predominated. For those of us at university, end of fall year examinations were approaching, so there was general acceptance, albeit reluctant in some quarters, that these should be taken normally, and that then there would be ample time during the long vacation to assess the position. At my hometown of Zimbabwe, one of the biggest mining areas in the country, some of the young bloods, having celebrated the occasion, boarded the night train to Salisbury, and on arrival next morning presented themselves for service at the nearest appropriate government office. Their absence from work, however, caused immediate consternation at the mines concerned, and the message was swiftly conveyed to Salisbury. The production of gold and chrome, the principal products at Zimbabwe, was an essential part of the war effort. So those young bucks, hoping for immediate enlistment, were summarily arrested and sent back to their jobs on the mines. Other similar cases presented themselves, and government assessment of the situation indicated a need for conscription, not to conscript people into the services, but to keep people in their jobs until plans were produced to ensure that when young people were accepted for service, there were older people ready to fill their positions. A unique situation. People were conscripted to keep them out of the security forces as opposed to getting them in. Such was the character of these people, who were more British than the British. Part of the government's plan was also that university students should complete their courses before enlisting. It was difficult to argue against the logic and sense of such a plan, no matter how frustrating for some. I received some hope from an announcement that Rhodesia had been chosen as one of the countries to pioneer the Empire Air Training Scheme. Not surprising, as we had one of the most perfect climates in the world. My dream was to fly a Spitfire, so I consoled myself with the need for patience, but it did not come easily, and it was difficult to concentrate on such mundane things as academic studies. During the long Christmas vacation of 1940, I made a trip to Salisbury on the pretext of visiting some of my friends. I had been given a name to contact at Air Force Administration, and the whole exercise went surprisingly well. The question of my attendance at university was evaded, a medical examination produced no problem, and one of my local friends undertook to receive and pass on correspondence. So I returned to university with hope in my heart. Every day I scanned the post, exercising great patience. Then they arrived, my call-up papers for a pilot's course. I read and reread every word, half a dozen times. Next morning I went straight along and was shown in for an interview with the registrar, Major Walker Messi. He was an impressive, no-nonsense man, highly respected by all. I was a member of the Students' Committee responsible for running our Hall of Residence and enjoyed good relations with the Major. We were both lovers of sport, believers in law and order and a bit of discipline. He listened to my case and inspected the call-up papers. "There must be some mistake," he said very deliberately. "Your government has made it clear that it does not wish students' courses to be interrupted in this way." I assured him that there was no mistake, that this was in keeping with my wishes, and I would not be put off. He paused for only a few moments and then said, "The decision is really your own. Even if I wish to prevent you, I have no power to do so. Knowing your character, I am not surprised at your stand, and I can tell you that I approve." After dealing with a few formalities, he stood up, shook my hand very warmly, and said that he hoped we would meet again one day. Fortunately, we did. After the war, when I returned to Rhodes in 1946 to do the final year for my degree, he was still very much in control, and as I was chairman of the Students' Representative Council for that year, there was much to be done, requiring our cooperation. He was, moreover, the president of the Rhodes Rowing Club, so after that memorable victory of ours on the Vale Dam, I wired him, "Rhodes wins inter-varsity boat race." Ian Smith. When he subsequently congratulated me, his comment was, "That telegram of yours made my day." Members of his staff informed me that wherever he went, he had it in his hand, showing all and sundry. We had a few rousing parties before my departure, and at one of them my friends presented me with a fine leather wallet with their good luck wishes. Although it is a bit tattered and worn, it is something I shall never part with. Normally it is sad to leave behind friends and memories, but above all I was stimulated by what lay before me. I was going to fight for Britain and all that it represented. This was uppermost in my mind, and everything else faded into the background. 3. Pilot training in 237, Rhodesia, Squadron. One's entry into the security forces is a pretty boring, depressing affair. Waiting, filling forms, answering questions, which on the surface, at any rate, appear irrelevant. If you try to resist or improve the system, you will only set your cause back, so you just have to grin and bear it. Eventually I received my first posting to Initial Training Wing at Bulawayo. It sounded exciting, especially that last word, wing, which hinted at the real thing, an aeroplane. In reality, though, it was a dismal anticlimax. From Bulawayo Railway Station, the motor transport took us to the Bulawayo Showgrounds. This was I knew the place well, as my father, as one of the top cattle judges in the country, had taken me there on many occasions to attend the Bulawayo show. We were taken to our quarters, the pig pens, and there were lines of palliaces on the floor, our beds. The Australian and British contingents had their uniforms, but we Rhodesians had not yet been issued kit, so we were dressed typically in khaki shirts and shorts. I was strolling about with a hand in my pocket when somebody barked at me. "Take your hand out of your pocket. Who do you think you are?" I didn't know. I looked at him, first at his shoulder to see if he was an officer, then at his sleeves to see any NCO stripes, and as there was none, I asked who he was. It was the first time I had seen a warrant officer, his insignia worn on his wrist like a watch. This was an introduction which I will not forget. Station Warrant Officer Hampton was a man who, while not unnecessarily aggressive, was one who certainly commanded respect. A good part of our time was spent square bashing. We had in our contingent a couple of Rhodesians who had been in the army for 6 months before coming on our pilot's course, and not unnaturally they felt they had done more than their share of parade ground drill. One afternoon we were doing our stint on the square when Swohampton suddenly appeared over the horizon, stopped the drill, and with obvious fire in his eyes, surveyed us for a good few seconds. Then it came out. "I have just come from a walk through the pig pens, and you know what I saw there?" He paused for a few dramatic moments, and then said with great deliberation, "Two fat pigs lying there snoring." And then the final shot, with a tinge of emotion in his voice. I never thought I would find Rhodesians doing that. There was an obvious insinuation of neglect of duty. Needless to say, Hampton administered punishment to fit the crime, and there was no repetition of any such incident. I did not see Hampton again until I walked into Parliament for the first time as a new MP in 1948. He was the chief messenger of Parliament, a very important post which he held for many years with great distinction. When we came face to face, he greeted me with a "Good morning, sir." He had a twinkle in his eye, and I said in reply, "Shadow of it to do in the pig pens." We had a good laugh, as we often did subsequently when reminiscing about those days. After what seemed an interminable wait, in fact about 6 weeks, our posting came to Elementary Flying Training School, EFTS, at Guinea Fowl, just outside Guelph. This was more like it: aeroplanes and interesting people. Some of the instructors had been on operational flights, so the whole tempo quickened. More than half our course members were Australians, about a dozen were Rhodesians, and the rest were from Britain, so there was a wide variety of differing interests. I struck up many strong friendships with some of the Aussies, and have maintained contact to this day. Fortunately, I had no problems with flying, and seemed to have a natural facility for handling and landing. I loved every minute of it, but always at the back of my mind was the wish that the process could be speeded up, as an operational squadron still seems so far away. I was hoping for a posting to the United Kingdom, believing there would be more action there, but through the luck of the draw, I landed in Egypt. I was then posted to an operational training unit course at Baalbek, in Lebanon, situated in a beautiful valley between Damascus and Beirut. I had a good look at Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa en route, and on a number of occasions had the intriguing experience of flying an aircraft 1,500 feet below sea level, over the Dead Sea, which separates Israel from Jordan. The beauty of Lebanon, with its cedar-clad mountains, warm coastline, and rich history, makes the recent suffering of its friendly people all the more grotesque. The great failing of our civilization is that, despite its advances in science and other fields, it is impotent when faced with such tragedy. From Baalbek, my next posting was to 237, Rhodesia, Squadron to fly Hawker Hurricanes. They'd been pulled out of the western desert for a break and posted to Tehran, capital of a country then known as Persia. From there we moved westwards to Kirkuk, one of the big oil fields of Iraq. The winter weather was settling in, so it did not take us long to organize a rugby field. We had some rousing games against the London Scottish and London Irish regiments, Habbaniyah, the large permanent RAF base to our south near Baghdad, and a few others in the vicinity who were able to muster a team to give us a game. After a few months there, we started moving back to Egypt and ended up at El Alamein, west of Alexandria. We slowly moved along the coast until we reached Tobruk, where we spent some time before being brought back to do a stint on the defense of Alexandria, taking off one morning in the dark and a sea mist on a dawn patrol. My undercarriage hit a bomb shelter at the end of the runway, and I landed in hospital with a bashed face, broken jaw, broken leg, broken shoulder, and a back which at first was thought to be broken, but fortunately was only buckled. It was a bit of a mess. The squadron doctor's comment was that if I had not been so fit and strong, it could have been the end. But after 5 months of expert medical attention at the 15th Scottish Hospital on the banks of the Nile in Cairo, I was past fit for flying. During my stay in hospital, there was a South Africa division and a New Zealand division in Cairo. Rugby was the natural consequence. There were a couple of excellent games. For the first game, I was still in a wheelchair with my leg propped up, in an excellent spectator position, right on the center line, and rather embarrassingly attracting sympathetic attention. Boy Lau, one of the greatest rugby Springboks, chatted with me, clearly a bit apprehensive as to how his chaps were going to perform. There was another good game too, Rhodesia versus the rest, and the Rhodesians won. It goes without saying that there was a very good celebration that evening at the Rhodesia Club. With all this going on, my time convalescing passed reasonably quickly. I resisted a suggestion to return home as an instructor, and set off to rejoin the squadron, which was stationed at Ajaccio on the island of Corsica, flying Spitfire Mark X, 4V, Corsica, and the Partisani. On Corsica, we were part of an American group, and when not escorting the bombers, Mitchells, Bostons, and Marauders, on their daylight missions, we spent our time on strafing raids, principally train busting and attacking heavy motor transport. As German aircraft were conspicuous by their absence, this was the next best thing to engaging them, and it provided us with good sport. We flew over the famous Leaning Tower of Pisa on many occasions, and on one return trip, I came down low and did a tight circle to obtain a better view. It certainly does lean over at quite an alarming angle. We were positioned further north than our counterparts on the Italian mainland, and thus were able to cover targets beyond their reach. I remember the arrival on the squadron of a young Rhodesian pilot, Jack Mallock, who was hit by flak on a strafing raid and bailed out behind the lines shortly before the war ended. He returned to Rhodesia and built up his own air freight business, which from 1965 onwards became one of the main arms of our sanctions-busting operation. In the mid-1970s, he obtained from our Air Force a Mk-22 Spitfire which had been in mothballs since 1954. Using his contacts all over the world to find the necessary spare parts, he painstakingly restored it to its former glory, and on 29 March 1980, it flew again with Jack at the controls. On many occasions subsequently, Rhodesians were treated to the spectacle of seeing this, the most beautiful aircraft ever made gracing the skies above them. Tragically, on 26 March 1982, Jack and his beloved Spitfire were lost in an unexpectedly violent hailstorm. An entry in his logbook from those days in Italy reads, June 9, 1944. A good day. 6 of us got 15 flamers and 14 damaged. Ian Smith was lead. They were stimulating times, and few days passed without similar occurrences. One morning about a month later I was leading a flight on a strafing raid into the Po Valley, and soon picked up a railway line which led to a large marshalling yard. We went straight and picking on the most attractive targets of locos and fuel tanks. There were some healthy explosions with columns of black smoke billowing up. I then made the mistake against which I had often warned others. I went back for a second run. There was no sign of any opposition, but with the element of surprise in our first attack, this was normal. It is different, however, once you have stirred the hornet's nest. I had enjoyed a long run of successes, and it had led me to overconfidence and complacency, and the target was very inviting. I told the other members of the flight to keep their height and observe if there was any reaction while I attacked another line of tank cars. As I pulled up out of my dive, there was a resounding thud which shook the Spitfire, so I turned left towards the coast and base, telling my number 2 to follow me and the rest of the flight to carry on with the mission. Noticing that my oil pressure had gone, I tried to gain as much height as possible. If I could cross the coast even a few miles out to sea, there would be a good chance of being picked up by one of our sea rescue craft. They were constantly on the lookout between Corsica and the mainland, and would be able to pick up my Mayday radio message. However, this was not to be. My temperature gauges were off the clock, and I began to feel the heat from the engine. Alan Douglas, my number 2, first told me that black smoke was pouring out, and then that flames were engulfing the whole engine. I realized the danger, because if the fire reached the fuel tanks, the whole aeroplane would explode. There was only one answer. I had often gone through the drill for such an emergency, so there was no hesitation. I jettisoned the canopy, released my harness, and although I would have preferred more height for the operation, I turned the spit over on its back, rammed the stick forward, and out I came perfectly. I pulled the ripcord immediately, but no sooner had the parachute opened than I landed on the side of a mountain and bounced a few times before coming to a stop alongside a passing bush. My immediate objective was to distance myself as far as possible from that position in case anyone in the surrounding countryside had witnessed my drop. Eventually I saw a thicket of bushes and made for it, thinking it would be a suitable place of refuge. After resting there for a while to regain my breath and survey the scene, I came to the conclusion that this was so obviously the best place in the vicinity to obscure myself that it would attract attention for precisely that reason. So I moved further up the mountain to an inconspicuous bush, similar to others in the area, and found that it offered ample cover when I lay down and sheltered in it. I took off my May West, as the sun was hot, and then did another Raxi to assure myself that this was the best position from which to await further developments. Suddenly a man in civilian clothes appeared on the scene near the point where I had landed, and, as he walked, he waved and beckoned, obviously trying to attract my attention. I lay low, not knowing whether it was a genuine offer of help or a trap. A little later, a young boy with his flock of sheep moved past, but did not notice me. Things were quiet for about an hour until a gang of Germans with a tracker dog appeared. Fortunately, they had not located the parachute, and as the sheep had crossed my tracks, there was no response from the dog. They shouted into the large thicket I had first selected for cover, and with obvious frustration raked it with a burst of automatic fire, and then moved on. With the setting of the sun, it gradually grew colder. We had been told that most of the rural people were friendly, and realizing that sooner or later I would have to make contact, I came to the conclusion that there was no point in further delay. When the young shepherd passed back with his sheep, I therefore emerged from my cover and approached him. He was surprisingly composed, and took me around and down the mountain until we could see a house across the valley below us, and could hear someone chopping wood. Using sign language, he told me to sit and wait. After a short while he returned with his big brother, a tall, gangling chap, most friendly, and they led me down to the house. There I was introduced to the mother, a well-built lady with a pleasant smile, and to the third son. Then I was taken into a bedroom to be presented to the father, obviously a sick man. A good meal of minestrone bread followed, and then a surprisingly comfortable first night indoors. Next morning the mother took me about half a mile away to a small recess in the mountainside, well obscured by the undergrowth. Her explanation made it clear that this was a precaution against a German search, a wise one, because over the next few days the Germans returned repeatedly to question her. She left me with a blanket in what was to be my home for the next few days. She came back twice a day with her basket, in which one could see the chestnuts she was collecting, and when she removed these with the cloth which was underneath them, there was food for me. Once the coast was clear, I lived a reasonably normal life in her home, observing sensible precautions. The local partisan resistance movement had an efficient system of communication if the Germans were moving in the area. Moreover, we were located in Valescura, obscure valley, well named as we were certainly far removed from the beaten track. I kept fit by constant walking, indeed mountain climbing, collecting chestnuts, castanea, and mushrooms, fungi, doing my exercises each day, and chopping wood for the fire and bread oven. My hostess was concerned that I was doing this as compensation for my keep, but after a while I managed to convince her to the contrary. I hope. My adopted family, Zunino by name, went out of their way to accommodate me, and, considering they were a peasant farming family, certainly did me proud. One of my main preoccupations was learning the Italian language, as this would be most important for my return through the lines, something which was constantly in the forefront of my mind. Fortunately, an English Captain Davis from the nearby village of Alba presently contacted me. He was one of those who had escaped in a breakout from a nearby POU camp. He had been offered shelter by Janny and Ninny Pess in the mountain retreat they used to get away from their business in Genoa. They were a very fine couple, with positive pro-British and anti-Nazi sentiments, and subsequently I visited them on many occasions in their lovely home. They were happy to offer me an English, Italian dictionary, and a complete works of Shakespeare. I could not have wished for anything more. Moreover, whenever I was in their company, I would receive a few lessons in basic Italian grammar. After about a month, the commandant of one of the local partisan regiments arrived, an imposing character sporting a handsome beard, an automatic under his arm, a bandolier full of ammo, and a string of hand grenades around his belt. He had come to inquire about my well-being and to see if there was anything he could do. Fortunately, he had a sufficient working knowledge of English for us to be able to communicate. After a full discussion, it was decided that I should accompany him back to his headquarters, and I also obtained from him an undertaking to assist me in returning to the Allied lines. My rank? Captain, I replied. He declared very firmly that he would promote me to a major forthwith. From that moment I was introduced to everyone as the Inglesi Major Pilote, the quickest and neatest promotion I had ever received, and it soon became clear to me that my elevation had the effect of enhancing my commandante's prestige. After all, none of the other regiments in the area could boast an Inglesi pilot and a major to boot. It was an interesting change of life, and most stimulating to participate in the discussions and planning. We lived well on good food and wine, had clothes made from captured winnings, ambushes, haircuts from the communal barber, and on a few occasions drove around in an old Fiat. We were based in the village of Moretti. I was given accommodation by Dr. Prando and his charming family in their fine residence, his retreat from his practice in Genoa. There was a second regiment based in the village under Commandant Mingo, an outstanding man who had been an engineer in the Italian army before defecting to join the resistance movement. Instead of carrying a gun, he walked around with a small brass-tipped cane in his hand, his only protection being about half a dozen hand grenades on his belt. On the outskirts of the village was a magnificent house owned by a man who was in the poultry and egg business, who had obviously made a lot of money. Living with him was a colonel who had been invalided from the army with a heart problem. According to Mingo, the colonel was a brilliant man, the youngest to have reached such a position in the Italian army. He also had defected to the resistance movement, not in an active capacity, but to give moral support and advice. Mingo and I often dropped in for a discussion, always stimulating, and an occasional game of bridge. Sadly, there were times when some of our boys were killed. Fortunately, infrequently. Tragically, one weekend while I was away visiting the Pessis, the Germans attacked the village with 2 armored carriers and a truckload of troops. Instead of disappearing into the surrounding country with the other partisans, Mingo decided to stand his ground and confront them. He put up a most courageous performance and succeeded in eliminating 3 Germans, but once his grenades ran out, there was nothing more he could do. He was killed. Before departing, the Germans conceded to the local populace his great bravery and handed over his body for them to bury with dignity. The egg baron's beautiful home was burnt to the ground. They had obviously received information on him. The local partisani had the consolation of knowing that it was because of their successes in ambushing and harassing Germans in the area that the attack had taken place. Far from reducing operations, their efforts were immediately redoubled, and as a result the Germans decided to pull out of Cicello, a nearby town from which they operate. Accordingly, a great victory parade through the streets of the town was laid on, with flags flying and bugles sounding, accompanied by much cheering and waving from the locals. Early next morning, Nino and a few of the other young officers burst into my room and awakened me, saying, "Major, Major, Avantio." We gotta roast a beef of pork for you. Many was the time that my friends had promised that one day they would give me what everyone knew was the Englishman's favorite dish, roast beef. That day had come, but it was roast beef with a difference. One of the locals had produced a pig to celebrate our triumphant arrival. In Italy, once there is meat on the table, there must be wine also, so it was quite a day. Regularly I raised the question of returning to the Allied lines, but it always met one strong objection: the need to take more time to improve my command of the language. I looked too much like an Inglese officier, tall, fair, with a mustache. If only I would remove it. For me to attempt to go now would be periculosism. For a while I went along with this, but it was beginning to wear a bit thin. I had been with them for 3 months, certainly 3 of the most interesting months of my life, but we had witnessed the first fall of snow up in the mountains, and I was not going to allow myself to be hemmed in there for the next 6 months. I therefore made it clear to my friends that I would be leaving within the week. When they realized that my decision was irrevocable, they accepted it philosophically and gave me every assistance, including letters of introduction to other partisan groups. I decided to go west into France. They concurred. A British corporal, known in our area as Bill, asked if he could accompany me. After about 10 days, 3 others, French, Austrian, and Polish, who were living in a partisani camp we passed through, asked if they could join in. Generally, we were given food, shelter, and direction, although occasionally people bustled us on, afraid of German reprisals. On one such occasion, when we were given some food but no shelter, I pushed my way through a door into a barn and noticed a big log of wood burning under a line of half-drums, similar to a system we sometimes use for feeding cattle in Rhodesia. They were drying chestnuts. I put my hand down, and it was beautifully warm, while outside it had been bitterly cold. I rounded up the rest of the gang, and we had a very comfortable night on a bed of chestnuts. The following day we bumped into a partisani commander with a few of his men. He invited us to spend the night at his headquarters in the mountains, where he was in control of a large area. He said his wife had often expressed the wish that he would bring back a British officer, so this would be a pleasant surprise for her. She was a handsome woman, tall and slim, with black hair but blue eyes and bright rosy cheeks. They lived in a very big house, with numerous outbuildings, indeed, a small village, with cattle and sheep grazing, orchards and vineyards and plowed lands. We were given 5-star treatment, good beds and excellent food, including meat, butter, cheese, and fresh vegetables. Sipping wine, we talked long into the night. The next day, a fine-looking young doctor in his Alpini uniform and hat accompanied us as our guide. Not only was he a mountaineer, but as we approached the French border, the country became more difficult, and he knew the area well. He was a most pleasant and enlightening companion. The following morning we parted company to enable him to return, as he was the only doctor in the area and had calls for attention every day. Moreover, he was a marked man by the Germans, and we were now entering a dangerous area. He gave us careful and detailed directions. Only 2 more days' travel were needed, and advised me to divide the group up so that it would be less conspicuous. One half could spend the day and night where they were, but Bill and I went on. The other 3 were to follow the next day. Once we were out of the danger zone, we would wait for them. I had carried with me my small first aid pack, incorporated in a pilot's Mae West, with a syringe and ampoule of morphine, bandages, and various medicines. I gave it to the doctor, saying that his need was probably greater than mine. After a close inspection, he expressed his gratitude, and we parted company with a warm handshake. That night we were taken by a Frenchman and his wife into their farmhouse, given a good warm meal and a place to sleep in a barn alongside a fine-looking bull. There was a big German base in the town below. They were doing a lot of patrolling, and in case they arrived during the night, it was agreed that our host would claim no knowledge of our presence, and that we, likewise, would cooperate. I took Bill to the far side of the barn to ensure that the bull was between us and the door. We buried ourselves in the hay, which was, in any case, a necessity to protect ourselves from the cold. I instructed Bill that if anyone opened the door, he was to ensure that every part of his anatomy, including his head, was well buried beneath the hay. Next morning, our host's brother, an official in the town, came up to see us, a wonderful effort, as he was disabled with a bad leg. First, he spoke to us in Italian, asking questions in an obvious attempt to establish our authenticity. Once satisfied, he switched to English, which he spoke immaculately. The plan was for us to cross to the other side of the valley that day, across a river, a railway, and a main road. It would be difficult and dangerous because there was only one bridge across, with sentries who halted and interrogated selected people, so it was a question of keeping a cool head and taking our chance. There appeared to be no alternative. We were given careful instructions and a rendezvous the other side for late afternoon. Our host's brother would be there to meet us. I told them of our 3 friends following and asked for assistance if they should pass by, saying that we would wait a couple of days on the other side before the final crossing over the Alps. Bill and I sat and waited. We did not say much. I did some exercises, which always made me feel better. At midday, our hostess gave us some bread and hot milk. Then our host took us along the side of the mountain to a point where we could see the bridge and gave us our final directions. He bade us goodbye, and I could see it was an emotional occasion for him, because he was a man of great sincerity and simple strength. He had previously spoken to me of his deep admiration of Britain and of those dark days when it stood alone against the Nazis. He had begun to say that if he refused help to a Britisher who passed by, but then he was at a loss for words, and simply shook his head. I surveyed the situation for a few minutes. Then we moved slowly down and took cover behind a mound a few hundred yards from the bridge. I noticed that if people came across singly or in pairs, the sentry seldom stopped them, but if they were in larger groups, he usually examined 1 or 2 before allowing them to pass. Bill was beginning to have doubts about the whole plan, and suggested that we go back to our hosts of the last night. I reasoned with him quietly, but firmly, assuring him that there was as much danger in going back as in going on. Moreover, we must not lose sight of the danger which our presence brought to those who sheltered us. It would be inconsiderate of us to overstay our welcome. I concluded that the time had come for us to move. There was a gap in the people moving below, so I took him by the arm and said, "Quickly, here's our chance." I sent him first, saying that I would follow close behind, judging that if I went first he might turn back. "Just look straight ahead and walk quietly on," I said. Our luck was in. It worked. The sentry on the other side was not concerned. We had been told that the only danger was on the entry side. We went straight to our rendezvous, about an hour's walk, and met up with our host's brother and his daughter, who had accompanied him on his walk from the town below. We were taken indoors and introduced to the man who was to be our guide across the Alps and his wife. We had left the Italian partisani and were now in the hands of the French Maquis. Our friend, the author of that day's successful plan, having assured us that we were in trustworthy and competent hands, took leave of us, as he had to be home before dark, and his lame legs slowed his movements. His daughter, a fine-looking, striking girl, obviously of courageous character like her father and uncle, asked many searching questions about the part of the world I came from and about my life as an RAF pilot. She gave me a butterfly brooch, which she was wearing on her coat as a talisman of good luck for the successful completion of our mission. A simple but valued present, something which I have kept and treasured ever since. The following afternoon, 2 of the other 3 arrived safely, the Austrian and the Frenchman, and we had a warm reunion. The young Polish lad did not make it. At the bridge with the German sentries, his nerve had cracked, and he had decided to go back. I was sad, because he was only a youngster, and I thought that had I been there I could have persuaded him to come along. We set off mid-morning on the next day for the final lap. We did not start earlier because the latter part of the journey took us out of the forest and up the open side of the mountain, a climb which we could not attempt until after dark in order to avoid German observation. It was a warm, sunny day, and the walking was pleasant. We reached the end of the forest about 4 p.m. and kept under cover while eating the bread and drinking the wine which we carried. Just before dark we started to move out, as our guide assured us that we were obscured from the German observation posts for the first few kilometers. The climb became progressively steeper, and once we reached the snow line, it became much more difficult, although with the snowy background we could see surprisingly well in the dark. Suddenly our guide stopped and gripped his knee, obviously in pain. He had been having some problems over the past few months, but thought they had ended. He would have to return because it would be madness for anyone not 100% fit to attempt the climb before us. He could indicate the directions for us to continue, but it was our decision. I asked him to explain what he had in mind. He pointed to the main mountain above us, and then, below it to the left, a smaller peak. We were to cross to the right of that. Below it, to the left, we might bump into a German observation post. It was important to remember that we should not attempt our descent until daylight. There would be a ravine which would give us protection from the German observation posts, and eventually we would run into American patrols. This, however, was clearly something we should avoid doing during darkness. Although this prospect was not all that inviting, I believed we should carry on. Our guide had brought along a friend whom he wished to familiarize with the route, so that he could be used in future as a guide. I looked at him, and he nodded his agreement, so we parted company, and our group of 5 continued the ascent. The cold was biting more viciously, especially as we were clad in light summer clothes. Over the more difficult places where we were slipping back on the ice, it was necessary to help one another. Bill seemed to be having more trouble than the rest of us, and on one occasion, when I went back to help him over a tough spot, he complained that he was tired and cold. The climb ahead looked so formidable that he wanted to go back. I made it clear in no uncertain manner that there was no question of that. I put my shoulder behind him and urged him to get moving. Every step was a battle on ice which was continually getting harder and more difficult to grip. Each time I looked up at the crest above us, it seemed to be as far away as ever. After a few more hours of climbing, we came across a ledge of black-looking rock protruding from the ice, an enticing place for a rest. But after a few minutes, feeling the cold penetrating through my whole body, I roused myself and got the party moving again, believing it would be better to keep the blood circulating. Contrary to expectations, as we approached the summit, the gradient lessened, and we made greater progress, no doubt stimulated by the expectation of finally getting. We reached the top shortly after midnight, but our problems were far from over. Taking to heart the warning to avoid attempting a descent before dawn, we were faced with an agonizing wait of 8 hours sitting on blocks of ice on top of the Alps, clad in our summer clothes, an experience I would be reluctant to wish even on my worst enemy. Except for our French friend who had joined us the previous day and was reasonably clad for the occasion, the rest of us sat and shivered. I had never thought that one could become physically weary of shivering and one's teeth ache from chattering. As my feet were not only cold but soaking wet, I decided to take my boots off. Those 8 hours seemed to take longer than the previous 23 days of walking. When it was light enough for us to commence our descent, I decided to put on my boots, but they were blocks of ice. Within about a mile, the bottoms of my socks had disintegrated, and I was slipping across the ice on bare feet, which led me to conclude that if this ever happened again in the future, I would keep my boots on. After a few hours walking, we came across an American patrol. As soon as they spotted us, they dropped to the ground with their guns pointing our direction, so I asked the others to stand where they were, and I walked slowly forward with my hands in the air, making it clear that I was unarmed. Once they heard my story, they relaxed and came forward. We beckoned to the others to advance and join us, and then we were transported a few miles to the Americans' canteen, where we enjoyed the warmth of their hospitality and some much-needed food. We then parted company, as aircrew were to be returned to their bases by air, others by road and sea. In spite of the short duration of our association, because of the stress and tension under which we had been living, we had grown close to one another. Understanding and trust had been built up, so there was emotion at our farewell. I appreciated their gratitude when they said that had it not been for my assistance, they would still be behind enemy lines. As they were now in safe hands, I could leave them with a clear conscience. The end of war. Sadly, my hoped-for posting to Britain and the Western Front did not materialize. In spite of interviews at as many levels as possible, I was confronted by the fact that regulations, and I certainly had cause to curse them that day, stated that I was to be returned to the command from which I was operating at the time I was shot down. I inquired about the possibility of hitchhiking on a flight to London, but it was made abundantly clear that the problems were insurmountable. So the following day I was on that great old workhorse, the Dakota, DC-3. I think it fair comment to say that no other single type of aircraft could claim to have made a greater contribution to the war effort, from Marseille to Naples. There were no problems at Naples. The camp was well organized, but I was very much on my guard when reporting my entry, because it was well known that if one was missing behind enemy lines for more than 3 months, this resulted in a posting back home. The chap behind the desk read my form and said, "We can fly you back to Cairo immediately, and in there they will make plans to get you home." I replied that it was my wish to go to Britain, as I had many relatives there, and it was in fact my second home. I kept a straight face. Fortunately, he was a reasonable and decent type, and he nodded his head and said, "If that's what you want, that's fine." The miracle had worked. I could hardly believe it. I was one step nearer to getting back into action, this time in Germany on the Western Front. If only there were a ship leaving tomorrow. It did not take the Bush telegraph long to get the message back to my squadron, and within a few days 2 of my old mates arrived to see me, Dinks Mowbray and Brian Wilson. In addition, Ian Shand, the squadron leader of 237 Squadron, walked into the mess. He had flown down on some business, and we had lunch together. He listened to my account of the previous 5 months, and said, "What you did is clearly worthy of recognition. So I would like you to fly back with me this afternoon so that we can make our recommendation." Shortly before my sojourn behind enemy lines, I had been asked to submit my record of operations to Wing Command, as I was one of the top scoring pilots on our squadron. So that would still be standing to my credit. It would have been a happy event to go back to the squadron and see them all again, but I immediately saw red lights flashing. What if a ship suddenly departed, and I missed it? Ian did not think that posed a problem. "It would be possible to check on that," he said, "and I would be away only a couple of days." But of even greater concern was the possibility that, once I was back at the squadron, someone might raise the question of being missing for more than 3 months, and that meant a posting back home, something to be avoided at all costs. I had to decide quickly. It was no easy task, and difficult to explain to Ian what was going on in my mind. He was a person whom we all held in high regard, since he'd been awarded a DSO and DFC. I told him that, as Dinks and Brian had arrived only that morning to see me, I did not want to walk out on them. So I said that I would think over his suggestion during the weekend, and if satisfied that no boat was about to depart, I would come up to the squadron with Dinks and Brian on the Monday. We left it like that. I decided to sit tight, and every day just hope for the news that we were to sail, believing that thereafter I would be safely out of reach. The following night, Saturday, I talked Dinks and Brian into coming with me to watch the finals of the Mediterranean Boxing Championship. Not surprisingly, the overall standard was good, but one contest was outstanding: the cruiserweight final between an American and a Frenchman. The American was a tall, angular black fellow, while the Frenchman, by contrast, was a neat, compact chap with fair hair. It was obvious to anyone who knew anything about the sport that the Frenchman was a master craftsman. About halfway through the first round, he let rip a punch, executed with the utmost composure and timing, which connected with his opponent's jaw and felled him as if poleaxed. I took note of his name from the program, and it remained in my mind, Marcel Cerdan. So I was not surprised to read a few years after the war ended that he had won the World Cruiserweight title, and in France he was acclaimed the new Carpentier. Tragically, not long afterwards, at the peak of his career, he was killed in an air crash. It seemed an interminable time, about 10 days in fact, before the order came to embark. I planned something for each day, exploring the history and art of Naples. As the opera season was in full swing, I saw a number of good operas at the famous St. Carlo Opera House, and on one occasion Giegel's daughter was the leading soprano. I had been given the sad news that we had lost a few more members of the squadron during my absence. There were so many occasions when emotions surged through my whole system, thinking of those chaps sitting around a table in the mess or on the end of one's camp bed in the tent of an evening, who never returned from a sortie the next day. I was only postponing my return home, but they would never go home again. Some of them had shown outstanding bravery, but they would merely go down in history as the unsung heroes, if at all. There are few more moving moments for me than a visit to the grave of the unknown soldier, or attending the Armistice Day service on 11 November each year. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning we will remember. Fortunately, the journey to Britain was uneventful. I enjoyed having a look at Gibraltar, a magnificent sight which lived right up to my expectations. Imposing, strong, independent, courageous, even defiant, exactly what one would have expected from this great historical symbol of the British Empire. In spite of the drabness of war, Britain was still inherently beautiful, with its lovely countryside, meadows, fields of crops, undulating hills, and magnificent trees. London, with all of its history and majesty, was one of the great capitals of the world. But sadly the bureaucracy was there, grinding slowly, and not willing to be motivated by a bloke who came from a country called Rhodesia, and who was impatient over a humdrum thing like getting a posting to a Spitfire squadron on the continent. But at last, someone moved. I was to do an air-firing course up in Shropshire before a squadron posting. This was something of a mystery to me, since I certainly did not need any more practice at air-firing, and valuable time was passing. The powers that be, however, thought it would be a wise precaution because it was now 6 months since I had last flown. Fortunately, the station in Shropshire was more attuned to the operational theater and things moved. Much to my delight, the squadron commander called me to his office after a few weeks and pointed out that my results clearly showed that I required no further practice, so he would be happy to move me on. The next day I was on my way to a transit station south of London, and soon after to a posting with 130 Squadron, part of 125 Wing based at Celle in Germany. It was a good posting. The wing was under the command of Group Captain Johnny Johnson, who had shot down the greatest number of German planes to date. He was ably assisted by Wing Commander George Kiefer, a Canadian with a tremendously successful record. Frank Wally was our squadron commander, and there were many other colorful personalities. The days which followed were stimulating, but the writing was on the wall as far as the Germans were concerned, and their final collapse came even sooner than we expected. I felt a kind of frustration that there had not been more time to mete out more punishment to the Nazis and the fascists who had brought so much suffering, tragedy, and destruction to our world. However, when one allowed reason and logic to prevail over heart and emotion, there could only be tremendous relief and satisfaction that in the end right had prevailed over evil, and that the things we Britishers had been brought up to believe in had triumphed. The priority now was to get the fighting men back to their homes, wives, and families. One shuddered at the thought of how long it was going to take the wheels of bureaucracy to begin turning. Some of us were talking in the officers' mess one evening on where we would go from here in order to bring about the kind of future we had been fighting for. A decent, clean world, where our children would not be faced with the kind of situation that had confronted us. There was almost unanimity. If we did not clean up Russia with its communism, which on the evidence looked no different from Nazism or fascism, then we were leaving the job half finished. How could one condone the dreadful fact that Stalin had connived with Hitler over the invasion of Poland and joined in dividing the spoils of their ill-gotten gains? However, there would be problems getting the politicians to go along with this. Maybe not Churchill, but Roosevelt certainly seemed to have been conned by Stalin. Then 125 Wing was broken up, and the various squadrons went their different ways. First stop for 130, Punjab. Squadron was in Denmark. We had been adopted by the Maharaja of the Punjab, and he had donated considerable sums of money towards purchasing Spitfires for the squadron. Moreover, a certain modest sum was placed at the disposal of the squadron commander to be used at his discretion to ensure that the Maharaja's pilots did not suffer unnecessary hardships. A liberal interpretation necessitated that whenever we arrived at an important city, especially a capital city, we should indulge ourselves in a worthwhile dinner and hold an appropriate celebration. And there were several occasions which remain very vivid in my memory. We would inevitably end up with the rendering of many stimulating songs, and a few of the favorites had an African background. One was about the Zulu warriors and another concerned a Matabele from Bulawayo. As I was the only African on the squadron, obviously no one else could be expected to play the lead when these came up. From Celle we flew to Copenhagen, the first RAF squadron to land there, and we spent a few happy days before making our way down the coast of Europe en route to London. Thence we traveled to Aberdeen, where we enjoyed the local hospitality for a fortnight before flying across the North Sea to Kristiansand as the first RAF squadron to land in Norway, part of the operation to clean the Germans out. Fortunately, this was not a very arduous task, and there can be few more pleasant spots on this earth to spend your summer months. About 18 hours of sun each day, swimming, boating, fishing, rugby, soccer, and eating lobster and salmon were the place's main attractions. As officer in charge of sport, my hands were full. One of our pilots was a Swede, and as a result of his contacts, we made a plan to fly to Stockholm one long weekend, where we experienced fantastic hospitality. We were taken over by the locals who insisted on paying for everything. As winter approached, we were pulled back to a station in the south of England. There, we organized a few games of rugby against army camps nearby and one across the Welsh border. All good rousing stuff. But the time had come to plan for my return home and to make the necessary arrangements for university after the new year. This is home to Rhodesia and university. Rhodesia was just the same, still God's own country, seen from the Dakota which flew me from Durban, where my ship had docked. My parents had motored down to meet me at RAF Kumalau, Bulawayo. The next day, we drove back home to Selukwe, where a warm welcome awaited me from dear Mesa, our faithful old servant, who put his arms around me and cried. During the time I was missing after being shot down, he constantly complained about the terrible Germans, and on occasion, according to my mother, his language was not all that choice. The dogs had not forgotten me either, making a great fuss. Dogs of all kinds and sizes, from fox terriers to mastiffs, have always been part of my life. Whenever one of our dogs dies, I am deeply distressed. My father had aged noticeably, and I only then learned from my mother that during the time I had been behind enemy lines, he had gone down with double pneumonia and nearly died. Fortunately, his spirit was in no way dampened, and there was much for us to talk about. He asked me, now that I had had a good look at much of the rest of the world, was I still happy about Rhodesia and Africa, generally? Obviously, black advancement would progress gradually with better education and better health care. Then there was the problem of the local custom of polygamy and the tradition of large families. This had been necessary because under their previous existence, before the white man came, more children had died than survived. However, with more blacks accepting medicine and taking advantage of the improved health standards, the majority now survived, and the population explosion was a growing problem. I had often thought on these questions, and we philosophized at length on various aspects of them. My father had a brother and his family, well established in the United States, and they had expressed a desire to take me in with them in that tremendously exciting country. But there had never been any doubt in my mind. This was my country, my home, and I had never had any problem living with and getting along with our black people. There was a cultural gap associated with our respective history, tradition, and ways of life. But provided things could be done in our own time, maintaining standards of Western civilization, there is no reason why we could not all live together to our mutual benefit, gradually bringing our black people in, as and when they were prepared to accept change. Certainly, there were a few mischief makers around who wanted to chase the white people away, believing that all the good things would then simply fall into their laps. The communists had already started their propaganda, but our average black was not interested. Traditionally, he was conservative and satisfied with the manner in which things were progressing, and so I went back to Rhodes University for a final year. This time I was reluctant to give up, having already lost 5 years to the war. Nevertheless, it turned out to be a stimulating experience. Nearly 50% of the students were ex-servicemen, so understandably they made a tremendous impact on everything in general. This meant that times were not exactly normal for an institution accustomed to taking in teenage school graduates, and as I was elected chairman of the Students' Representative Council, there were not many dull moments. We were faced with some controversial, even provocative situations, which demanded great patience, skill, and tact. Although these occasions were spiced with considerable quantities of down-to-earth, unambiguous discussions, the end result was a balance of mature consideration and a sense of fair play. Into the bargain, the university authorities had the good sense to give a little ground at appropriate times. I maintained close contact with Major Walker and drew on the wealth of his great experience. Fortunately, our friendship and mutual respect matured over the year. I still found time for sport, mainly rugby and rowing. The rugby club was powerful, to the extent that we were represented by 2 First League teams, one in the Town League and one in the Country League. But the rowing club, as usual, was battling against tremendous odds, and so I dedicated myself to giving them as much support as possible. Sadly, we found ourselves without a coach, the previous incumbent having stood down because of other commitments, so as the most experienced member of the club, I took on the task. As anyone who understands rowing will appreciate, to coach a crew from the stroke seat is to complicate an already difficult function. Moreover, we had a young freshman as cox, and he had to be taught from scratch. In the end, though, it was all worthwhile. To succeed, to win, is a satisfying experience at any time. But to defy all the predictions and overcome almost insuperable odds is something special. As I said earlier, our victory in the intervarsity boat race was such an occasion. As a culmination, in the end-of-year awards, I was presented with an honors award, the highest in the university. It was in fact a tribute to the crew and the club. I was merely its recipient. There was another minor incursion into sport during this final year at Rhodes. We created gentlemen's cricket, to play occasional games against teams from selected farming communities, always away games, on a Saturday. These were happy occasions, played with one objective only, the love of the game. Discussion on whether we won or lost was not permitted, and there was a strict rule that no member of the team would partake of any practice, nets, or otherwise. In the final analysis, my post-war year at Rhodes turned out to be a most worthwhile experience. At this stage of my life, I had no intention of entering the political arena, but the year granted me valuable insight into the art and psychology of working with one's fellow man, and the benefits which flow from listening to both sides of an argument. I was to learn subsequently from my political life that while there was often a need for committees, these could also be used for shelving a problem or passing the buck. It had always been my view that a degree in economics was a good background for most avenues in life, and could only be of assistance in my career as a farmer. Little did I appreciate at that time how well it would also serve me during my political life. In the latter part of my first term in Parliament, I was appointed chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Later on, my first cabinet portfolio was Minister of Finance, and following that, during our UD years, I sat as chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Council, the body responsible for planning the overall strategy of our economic war. For the next 14 years, this was our greatest challenge. During my whole political career, stretching over 40 years, the solid foundations in practical economics which were laid down at Rhodes gave me basic guidelines which were of real assistance in forming conclusions based on those sound economic principles which always remain constant. Those long-serving and faithful servants of the university, Professor David Liddell and Professor Hobart Houghton, with their honest and unaffected approach, made a lasting impression on those of us who passed through their faculties. Settling back home, farming in Rhodesia, and so back home. Always a good feeling, but even better when one is a member of a close-knit family built around worthwhile traditions. It is worth repeating, great nations are built on the foundation of great families. There was also the advantage of being part of a small rural community, where people were interested in one another and prepared to lend each other a helping hand. That communal spirit, turning out to support your local team, making your contribution to the social life of the community, is the bedrock of civilized life. Once Christmas and the New Year festivities were over, I started to plan for the few remaining formalities necessary for my final demobilization, things which had been left in abeyance in my rush to get back to university. There was the finalization of my pay and gratuity, the search for my luggage, which had been sent back home from Cairo after I was shot down behind the lines and had gone astray, and a final medical examination. These were things of little consequence, but nonetheless time-consuming and necessitating visits to Salisbury. The medical examination was simply to ensure that all necessary medical attention had been received before discharge, and to ascertain whether any assistance was needed for those disabled. My medical was the last item on my agenda. There were a chairman and 3 others sitting around the table. "We've had a look at your records and noted what happened to you. Have you any particular problems worrying you?" said the chairman in a quiet, unemotional tone. His name was Dr. Gelfand. I had never seen him before, but was going to see a great deal of him in my subsequent life. Once I started spending more time in Salisbury after my entry into politics. I consulted him on many occasions, and a great friendship grew out of these contacts. He eventually became professor of medicine at our Rhodesian University, and had to his credit a number of eminent books dealing with tropical diseases and other matters affecting our indigenous peoples. On one occasion, after I became Prime Minister, Gelfand arrived at my office with one of those people living in the Zambezi Valley, who have only 2 large toes. Otherwise, the African seemed perfectly normal. And when Mike Gelfand asked him if he knew who I was, without hesitating he replied, "The Prime Minister." He said this in spite of the fact that he lived in one of the most remote parts of the country, and had never previously visited any urban center. Mike informed me that to the best of his knowledge, these people occupied only one area of the valley, and numbered fewer than 100. This transformation was a phenomenon which had probably developed to assist in climbing trees in order to obtain food. While in Salisbury, I learned that short refresher agricultural courses were being held at Gwibi for returned servicemen. Gwibi was a very good government agricultural research station about half an hour's drive north of Salisbury, and there were plans to turn it into an agricultural college. I applied and was accepted for a course a few months later. Apart from working on a few local farms in a temporary capacity, my most pressing concern was whether or not to apply for a Rhodes scholarship. My professor at Rhodes had promoted the idea, and there were attractions. The opportunity to broaden one's horizons, continue the search for learning and acquire more qualifications, along with the possibility of a blue at rugby or rowing. But there were also many counter-arguments. The war had taken up 5 years of a crucial period in my life, and those years had given me as much experience of life and education as I would have received in 20 years of normal life. So I talked and listened, but my mind was fairly well set before leaving Rhodes in the last year that I did not want any more excursions giving me more theoretical experience of life. I wanted to start living. Gradually things started moving. I spent a couple of months on a tobacco farm in Mashonaland, learning a little about a branch of farming with which I was not familiar. Then I leased a piece of land near Silukwe, which enabled me to commence building up my cattle herd. Fortunately, I did not have to wait all that long for the opportunity to take over a farm with the option to purchase. And so over the period of one fateful month in my life, August 1948, I bought a farm, my own piece of land, became a member of Parliament, and most important of all, married. Janet enjoyed the experience, if not unique, at least stimulating and fascinating, of spending part of her honeymoon helping to win votes for her husband in his election campaign. We succeeded in the election, as we did in the other 2 operations we undertook that August. Janet was the third of the Watt sisters I had met. Helen was the first, also a teacher, whom I met during my pilot training days at Thornhill. Isabel was second, and was now living with her husband on the Wanderer mine in Silukwe. Janet was the last, and was a recent immigrant to Rhodesia. We had known one another for about a year. I suppose I had been fairly normal in my relations with girls. They were always there, and there were parties and dances. However, other things, mainly sport, and the open-air life which Rhodesia offered, seemed more important to me, and therefore received priority. Then the war had come. I met some wonderful girls, especially during my final year at Rhodes, but I had never previously met anyone quite like Janet. She had a fantastic personality. She was always smiling and helpful and interested in others, highly intelligent and ready to contribute to any conversation, and, in addition, was a talented sportswoman who had represented Western Province at hockey and played good tennis and golf. Probably the qualities I admired most in her, though, were her courage and honesty of purpose. She was opposed on principle to sidestepping or evading an issue, no matter how difficult the problem, and her tendency was to opt for a decision requiring courage, as opposed to taking the easy way out. At my stage of life, I had the wisdom necessary to make a realistic assessment, devoid of emotion and immature fantasies, of our ability to live and work together. I could not think of anything I wanted more, and fortunately my feelings were reciprocated. The farm was a piece of rough, undeveloped land, part of a big ranch owned by one of those international corporations, which had as one of its principal objectives the opening up and development of the Dark Continent, in keeping with Rhodes' dream. It was the Bechuanaland Exploration Company, which had its headquarters in London and owned vast interests in Bechuanaland and Rhodesia. My piece of land was known, according to the survey diagram, as remainder of Subdivision 4 of Aberfoyle Ranch. It was bordered on the east by the Impali River and on the west by the much larger Lundy River. Most important of all, the farm had a perennial stream running through it, with beautiful clear pools of water and a rich population of fish. We learned from the local people that the stream was called Gwenoro, Gui meaning the place, and Noro being the name of one of our most majestic and beautiful antelope, the kudu. The place of the kudu It did not take Janet and I long to make up our minds, and ever since it has been known as Gwenoro Farm. Many years later, when the government established a dam on the Lundy River as the main water supply for the city of Gwello, this was named Gwenoro Dam. Our land had been utilized over decades as a squatting camp for workers on the main section of Aberfoyle Ranch. There had been indiscriminate plowing without the necessary measures for soil protection, and uncontrolled wood cutting, not only for fuel, but even more devastating, for building houses under the traditional pole and daga system. At least 100 saplings are used for one small room. Unfortunately, because of termites and wood borer, these shacks do not last, so replacement is an ongoing process. The reclamation work was considerable, requiring long-term dedication. To destroy, to hack down, is easy and swift. But to start from the bottom and build up again is a long-term process. Fortunately, there were some areas in sound, natural condition, and the important fact was that we were able to arrest further deterioration. Today, over 40 years later, it is a different place and a joy to behold, but there is still much more to be done. We are not unique in this regard. All land requires dedicated people who believe in that well-known maxim that we do not inherit our land from our fathers. We borrow it from our great-grandchildren, and each generation is bound to pass it on in better condition than it was in when received. We were now faced with the complicating factor of Parliament, which we had not originally anticipated. Unexpectedly, in July 1948, Godfrey Huggins and his United Party, OPED, had been beaten on a vote in Parliament, and he had decided to go to the country through a general election. The principal opposition was the Liberal Party, consisting in the main of farmers, miners and industrialists who believed that the up were bogged down with over-conservative policies, that their edge had been dulled by being too long in power, and that the time had come for a new look with the emphasis on more development and free enterprise. Some of the leading supporters of this party approached me and suggested that I should stand as their candidate in Selekwa. I thanked them but declined. I had my hands full trying to organize my future life, and in any case the thought of entering Parliament had not crossed my mind. The Liberal Party, however, were not to be put off. I was a local boy with a respectable record at school, university, and in the war. Moreover, my family's record of dedicated service to the community and beyond was really outstanding. They spoke to my father, who simply advised them against trying any circuitous routes, as I was one of those people who made up my own mind, and they obtained an undertaking from him that he would not attempt to discourage me. After a few days, they returned, and we had a long talk over a cup of tea on the desirability of good leadership, because without it, there was not much hope, even for the best country. We decided that what the British had done to Churchill and the South Africans to Smuts was the result of complacency among good people. I had shown that I was prepared to make sacrifices for what I believed in, as had many of my wartime colleagues. Was it not important to follow this up, because the danger of undesirables gaining control and destroying the good which had previously been achieved was ever present? Their appeal to me was to make a stand for those things we had fought for, and because I had shown the ability to lead, they hoped I would accept my responsibility as far as the future of our country was concerned. Otherwise, our recent sacrifices, indeed, the whole history of Rhodesia and everything that it stood for, would all have been in vain. They were, of course, preaching to me my own beliefs and philosophy. How could any man of principle turn a deaf ear to an appeal to accept his responsibility? I pointed out that they did not have to convince me on the principle that I was more concerned at this stage with the priorities of my life, establishing my base, and from there, considering other moves. At the same time, one had to concede the futility of striving and dedicating time to building a farm and a home and a family, if, in time, all was to be lost because of political incompetence and opportunity. I asked them to let me sleep on it, and assured them we would meet again in a few days' time. We had a long family discussion that evening, and as usual, my parents offered sound, dispassionate advice. In the final analysis, the decision clearly rested with me, my convictions and my heart. But if my inclination was in that direction, they believed that the potential was there. I had the ability to reason, think clearly, to express myself in public, the will to stand my ground even against steep odds, and the willingness to work for a cause. If politics was going to be part of my life, there were many arguments to persuade me that sooner was better than later. There is, after all, a tide in the affairs of man. Then, most important of all, I had to talk to Janet, who at that time was teaching at a school in Gwelo, the capital of the Midlands province, about half an hour's drive from Selukwe. She simply replied, "What do you want to do?" She had lived her life in an unusual political atmosphere, in a part of Cape Town which had so strongly supported Smuts and the United Party that no opposition had ever contested the seat, and there had never been an election. She had therefore never in her life voted politically or been part of any election campaign, so she told me there was little to be gained by relying on her help or advice. It was not an easy decision. There was a challenge which always had a magnetic attraction to me, and any suggestion of shirking responsibility must be resisted. So the die was cast, and Janet gave me her full support. Thus, in addition to a farm and marriage, we threw in this parliamentary election thing. We spent our all too brief honeymoon at the Victoria Falls, then rushed back to get on with the election campaign. Early days in politics, the federal era. Sadly, and contrary to many of the predictions, the Liberal Party were soundly beaten on 16 September 1948, losing 6 of their 11 seats. Thus they had 5 against Huggins' 24. The wily experience of Huggins and the United Party, assisted by the establishment, big business and finance, and the monopoly press, which successfully misrepresented the case against the Liberal Party, together proved unbeatable. However, Selukwe was constant and voted for Smith. For the first time in history, a youngster, still in his 20s, was elected to the Rhodesian Parliament. At the conclusion of my first campaign meeting, a few of the old-timers were talking in the local pub, and one commented, "I remember Ian Smith in kindergarten at our school just up the road, and now I am being asked to accept him as my Member of Parliament." One of my supporters made the simple reply, "You were happy to accept that he should go away and fight for you in the war?" The question was settled. From now on, politics became first an adjunct to, but, with the passage of time, a dominant part of our lives. We were a small country with a small population, and no problems of any consequence. Hence, Parliament normally had only 2 sittings during the year, covering overall a period of approximately 3 months, sitting in the afternoons, with a half-hour break for tea on the lawn. There were 6 cabinet ministers who ran the country, so I had time for my farming and family. The parliamentary work was stimulating, and for someone with an inquiring mind, the opportunity to observe the inner workings of government was intensely absorbing. I seemed to have a facility to participate in the goings-on, and some of my speeches attracted attention and support. After a few years, I was elected to the position of chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, probably the most important of all the parliamentary committees, the one which worked closely with the Auditor General in scrutinizing all government expenditure, and that alone was an education. However, there was one matter above all others which constantly returned to the forefront of our minds: our country's political future, the gaining of our full independence. There were those who advocated the status quo, the easy way of just doing nothing. After all, we had virtual independence. We governed the country as we thought right. Britain had no legal power to intervene in our affairs and had never attempted to do so. If we turned de facto independence into de jure independence, the only difference would be that it would cost us more in foreign representation, a service which we now received free through British embassies. But there was a growing feeling, especially among the younger people, that Rhodesia had come of age and that it was time for genuine freedom. The Liberal Party had always taken the lead in this campaign and had initiated debates in Parliament. There was no opposition. Huggins had said, "We can have our Dominion status tomorrow. The British government has assured me, after our exemplary record, it is there for the asking." But Huggins had come to the conclusion that an even better idea was federation with Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland. The federation would be workable, big enough to be economically viable. At afternoon tea once, he said in my presence that the British had told him how impressed they were with the Rhodesians' overall performance, their efficiency, their economic success, their honesty and loyalty, their racial harmony. No one could fault us. Whereas, by contrast, the colonial policy was a failure, Huggins said, and the British were hoping that we could transpose our successful system to Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland. This sounded sensible and right, and the important thing was that we were working with people we could trust, the British. We had always worked together for our mutual benefit, and stood by one another when the need arose. We were in the fortunate position of dealing with proven friends, in fact, with our own blood relatives. There were some who believed that in a crunch they would drop us, but I found that difficult to believe. Nevertheless, my instinct and training told me to be prepared for every contingency. After all, the British people had rejected Churchill after the war, and those socialists certainly had some strange principles and philosophies. So clearly there was a need to be on guard. The plan for federation was formulated, the legislation prepared, a referendum of all voters was held, and a clear majority supported the federal concept. Generally, my nature is to support positive, as opposed to negative, thinking. Although I had reservations, I decided on balance to support the campaign. At one stage, during the debate in Parliament, I asked for the insertion of a clause to the effect that if the Federation ever broke up, then Rhodesia would automatically be given its independence. In keeping with the current situation where we were being given a choice between independence or federation. This certainly had the effect of putting the cat among the pigeons and sent the government benches and their advisors running hither and thither. Eventually, however, they returned with the perfect reply. Regrettably, my suggestion was impossible to execute, because one of the vital conditions of the Federation was that it was indissoluble, and any attempt to undermine this principle must be rejected. A main reason for this was that the new government would need to raise loans for development. Furthermore, explanatory talks were already underway, and any suggestion that the Federation could be dissolved would destroy all these plans. Another problem was, who would accept responsibility for debts if the Federation broke up? It seemed a straightforward, honest reply. History, however, has proved the opposite. Looking back on it now, as always, it is easy to be wise through hindsight. Nevertheless, I had always favored some sort of closer association of territories in British Central and East Africa. The economic opportunities were clear, at least. It was also obvious, given post-war British thinking and colonial policy, that this was the last chance to create a great new state, which might eventually include South Africa. Thus, along with other members of the Liberal Party, I joined Huggins' new Federal Party on 29 April 1953, and I was elected to represent the Midlands in the new Federal Assembly on 15 December. The new setup was a big change for us, especially as Salisbury had been chosen as the federal capital, resulting in 2 parliaments in Salisbury, Federal and Southern Rhodesian. In addition, there were many big new developments, such as a Central Reserve Bank and federal law courts, and the mining, industrial, and financial houses from the 2 northern territories established their head offices in the capital city. The politicians from the 2 northern territories became part of the scene. From Northern Rhodesia, we had Roy Walensky, who had been the leader of elected members to their council. He was an old warhorse who had been leader of their railway workers' union for many years, and between this and his political activities, he had developed many qualities in the art of tactics, negotiation, and oratory. One of their black representatives, Dutiyamba, had a facility for talking on any subject, for any length of time, and a ready smile, no matter how tough the going. From Nyasaland, we had Malcolm Barrow as leader, a well-known tea grower, quiet and urbane, and their leading black representative, Orton Chirwa, a lawyer, who was one of the most able debaters in the House, always cool and collected. The talk was that Huggins was contemplating retiring, and Walensky was his obvious successor. There was not much offering from the southern Rhodesian side. Julian Greenfield was an able lawyer, who had earned himself a good reputation practicing as an advocate at our bar. And as a cabinet minister, his performance was immaculate. But he was such a quiet, retiring person that he never came up for consideration as a leader. Apart from him, there was a fair amount of dead wood at the top which needed trimming. Walensky and Barrow were knighted, and Sir Godfrey Huggins went further up the ladder and became Lord Malvern, all part of the normal system of acknowledging loyalty to Britain. The Federation went well right from the beginning, with both internal and external confidence mounting, resulting in new investment and economic expansion. The Great Kariba Dam and Hydro electric power plant was constructed on the Zambezi River and has been a tremendous asset, not only in generating cheap, clean power, but as a fantastic tourist and holiday attraction with magnificent big game viewing, fishing, and luxury cruises. The Victoria Falls is upstream of Kariba Lake, fortunately still preserved from human predacity, and will always rank as one of the wonders of the world. Coupled with Kariba, the Zambezi River, the Wanki National Park teeming with its herds of game and big cats, this must be one of the most exciting tourist packages to be found anywhere. Malvern retired as Prime Minister in 1956, and Walensky's succession was smooth and uncomplicated. But problems were developing at territorial government level. With Garfield Todd, the new Southern Rhodesian Prime Minister, advocating policies which were not only out of step with public opinion, but which would play into the hands of extremist black politicians at the expense of moderate black opinion. To our north, there was a buildup of power-hungry revolutionaries, and the injustices and suffering which they had inflicted on the mass of the people whom they deceitfully claimed to represent had become patently obvious. It was the Suez Crisis of 1956 which first sounded the alarm and brought those of us associated with Britain and the Empire face to face with the hard reality that Britain could no longer call the tune on the international stage. The United States was now in the driving seat, constantly propagating the philosophy that colonialism was inherently bad and that the pace of its elimination had to be stepped up. The Americans joined forces with the Russians in this anti-colonialist campaign, albeit for opposing reasons. The Russian plan was for world conquest, the takeover by Marxism-Leninism. As the metropolitan powers pulled out of their empires, the Russian plan was to move in. The Americans, on the other hand, believed that the presence of the colonial powers was denying them the opportunity to develop in these areas the expertise, skills, and economic success of their free enterprise system. Sadly, they seriously misjudged the situation. First, the Russian plan was organized and well laid, their reconnaissance forces already present on the ground in the countries concerned. As everybody knows only too well, in the fields of espionage and propaganda, the Marxist-Leninists are world beaters. Moreover, it is common knowledge that once they control a country, the free enterprise system goes out the window, and that is exactly what happened in every case. The second point, which should have been obvious to the USA, was that wherever Western colonialism was the vogue and the free enterprise system thriving, with American skills, capital and equipment everywhere, big mining and industrial development, motor cars, heavy transport, earth, Moving equipment. All doors were open to everybody, including the Americans. But once the Russians moved in, everyone else was frozen out. So the result turned out to be contrary to the United States' expectations. However, there is no way of correcting these mistakes. We have to live with them. This is easy for the Americans. They live 10,000 kilometers away and can go on living their own lives. The problem lies with the people on the spot, who have to go on living with the disaster forced onto them. The truth of this will become patently clear as the rest of my story unfolds. For a period, things looked good for the Federation, and Walensky succeeded on 27 April 1957 in extracting valuable concessions from Britain. The membership of the federal parliament would be increased. The British government would legislate in federal matters only at the request of the federal government, similar to the convention which applied to southern Rhodesia. There could be no secession from the Federation. And the review conference due to be held in 1960 would produce a program to enable the Federation to become a full member of the Commonwealth. With Dominion status, we could not have asked for anything more, but from past experience we could not help wondering what was included in the small print. However, the concessions gained were positive and gave us hope that Britain was going to stick to its guns and honor its commitment to make a success of this great new concept for Africa. The necessary legislation was enacted in early 1958 and approved by the British Parliament. It was all very encouraging. Meanwhile, Todd had acted positively in the territorial sphere in southern Rhodesia and had dealt surprisingly firmly with black agitation, which was beginning to rear its ugly head. He even went so far as to invoke a state of emergency in order to crush the trouble at Wankie, the big coal mine in northwest Somaliland, in February 1954. But the other side of his character was ever present, and there was a constant feeling of unease among the members of his division of the United Federal Party over his tendency to give priority to black political advancement at the expense of economic and material advancement. The question came to a head when his cabinet colleagues discovered that behind their backs, he was involved in talks with Joshua Nkomo and the Reverend Nitabeningi Sithole, the leaders of the newly revived Southern Rhodesian African National Congress, which was engaged in massive intimidation campaigns in the battle for support among their own people. Clearly, this placed them in the category of terrorist leaders. In the new year, 1958, Todd's cabinet resigned, and at an emotional congress in Salisbury, Todd was defeated and Sir Edgar Whitehead elected to replace him. Whitehead was not a good choice, a bachelor. He was a bit of a recluse, and when he had a few drinks in the evening, he tended to fumble and stumble. His election was a panic measure, concocted on the spur of the moment, and proved to be a disaster which led to the party's downfall. A couple of other potential candidates would have been better choices, but declined to offer themselves. We were discussing the problem during the Congress lunch break when Benny Goldberg, the Federal Minister of Education, summed up the positions succinctly by commenting, "In the final analysis, if we have to choose between Todd and a donkey, then it's the donkey." Whitehead returned from Washington, where he was serving as the federal diplomatic representative, to take over as the new prime minister. Constitutionally, it was now necessary for him to become a member of Parliament, and the manner in which this was planned highlighted his inept judgment. There were a number of safe seats, which he could have chosen for a by-election, but he opted for the constituency of Hillside in Bulawayo, at the opposite end of the country to his home ground of Umtala. It therefore came as no surprise when he was defeated on 17 April 1958, as there was a growing feeling that the government was distancing itself from the views of the electorate, and Somaliland in particular took exception to having this intruder dumped on them. This precipitated a general election on 6 June, at which Whitehead and his United Federal Party managed to win 17 seats in the 30-seat assembly with the assistance of the preferential vote, a new device being used for the first time in the country. and without which they would have been defeated by the Dominion Party, which increased its holding from 4 seats to 13. Todd and his new United Rhodesia party were eliminated. Clearly, the Rhodesian electorate were concerned, and the entrenched establishment could no longer take their support for granted. On the other hand, the Dominion Party, the main opposition, left a lot to be desired, as within their ranks one could not discern men of well-tried and proven records. They owed their recent success to the negative aspect of the electorate's disenchantment with the government's performance. The end of federation. The federal government also went through a general election on 12 November 1958, and there was strong support for Walensky and the party, winning 46 seats or 2/3 of the House. They were conducting themselves well, and there was little criticism, in contrast to the territorial government and the Todd debacle. Walensky brought a few new faces into his cabinet. Some of my friends believe that I should have been given the agricultural portfolio, but this went to John Graylan, a lawyer from Livingstone, an able, quiet, decent person, and he did the job well. As a consolation, I was made chief whip and appointed as our representative to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, both of which took up more of my time, but my family and farming interests were left intact. My old friend Benny Goldberg became Minister of Education. This was a subject which had always been dear to my heart, and I had served on a number of parliamentary committees. So Benny, a bachelor who had little experience in this field, was always grateful for the liaison we developed on the subject, and often invited me to participate in meetings with ministry officials. There are few things more satisfying than being able to make a contribution to the education of our children. However, a few ominous changes in the British government's attitude began to reveal themselves, subtly and covertly at first, but with more black politicians to our north beginning to flex their muscles. The British displayed no desire to oppose their extravagant demands, and hence the dreadful philosophy of appeasement gained momentum. At the last federal election, the Dominion Party won 8 seats, and the quality of their members helped to keep the government on its toes, something which was absent in the previous parliament, where there was virtually no opposition. Their leader was Winston Field, a well-known and respected farmer who had served as president of the Rhodesian Tobacco Association. Among others, Clifford DuPont, a lawyer with a Cambridge degree, was a popular and capable personality, and Robbie Williamson, a chartered accountant from Gwillow, was known for his financial acumen. They were destined to play a part in the defeat of Whitehead in the 1962 election. Meanwhile, there was a change in the British government's attitude on the question of colonialism, at first faintly discernible, but steadily and diplomatically growing in emphasis with the passage of time. Not only the Suez Crisis, but the constant anti-colonialist pressure from the USA was beginning to tell. The well-known and tried policy of gradualism and evolution, with the accent on the local people having adequate training and preparation, was rapidly fading into the background. We were entering the era of the scramble to get out of Africa. There were a couple of countries in West Africa where the British had been ensconced for 100 years, and which had long been recognized as the first in line for independence, and if the timing were advanced by a few years, that could be accommodated. The Gold Coast, Ghana, was the classic case, to be followed by Nigeria, and these would vindicate the wisdom and practicality of Britain's policy. History, of course, was to prove no such thing. Ghana was the first, in 1957, to be brought, with much pomp and ceremony, to independence. It looked impressive, and everything possible was done to assist in making the process a success. Clearly, Ghana had much in its favor: a sound economy, a well-trained civil service, brought up in the British traditions of honesty, discipline, and efficiency, and the goodwill of world opinion, hoping for success in this great new experiment. Nigeria was set to follow in 1960. The talk in British political circles, however, was that as far as East Africa was concerned, the timescale was different, and the granting of independence would probably take another 15 years. This was important, especially with regard to placating the white population of Kenya, who had been encouraged to settle there after the First World War, and actually to buy and own land, contrary to previous colonial policy. This encouragement was repeated with even greater emphasis after the Second World War. But all this was of little concern to us for many reasons. First, our federation was a refreshingly new concept, brought in at the instigation of the British government, with Rhodesian concurrence and overwhelming Commonwealth support assuring us that this was the solution for our area. There was the unequivocal commitment that, once federation was accepted and implemented, there was no going back. The Constitution did not permit dissolution. Moreover, the ink was still not dry on the additions to the agreement that Walensky had just brought back from Britain, and these included a reiteration of the declaration that there could be no secession from the Federation and an undertaking that the British government would legislate in federal matters only at the request of the federal government. What more could one ask for? If, in the end, the British did decide to appease the black extremists and renege on all their promises, then at least we Southern Rhodesians could fall back on our independence, which had been offered to us on many occasions, and which had been the alternative to federation. There were still many who believed that this should have been our choice in the first place, but once the die was cast, we all worked together in order to ensure success. There were a few odd happenings in the two northern territories. Hastings Banda returned to Nyasaland, Malawi from his self-imposed exile in Britain, July 1958, and Kenneth Kaunda was beginning to flex his muscles in northern Rhodesia, but this, after all, was part of African politics. By the end of the year, however, it was clear that insurrection was being organized and coordinated in all three territories, and unfortunately, the territorial governments were slow to react. The typical Christmas and New Year atmosphere prevailed, and the agitators took advantage of this. Early in the new year, the position continued to deteriorate, and things were getting out of hand. As a result of pressure from the federal government, action was taken. States of emergencies were proclaimed in all three territories. Banda and Kaunda were arrested at the instigation of the British government, and a number of the troublemakers were rounded up in southern Rhodesia. Because the problem had not been nipped in the bud, it turned out to be more serious than it should have been. While it is most desirable to show great patience and tolerance when dealing with people and their problems, one must always be on guard against subversion and terrorism. Terrorists are adept at using the freedom inherent in our philosophy and constitution in order to subvert freedom. Intimidation is a dreadful instrument, and it is used most expertly by those who are disciples of the philosophy of communism, or fascism, or Nazism. There is no difference between them. They are all dictatorships which believe in the one-party state philosophy. Once power is seized, it is held forever, and anyone who dissents receives a clear message: change your mind, or else. When you live in Africa, where the majority of the adult population is still illiterate and does not understand a Western democratic system that is foreign to it, and where the vast mass of the people live in rural areas with no electricity, minimal means of communication, where the forces of law and order are few and far apart, the ground is fertile for terrorists. So while the administration of justice must always be scrupulously fair, it must be firm and prompt if you are going to get the message over that your decent law-abiding citizens will be protected against the gangsters and the bully boys. And the more primitive and simple the society you are dealing with, the greater the need for positive and swift action. Even more important is the need for anticipation, in order to ensure that trouble can be forestalled, because once it gets into its stride, it is extremely difficult to contain. When dealing with law and order and justice, it is important to emphasize the need to be on the side of law-abiding citizens, as opposed to the criminals. I come down heavily in support of those who believe that our modern system of justice tends to lean over towards the lawbreaker. So while supporting impartiality in the administration of justice, as depicted in our coat of arms showing the scales evenly balanced in the center, if we have to choose between the good guy, and the bad guy. There should be no equivocation. Once firm action was taken, law and order was restored. However, the fellow travelers in Britain took their cue, and in their turn started their agitation, of a different kind from that practiced in Africa, in order to pressurize the British government. It had the desired effect, and the government, in spite of the fact that they, the Conservatives, had increased their majority at the general election in October 1959, decided to appease their critics and appoint a royal commission to advise on the future of the Federation. This is a classical tactic of governments which lack the courage of their convictions. They pass the buck. Clearly, this devious maneuver should have been resisted, especially as it had been written into our federal agreement that there would be a review conference in 1960. Walensky made the tactical error of agreeing, and the commission, under the chairmanship of Monckton, arrived in Salisbury in February 1960. Harold Macmillan, the British PM, had already departed from London on his trip to Africa, visiting Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and our Federation, and ending in South Africa where he made his famous Winds of Change speech. Clearly, this was a signal to Monckton, who was an old, trusted friend of his, an able lawyer who had a reputation of being a skilled negotiator and tactician. A sudden, dramatic change in Britain's colonial policy emerged, and the most outrageous thing of all was that it was not the Labour Party, but the Conservatives, our trusted friends, who were the architects of the plan. The Monckton Report of September 1960 pointed to factors which were aggravating relations between the territories and which could have been handled. But then it almost nonchalantly made the suggestion that the British government should be prepared to permit secession. This, of course, was absolutely Machiavellian, and in total conflict with the repeated agreements and promises of the British government. The principle of no secession had been repeated and clearly underlined only the previous year, in the agreement which Walensky brought back from London as a result of his talks with the British PM Macmillan. There could be no doubt in anybody's mind that the writing was on the wall. A new move had already been made in Nyasaland, giving the blacks a majority in their legislative council. The obvious tactic now was to strengthen the relationship between the two Rhodesias. This, after all, was what we had originally wanted. But Nyasaland was thrown into the deal by the British because it was not viable and too small to stand on its own. The formation of the Rhodesian Front, in contrast to the sounding of the federal death knell. The position in southern Rhodesia was strengthened at a conference held in Salisbury in February 1961. With Duncan Sandys in the chair, and surprisingly, the black leaders Nkomo and Nedibaningji Sithole participating. A new constitution was agreed, with a complicated voting system involving an AA roll and an AB roll with a cross-voting influence. I disliked the racial connotation and thought it would have been preferable to retain our own system of a non-racial common voters roll. But there were some important concessions along the road to our ultimate independence, and in the final analysis this was our main objective. The remaining UK government's reserve powers were eliminated, with a few minor exceptions. In return, Rhodesia accepted a Declaration of Rights, justiciable by the Privy Council, and a local constitutional council which could report on discriminatory bills. To this there was no objection. The convention that Britain would legislate for us only if we so requested was formally endorsed by the Commonwealth Secretary. There was, however, an all-important omission, a guarantee of our independence in the event of the breakup of the Federation. The excuse given, that such inclusion would have provoked an acceptance of the fact, was especially hollow in view of the Monckton Report. We would live to regret this weakness. Of interest is the fact that the black leaders signed the agreement on 7 February 1961, only to renege on it a few days later. Moreover, they sent out messages to black voters to boycott the voters' rolls. Our government was committed to putting the new constitution to a referendum of the electorate, and I was quite clear in my mind that I was unable to support it. The first step was to submit it to a special party congress held in Salisbury, and I was the only dissenting voice out of 400 delegates. A number of my federal colleagues, including some ministers, while conceding that they had reservations, believed that they had to stand by Whitehead and the territorial government. Even the senior statesman Lord Malvern had advised against bringing in a new constitution. But Whitehead was immovable. A few weeks after the Congress, I went to speak to Walensky. I had known him for many years. I was the government chief whip and had always had good relations with him. I spoke at some length about my misgivings over the new constitution and told him of my disappointment that some of my federal colleagues, while indicating their reservations, felt obliged to go along with it. Surely, I said, we should make a decision on principle and not for the convenience of Whitehead and his associates. Accepting Walensky's special concern about northern Rhodesia, I argued that any weakening of the southern Rhodesian position could only be to the detriment of northern Rhodesia. I told him that, in the short time since the Congress, a number of delegates had approached me to say that on reflection, they now realized they had wrongly assessed the position and should have voted against the Constitution. People were looking for a lead, I urged, and he was the one to give it. More time would enable us to correct the flaws and omissions in Whitehead's plan, and at the same time we could work on strengthening northern Rhodesia's position. I was one of those who had always believed that bringing the two Rhodesias together was what really mattered, and that Nyasaland would probably be better on its own. One only had to look at the map. Their future was east, not west. Roy nodded his head and took time before replying, saying that the matter had given him great concern and precipitated much soul-searching. As I no doubt knew, he said, he and his cabinet colleagues did have serious reservations, and in this they were joined by Malvern, but sadly they had been unable to influence Edgar. While on the surface Whitehead might have appeared soft and pliable, once he had made up his mind, he became immune to other ideas, almost as if he had been God's sent. Roy's problem, or weakness, so he said, was the fact that all his political life had been spent in northern Rhodesia. He represented a northern Rhodesian constituency, and he feared that if he came out in opposition to Whitehead and the territorial government, he would be accused of intruding into our affairs, and this would be resented by southern Rhodesians. I found it difficult to accept this, pointing out that the majority of his team were southern Rhodesians, and the old warhorse, Malvern, would support such a move, as would other distinguished southern Rhodesians, including, so I had been told, retired Chief Justice Treadgold. I felt strongly that the time had come to have the courage of our convictions and make a stand on principle. My remarks seemed to have stirred him, and smarting a little, he said, "Let me remind you that I was born in this country, the same as you, and the good of our country is always uppermost in my mind. I have worked with these blacks in the political field longer than most people, so I know what I am talking about when I say that I am not prepared to hand over to them. Personally, I could not live in a country where they were in control." He sat back in his chair for a few moments, I think regretting the statement made in an emotional moment. "Make no mistake," he continued, "we believe in the same principles, but I have to deal with the practicalities of how to cope with the problem." Clearly, there was no point in continuing the discussion, so I thanked him for seeing me, and expressed the hope that he would give further consideration to my suggestion. As I strolled down to Parliament from the Prime Minister's office, my spirits were low. It would not be easy if all the big guns were on the other side. I recalled words that I had heard on more than one occasion. The problem with Walensky was that his big talk was never backed up by action. Let's hope that it will be different this time, I thought, because usually you get the best out of a man when he has his back to the wall. But certainly that morning's meeting left me frustrated and depressed, since he exhibited all the signs of a beaten man. The campaign for the referendum on the new Southern Rhodesian Constitution was warming up, and the composition of those in opposition was indeed interesting. On the left were Exu, Chief Justice Treadgold, and Garfield Todd. On the right were Winston Field and the Dominion Party, with Nkomo and Sithole and the black nationalists adding their weight. So I found myself in the company of strange bedfellows. The vote was taken on 26 July and resulted in a convincing ISIS vote for Whitehead. Not surprising, as he received the full support of Walensky and the federal machine. One of the gimmicks used by them was, vote no for Nkomo. Clearly, this was a vote catcher for them. Nkomo himself and his National Democratic Party, the successor to the Band ANC, had held their own obviously unofficial referendum 3 days before, on Sunday 23 July. In an atmosphere of farce, with those who voted doing so several times, Nkomo secured a no vote. It heightened tension and produced riots in which the police were forced to fire for the first time since 1897, killing 2 rioters. Whitehead had his yeas, but when the legislation passed through the British Parliament, to give effect to the agreement, it deviated substantially from what had been agreed. The British legal drafters had inserted Section 3, which retained for the United Kingdom the right to intervene by order in council, everything else to the contrary in the Constitution notwithstanding. By the time this was discovered by our legal ministry, the thing was a fait accompli. I need to emphasize here that the White Paper, Command 1399, on which the Southern Rhodesian electorate voted, stated explicitly that the proposed new constitution will eliminate all the reserve powers at present vested in the government of the United Kingdom, with all the Dwayne Zobel Roundarium's exception of those so affecting the eyes position of the sovereign and the governor and moral the right of the Chinese British government to safeguard the position regarding international obligations and undertakings given by the government of Southern Rhodesia in all respect of all loans under the domain while the colonial stock acts. It was accepted that these reservations would be removed only with our final independence or dominion status. Our electorate was repeatedly assured during the election campaign by Whitehead, Walensky, and even the Governor Sir Humphrey Gibbs, among many others, that the White Paper contained the provisions of the new Constitution. They told us that this Constitution represents independence for Southern Rhodesia in the event of the Federation being dissolved. Walensky's on record as saying, the provisions of the Constitution are that future amendments to our Constitution will rest with us here in Southern Rhodesia. I wasn't going to leave that power in London for all the tea in China, because you might have a Labour government one day which would be quite agreeable to making changes which were unacceptable to us. Meanwhile, to the north of us, things were not going all that smoothly. In the spirit of Macmillan's Wines of Change speech, the Belgian government decided that the time had come for them to pull out of the Congo. Tragically, instead of an organized plan for withdrawal and transfer of power, they allowed a state of panic to develop, leading to chaos and a stampede, with the white people being caught up in the usual pillage, murder and rape associated with such events. The responsible authority took the first plane back home and simply abandoned all commitments. The refugees poured down through the 2 Rhodesias, where emergency committees were set up to provide accommodation, food, and medical facilities. It was the latter half of 1960. This event had a profound effect on our people, making them realize all the more positively the danger of capitulating to the metropolitan powers, who were ready to cut and run at the drop of a hat. For some time prior to this, Walensky had been working on a scheme for the secession of the copper-rich Katanga province of the Congo and adding it to the adjoining northern Rhodesian copper belt as part of the federation. It was a pleasant piece of fantasy, but never likely to be realized. Even Walensky had now to concede its termination. On the home front, Whitehead was confident, even defiant, after his resounding victory in the referendum for the new constitution, and he was gearing himself for the coming general election. He passed legislation removing redundant racial discrimination and embarked on his well-publicized Build a Nation campaign, encouraging black people to participate in the new scheme, which for the first time in our history included special seats for our blacks and incorporated a system whereby black votes had a limited influence on white seats, or more correctly, common roll seats. But as usual, Whitehead was failing to adjust to the realities surrounding him. The black nationalist leaders were urging a boycott of the election, and in characteristic fashion were mounting campaigns to out-intimidate each other. There was a marked increase in violence generally, with a special emphasis on arson, a particularly evil weapon against people living in wooden shacks with grass roofs. White resistance had already strengthened because of the Congo debacle, and this kind of local barbarism exacerbated their feeling. The fact that Nyasaland already had a parliament with a black majority, and that the same process was underway for northern Rhodesia, meant that more alarm bells were ringing. Adding fuel to the fire was the fact that our black agitators believed that these changes in the two northern territories were forerunners of what was coming their way, resulting in an increase in their militancy and subversion. Accordingly, white voter antagonism was growing, and the campaign for black voter resistance was succeeding. Thus, Whitehead's strategy of gaining support from black voters by means of the new cross-voting procedure was in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Walensky was engaged in a bitter conflict with the British government to secure the federation of the two Rhodesias. And while it was absolutely clear that he had right on his side, it was equally clear that this was of little consequence when dealing with British politicians. I certainly wished him well in his efforts, but from my position on the outside, things did not look well. There was talk within the ranks of the party, including among cabinet ministers, that everybody was absolutely fed up, nauseated by the British government's deviousness, and that a plan was being considered to take matters into our own hands. And this plan had Walensky's blessing. This kind of talk was music to my ears, but I wondered if there was the necessary courage. Several times while sitting in Parliament and at our caucus meetings, I had looked with a discerning eye at those occupying the cabinet seats. They were nice chaps, good friends, but in all honesty, there was not one who inspired me as having those qualities needed in an emergency, when a stand has to be made on principle. There was a time when I thought Walensky might, but I was beginning to have doubts even about him. In the midst of all of this, Whitehead was proving to be more and more of a disaster. I thought of that afternoon during the tea break in the Southern Rhodesian Parliament, when Huggins, then Prime Minister, had told us of the British government's wish that our Southern Rhodesian system should be spread to the two northern territories. That was one of the reasons that had influenced me to support federation. But as things were going now, Whitehead was effectively eroding that base. Accordingly, I had come to the conclusion that I should return to Southern Rhodesian politics. If Walensky succeeded in keeping Northern Rhodesia in the fold, that would have my full support. But if we lost Southern Rhodesia, all was lost. A number of my federal colleagues tried to dissuade me. I had them joining me at the breakfast table, conceding that they had been sent on a mission, in a manner similar to what happened when I had opposed the new constitution. Whitehead's brainchild. There was never any ill feeling, but I simply told them that they knew me well enough to understand that I always gave careful consideration to such matters, weighing the pros and cons before making up my mind. But once that was done, there was no equivocation. Our political world was riddled with compromise, appeasement, indecision, all part and parcel of the deviousness which permeated our society. I felt strongly about this permissiveness, but at the same time tried to avoid overreaction. However, it is a sad fact of life that whenever there is a tough issue, the easiest way out is to do nothing. Meanwhile, the extremists keep on doing their thing all the time. With them, there is never any let-up. I put my thoughts to Winston Field, the Dominion Party leader of the opposition in the federal parliament, and we agreed to work together and devote ourselves to the southern Rhodesian territorial field. The DP would be solidly behind Field, so my task was to convert federal party supporters. The next morning, I motored out to see DC. Boss Ilford, who lived about 20 miles out from the city. Boss Ilford not only had considerable farming interests but was a miner and an industrialist. He was a well-known, highly respected national figure, a longtime supporter of Huggins and the establishment, and into the bargain one could say a financial tycoon. If I could win him across, this would be a great coup. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall, a strong character, and a straight talker, qualities which sometimes provoked, but at least let people know where they stood with him. As a 5-year-old child, he had been taken on a family holiday to the sea, where he was fascinated by the colored fishermen who went out each day in their boats and brought back their catches in the afternoon. The person in control of this operation was respectfully referred to as Boss by the other operators. From then on, Lilford made it clear to the rest of his family that this was how he wished to be addressed. Boss. It stuck for the rest of his life. I had a long discussion with him and his wife over a cup of tea, and in the end he simply said, "Well, back you." We formed one of those friendships based on trust and belief in certain fundamental principles, able to resist any pressure. He became a tireless worker for our cause, was able to bring in money for the party machine with a facility which few people have had, of being able to extract blood from stone, and I always knew that once he committed himself to a task, it was as good as done. The news got out that we were forming a new party, and a steady stream of my federal friends offered support. But an even bigger number of younger Rhodesians, ex-servicemen of my vintage, started coming forward. It can be fairly said that Rhodesians in general had been apathetic towards politics. They just got on with their private lives, their various businesses, families, our wonderful outdoor life, sport. There had never, ever been a political problem or question of any consequence. Now, however, there was a sudden realization that times were changing, and interest in the new party was definitely mounting. We therefore planned a meeting to which prominent people from all over the country were invited. The response exceeded our expectations, and we formed a committee to organize a congress to launch the new party. I proposed Winston Field as the chairman. He was well known, highly respected, had sound and balanced political views, and he had my support as leader of the new party. I was satisfied that there was general agreement for this. A bunch of ex-servicemen farmers from the influential area north of Salisbury believed that he was the leader of a party which had failed in previous elections, and they were looking for a new leader. They told him so to his face. After the meeting, they approached me and asked me to take on the job. I refused firmly and accused them of impetuous action which could prejudice all our efforts. Fortunately, they accepted my stand and came with me to Field's home, where the matter was rectified. Our Congress was a great success, and we got ourselves geared up in preparation for the election. Walensky dissolved the federal parliament and held a general election in April 1962, in a desperate but meaningless effort to prove local support. We simply turned our backs on it, being fully occupied on the territorial front, so the election turned out to be a non-event. The movement towards secession of the two northern territories was clearly gaining ground, so Whitehead came to the conclusion that time was not on his side. Moreover, figures proved that the boycott of the voters, roll by black voters, was successful. It was also common knowledge that the new party, the Rhodesian Front, was growing in strength every day. Accordingly, an early general election was called for December 1962. A political awareness had suddenly gripped Rhodesians, as there was a general feeling that the hour had come, and that if they did not arouse themselves, they were going to lose their country altogether. The response was tremendous. Voluntary helpers exceeded our requirements, and finance came in steadily. Surprisingly, some of the big corporations, which had been consistent supporters of the establishment, made contributions, for they too were beginning to discern red lights flashing on the horizon. Our campaign headquarters was running smoothly, with charts for every constituency, and the indications were so positively in our favor that by election day we were quietly confident. The result substantiated our prediction. On 14 December 1962, the Rhodesian Front won 35 of the 50 A-roll seats, mainly white voters. Whitehead collected the DBE roll seats, with the exception of one that went to a white independent, Dr. Aaron Pally. He was one of the most able politicians this country has produced, and although our political philosophies did not coincide, we always respected one another and maintained friendly relations. The Rhodesian Front had a working majority of 5 seats. The First Rhodesian Front, Government, Field and Vial, Independence. After the results came through, I told Winston Field that he would probably have a long list of potential cabinet ministers looking for jobs, so I wished to let him know that I would be perfectly happy to be left in peace on my farm. He smiled and said, "No such luck. I've got you down as Deputy PM and Minister of Finance. We work well together." Sadly, it was only to be for a short time, as will be seen later. Once in office, we wasted no time in getting to grips with the independence issue. Nyasaland's right of secession from the Federation was announced, and this was associated with a typical piece of British duplicity. The decision was made in September 1962, but the British government colluded with Whitehead to hold back the announcement until after the Southern Rhodesia election, accepting that news of Britain's formal break of the federal constitution, in violation of all the agreements and promises given, would prejudice Whitehead's election chances. Clearly, Northern Rhodesia was next in line for its right to secede, with Konda and Nkumbula making strident demand. Could anyone in his right mind believe that, having made the concession to Nyasaland, Britain could resist Northern Rhodesia's demand? And having been devious and dishonest once, why should anyone worry if they simply repeated the process? Whether you kill 1, 2, or 5 people, you can be hanged only once. Our task was to ensure that we could save Southern Rhodesia from the shambles. If Walensky could rescue Northern Rhodesia, that would be great, and he would have our full support all the way, but the time was rapidly approaching for a firm decision. He would have to draw a line and make it clear to the British that there was a point beyond which they could not push him. I wondered if he would do this. Sure enough, on 29 March 1963, the British government announced Northern Rhodesia's right to secede. Walensky was in London at the time, and as an indication of his resentment, he refused an invitation to lunch with Macmillan at 10 Downing Street. I approved of that. He also used some strong language about British deceit and treachery, good stuff, but meaningless if it was not going to be backed up with some action. Field was in London at the same time, making our expectations clear, and he had discussions with Macmillan and Rab Butler, who assured him that they accepted that Southern Rhodesia was a separate case all on its own, and that they would honor their obligations to us. Their handling of the Northern Rhodesian case, however, indicated that we could not take things for granted. Our plan was simple and honest. Southern Rhodesia had been promised independence time after time. Sir Godfrey Huggins, when Prime Minister of Southern Rhodesia, told us that if we wanted Dominion status we could have it. It was there for the asking. It had been written into agreements and endorsed by both the Conservative and Labour parties. The theme was clear and consistent, and had never been challenged. As recently as 1961, in the referendum on our new constitution, Whitehead and his supporters had stressed on every platform. It means independence if the Federation breaks up. So, we simply said to the UK government, if you want our CSO operation, please reiterate your commitment on our independence. Walensky endorsed this stand. I was in touch with Greenfield and Caldecott, old friends of mine from the federal government, and they added their weight. However, I waited in vain for some positive action from the federal government. It seemed as if they were drifting along with the inevitable. When negotiating, trying to strike a bargain, one must avoid putting the other party in a position where agreement is too difficult, out of their reach. It is best to try to put them in a situation where they can give answers for their action. Obstructionism is not part of the game. What could be more reasonable, almost temptingly so, than to say to the British government that we would go along with independence for the other two members of the Federation, providing we were included. All three territories would receive independence at the same time. After all, we had possessed responsible government, quasi-dominion status, or independence, for 40 years. And in the words of the British government, our record was impeccable. We had been a model of efficiency, correct constitutional behavior, and economic viability, something unusual with emerging countries. By comparison, the two northern territories had not experienced one day of responsible government. In all honesty, fairness, and justice, how could we be faulted on such a stand? Letter, sent to the old British government, dated 20 April 1963. We stated that unless our Zangni government received unqualified recognition of Southern Rhodesia's right to full independence on the same day that either in the Northern Rhodesia or the Nyasaland receive theirs, we would not attend the dissolution conference. We were a happy, united, and dedicated team, and no one flinched from the task ahead. The federal government were in complete agreement, and in March 1963, after the British government's announcement of the right to secede and the need for a conference to deal with dissolution, Walensky spoke in powerful language, accusing the British government of betrayal. During an interview at Salisbury Airport on his return from London, he said, "If Labour came to power in Britain, at least they might stab us in the breast and not in the back." But, more importantly, he went on to say that if the Federation were to be dissolved, at least Southern Rhodesia must get its independence and be saved from the wreckage. In his reply, Butler, the British minister concerned, equivocated and talked about the need for discussion on the Franchise and the Land Apportionment Act before our independence. Our answer was quick and direct. We pointed out that the new Southern Rhodesian Constitution had been accepted by the British government as containing everything necessary for protecting the rights of all our people. What more was there to talk about? We reiterated that our attendance at any conference was conditional on receiving, in writing from the British government, a guarantee of our independence. The British government then invited Field for talks in London in late May, and we thought it would be a good idea for him to meet them face to face and give it to them straight from the shoulder. If the Afro-Asian bloc was the obstacle to Britain fulfilling its obligation to US, then we agreed reluctantly to accept independence outside the Commonwealth, but to retain our links with the Crown. In keeping with our reputation as the most loyal of the loyal, this may not have been a very practical suggestion, but it indicated our willingness to go on trying to solve the problem, provided there was no deviation from the principle of our independence. Sadly, Field was unable to make any impression on the British. The main theme from Butler was that the African bloc was becoming more aggressive and threatening, and that this issue could break the Commonwealth. To this, Field replied that as far as the rest of Africa was concerned, they were all one-party states or dictatorships, and this should disqualify them from the right to be heard. But we were learning fast about the double standards of the world in which we were living. Field, however, did have a new thought to put to Cabinet on 7 June, that we should agree to attend the conference, providing Butler came to Salisbury en route to the Victoria Falls in order to finalize our independence issue. We would be sticking to our principles, he said, and it would put us in the position where we were cooperating, as opposed to being obstructionists. Influential friends in London, outside of government, in what he believed to be a genuine spirit of help, had warned him of the dangers of not attending the conference. The British could carry on without us, leaving us out in the cold over the division of federal assets, finance the Army and Air Force, and we would be the only losers. Speaking to me privately in his office the day before, after I had advised him again not to go to the conference, he said, "We must keep our feet on the ground and realize that if the British government really made up their mind, they could crush us as easily as a big boot can crush a beetle." Now, gone ending. I went home in somber mood that evening, accepting that while any ill-considered and impetuous decision might be prejudicial to our cause, we must nevertheless try to avoid surrender. As Churchill said, never, never surrender. My gut feeling was that the British, using their notorious methods of diplomacy, had resorted to the tactic of using mutual and trusted friends to help in the softening up process. Naturally, their trust was more to their own people, the British, than to the Rhodesians. The new suggestion did seem reasonable, and there was no deviation from our stand on independence, so Cabinet concurred, albeit somewhat uneasily. The next morning, Field called me in, saying that according to his grapevine the federal government went along with this new tactic, but in order to clarify the position he had arranged to go along and meet them, and he would like me to join him. We walked down, a matter of about 500 yards, and were shown in by the secretary. Walensky greeted us and said, "Sit down." With him were Barrow, Caldecott, and Greenfield. Field outlined his case, briefly but clearly, and ended by stressing the point that we were not deviating from the principle of insisting on a written confirmation of our independence. We then asked if any of them would like to say anything. There were no offers. I watched them carefully, trying to detect any feelings, but they were poker-faced. I expected to hear Walensky confirm that they, too, would support us in not attending the conference until confirmation was forthcoming, and better still, that the federal government would remain in position until such time. They were still the power in the land, controlling the federal finances, both the Army and Air Force, in all three territories. Immigration was also under their control, which meant that they could prevent anyone from entering the Federation, including representatives of the British government. This would not involve war and the tragedy of killing people. The Federation would simply carry on in keeping with their constitution, until the British government had dealt successfully with the legalities of the dissolution, the breakup. There were the very clear undertakings from Britain to both federal and southern Rhodesian governments, reiterated as recently as a year before, that the British government would not legislate in our affairs without our assent. Such a stand would have been impregnable. As we walked back to our offices, Field made the point that they could not say we had not kept them informed, and I expressed my surprise that there had been no comment from them. It is important to record that as soon as the Rhodesian Front government came to power, they released all those who had been detained by the previous government. Nkomo, who had been living outside the country, returned, and our government advised the blacks to participate in politics under the new constitution which had made concessions in their favor. But Nkomo refused and ordered a continuing boycott of the voters' rolls. There was infighting between the two main leaders, Nkomo and Sithole, and their party broke into two factions later in 1963. This, as usual in Africa, led to a campaign of violence between the two opposing groups, with the poor, innocent black people caught in the middle. Meanwhile, the British government were making plans for the conference at Victoria Falls, a place which had frequently been used for such occasions, conveniently placed on the border between southern Rhodesia and northern Rhodesia. Although the township and hotel with its conference facilities is situated on the south bank of the Zambezi River, it is regarded as a kind of no-man's land for such occasion. We were holding ourselves in readiness for the pre-conference meeting with Butler in Salisbury, and were awaiting notice of the time of his arrival. About a week before the conference was due on 28 June, Field called us to a cabinet meeting to say that he had been visited by the British High Commissioner with a personal message from Butler to say that his health was not all that good, and his doctor had told him he was tired. Would we assist by agreeing to have the pre-conference meeting with him at Victoria Falls? This would relieve him of the extra effort of traveling to Salisbury and then flying back to Victoria Falls. Field thought that if we refused, we would be accused of being unreasonable, and as it would not involve us in any extra travel and effort, we should show willingness. There was not immediate agreement, and there were some searching questions. Clifford Dupont in particular was uneasy, always suspicious of these British politicians. I wondered if it was not part of a cunning tactic, but one is always sympathetic to a person who is unwell. Dupont interjected, "My guess is that he has never felt better in his life. After seeing Butler in action at the conference, I had to agree that Dupont was right." Field, however, pressed the point, but it was with little enthusiasm that we conceded to the request. Victoria Falls is an exciting place to visit, and after dumping my luggage in the hotel room, I walked down to Devil's Cataract to have a quick look at the awe-inspiring sight of the massive column of water roaring down into the gorge below. Looking down over the edge, we were able to breathe in some of the spray which was drifting across. Butler and his team had arrived as arranged, the officials had met, and Field and Butler had talked, and plans were made for our meeting. I remember walking down that long passage leading to the north-east wing, thinking to myself that all I wanted was a simple, straightforward confirmation of our request, without any escape hatches which would subsequently enable the British to maneuver their way out. If this was not forthcoming, I was ready to return to Salisbury. As soon as we were seated, Butler got straight to the point and said, "I am in the pleasant position to be able to tell you that HMG has given the deepest consideration to your request that Southern Rhodesia will get independence no later than the other two territories. In view of your country's wonderful record of responsible government over the past 40 years, during which time you have conducted yourself without blemish, managed your financial affairs in an exemplary fashion, and above all, the great loyalty you have always given to Britain in time of war, not only in the two world wars, but subsequently in Africa, and with your Air Force in Aden, I have been asked to convey to you our government's long-standing gratitude for your exemplary record, and to confirm that in these circumstances we are able and willing to meet your request. Personally, I wish to thank you for meeting me here rather than in Salisbury, and to express my gratitude to you for agreeing to attend the conference, because I anticipate great difficulties with the nationalist leaders of Indian to Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, and I will require your constructive assistance if we are to succeed in producing an equitable and sane solution to The I wait until won't. Dissolution. Exercise. My latest information is that Hastings Banda has no intention of attending, saying that he already has a commitment to his independence, so why waste his time? Aye. Winston Field nodded his head approvingly and said that it looked as though our conditions had been met. What do you think? He inquired, looking at me. I was listening with meticulous care and was unable to flaw Butler's presentation, which after all was based on fact, on history which everybody knew. It was all completely proven. Had it been a trumped-up case designed to pull the wool over people's eyes, maybe one would have had an uneasy feeling. One thing I did notice was that no one was taking a minute of the meeting. Our cabinet secretary Gerald Clark was sitting quietly listening. I took my time, and there was a kind of embarrassing silence with everyone looking to me, but I was unconcerned, and when ready, simply said, "It sounds all right. Are we now going to sign an agreement?" Butler very carefully and meticulously replied, "In all these matters dealing with inter-family affairs between the mother country and her colonies, there must be trust, because without that it simply would not work. Our record with you substantiates that. Would you not agree? The thought of signing documents which could be subjected to legal wrangling is completely out of character with the spirit of trust which we believe in, and which has characterized our Commonwealth. We will now work together in producing your new Constitution, and that will be the document which we will both honor." Field agreed and said, "If you give your word to all of us here as you have done, I accept that we must take it on trust." That sealed it. We rose from our seats, and as a parting shot, I looked straight at Butler and said, "Let's remember the trust you emphasized. If you break that, you will live to regret it." The above is a copy of the minute I wrote when I returned to my room, while the event was still fresh in my mind. It coincides with the record of the others present at the meeting, with whom I had subsequent discussions. We went into the lounge and sat and talked for a few minutes. I made it clear that I was not completely happy, but Field did not think there would be any problem, and ended by saying, "If we give them their marching orders now, or in 6 months' time, there's no difference, so let's give them a chance." It seemed reasonable. The conference passed without any serious problem, but the thing which struck me most was the passive attitude of the federal team. They rarely participated. We had told them about our meeting with Butler and the undertaking he had given. I am being wise through hindsight when I say they should have suggested a joint meeting between our two delegations and the British, so that they too would have been witness to Butler's message, and we could have had secretaries recording the meeting. They were the ones who had been dealing with the British government for the past 10 years, and had within the past 12 months experienced British duplicity and treachery, to quote Walensky's own words. Moreover, let me repeat what Walensky said during the campaign for Whitehead's 1961 Constitution at their party Congress on 22 February 1962. He said, "These proposals mean that future amendments to our Constitution will rest with us here in southern Rhodesia. I wasn't going to leave that power in London for all the tea in China, because you might have a Labour government one day which would be quite agreeable to making changes we could never accept. So I believe we have given you a real guarantee for the future." I may say. Very clearly he nailed his flag to the mast. If he had followed it up at this fall's conference, things would have ended differently. It had been accepted before the conference that the armed forces would come to southern Rhodesia unblocked. This was vital to us because both Army and Air Force were highly efficient, and constituted the most proficient fighting force in sub-Saharan Africa, other than South Africa's. The British had made it clear that they did not wish any of this to fall into the hands of the two northern territories. The other important function was the distribution of assets and liabilities, the overall economy. In my capacity as Minister of Finance, I was chairman of the committee dealing with the financial aspects of dissolution. This was no small task, in addition to my duties in the Southern Rhodesian Treasury and the independence issue. The exercise threw up interesting facts, and the British representatives working with us were open in their praise for the Southern Rhodesian administration and the overall efficiency which they encountered. One of the most telling aspects was the discrepancy in the development and services provided in Southern Rhodesia by comparison with the two northern territories. For example, in the fields of education, health, housing, cultural and sporting amenities for the indigenous peoples, Southern Rhodesia had provided, in proportion to population, double the facilities that the British government had provided in Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland. This is pertinent, especially in view of the criticism directed at us by the starry-eyed do-gooders and opportunist black politicians that we had not done enough in these fields. We never denied the need to do more, and the record shows our constantly increasing efforts. But a government has to be realistic and deal with the practicalities as they exist. It is difficult for people who have never lived in this part of the world to appreciate that sub-Saharan Africa is different. It was the last part of our world to come into contact with Western European civilization. And when the pioneers arrived in this country, the local people had no written language, no form of currency, no schools or hospitals, and lived in makeshift houses with grass roofs. The wheel had not even evolved, nor had the plow. The change which has taken place is absolutely phenomenal, and is a tribute to what the white inhabitants did over a period of 90 years. I recall clearly an occasion during my university vacation soon after the declaration of war in 1939, when my mother asked me to talk to Bob, one of the fine black men who worked for us, and who my father had often said was superior to some of the whites who had worked for him. The problem was that Bob would not agree to send his son, the eldest of his children, to school. He was a good-looking and intelligent boy, and as I had always got on well with Bob, I suggested that perhaps I could influence him. Bob was a great tea drinker, so we sat down one afternoon over a cup of tea while I explained to him the benefits of education and how this would be an asset to him and his family in the future. He listened carefully and then said he would think about it. The following week, after a weekend of cogitation and discussion with his family, he asked if we could talk again. Methodically and unemotionally, he explained to me that while he accepted that there were some benefits from education, he had to get his priorities right. At this stage, his son's first responsibility was taking care of the home, the mother and family, the cattle, and with the rains, the planting and cultivation of the crops. On reflection, I accepted that his decision was in keeping with what 90% of his contemporaries would have done. Their history, way of life, and traditions were far removed from those of our Western civilization, and people of character and consequence do not lightly jettison their culture. Of course, there was no guarantee that we were right, and they were wrong. Time would tell, and there was no need to rush these things. We were, after all, living in different worlds, and they were not all that enthusiastic over the white man's calendar and watch, and the importance he attached to time. Their lives were governed by the sun, as they always had been. Even before the crack of dawn, the bulbul give a warning that dawn is about to come, and the guinea fowls start their catankering, and one is awakened by nature's reveille. To those of us who live on farms, that is one of the good things of life that has not changed. People who live with nature get up and get out. If it is summer, you get moving and do as much as you can before the scorching sun starts beating down on your back. After the sun has moved overhead on its way north, you know that winter will not be far away, so it is time to prepare the grain bins for the incoming crop and pile up the stack of wood for the winter fires. Conversely, when the sun starts moving southwards and the weather begins to warm up, it is time to cut some thatching grass to repair the roofs and cart the manure to the lands before the rains come. Calendars and clocks do not help with these things. This was a field in which the black man knew as much as the white man, and he had an additional asset, the witch doctor, who could throw the bones and invoke the help of the spirits in order to forecast the weather pattern. Those were the days before weather stations were dotted around the world, with radio communication. The concept of satellite pictures on TV screens every day would have been rejected as a ridiculous absurdity. Then the war came, and that was followed by my final year at university, and so 5 years had passed before I really got back to base. Bob was not as fit and strong as he had always been, and the first essential, according to our doctor, was the removal of his teeth, which were all rotten and undermining his system. The plan was for me to motor him to Guelo, where there was a very good dentist, an anesthetic at the hospital, and within half an hour it would all be over. Bob was horrified and was surprised that I was prepared to make the suggestion. He had never in his life been in a hospital, and he certainly was not going to start now. As I knew, he was perfectly happy to have iodine or ointment on cuts and bruises, but the idea of putting him to sleep for an operation— what if he did not wake up from the sleep? He was truly incensed at the suggestion. I was disappointed because of his health problem, but not all that surprised because of my knowledge of our local people and understanding of their beliefs and customs. The doctor informed us that this was one of our greatest problems, as Bob was not an isolated case. The indigenous population needed time to adapt to the rapidly changing world which was surrounding them. This problem was of great concern to our government, because throughout the country there were schools and hospitals being used to half capacity, for the reasons which I have been at pains to explain. It is important to record that this was one of the major causes for the lack of facilities in subsequent years when we were unable to meet the requirement. One of the dramatic developments during the post-war years was a growing awareness among our black people of the desirability of education, if they were going to catch up with the white man and his European civilization, and secondly, the need to accept health facilities in order to combat disease and prevent premature death. In spite of the allocation of increased funds and the dedicated effort of government officials, the unprecedented demand for increased facilities was insurmountable. The problem was aggravated by the fact that our black people had the highest rate of population increase in the world. Later, in 1967, our government, faced with mounting pressure for increased education facilities for black children, in keeping with our constructive approach to such problems, set up a committee to investigate how best to solve the difficulty. The report, which was not finished until the following year, was comprehensive and revealed some startling evidence when presented to us by John Rathall, the Minister of Finance. Before the advent of the pioneer column in 1890, the local population had remained at around 300,000, kept in check by constant war, disease, pestilence, malnutrition, and starvation caused by droughts. With the coming of the white man, however, all this changed. He prevented the wars, provided medicines for the people and veterinary services for the stock, and even in times of drought food was available. It was estimated that the indigenous population was now between 4 and 5 million. The finance necessary to provide education for everyone would consume the whole of our present national budget. The vast mass of the people were in the lower income bracket, and their contribution to the fiscus was minuscule. The thought of increasing tax was rejected because of the adverse effect this would have on confidence, investment, and thus overall development, which in turn would lead to fewer job opportunities. The current sanctions campaign against our country was an aggravating factor. Then there was the problem of providing teachers, assuming that buildings could be provided. From the time a child is born, it takes a minimum of 20 years to produce a teacher. Accordingly, it was necessary to take into account a situation where if extra resources were diverted to building more schools, we would be confronted by a situation of insufficient teachers. Our construction sector was already working to capacity with a shortage of professional staff and skilled artisans. The facts clearly indicated the government's growing commitments not only to education, but to the other humanitarian fields, such as health and housing. The committee stressed the need for planned, balanced development and emphasized the importance of coordinating effort in order to ensure the optimum use of available resources. Sadly, the report pointed to destructive elements from the black nationalist parties, which had destroyed school buildings and burnt books and equipment. actions which detracted from the enthusiasm of those who were working to channel extra funds into education from an already overstrained budget. Any thought of lowering our standards for possible short-term benefits would clearly lead to long-term disadvantages, and the report concluded that there was no case for a change in the government's well-thought-out policy. The criticism against government stemmed from political expediency and emotional opportunism, and paid scant regard to the historical legacy of a people who were at first contemptuous of the white man's education, rejecting it. Then, after the post-war revolution, changing dramatically to the opposite extreme. This created practical problems beyond man's control, and had nothing to do with lack of understanding or desire to meet people's needs. To return to late 1963, the work of the Dissolution Committee was on course, and the magnitude of the problem was all-absorbing. However, my colleagues in Cabinet and caucus were urging me to give more time to the independence issue. I sensed a feeling from among them that Field was not pressing the British hard enough, and that things were drifting along. What had happened to our condition that we would not attend the Fall's conference unless we received a guarantee in writing confirming our independence? Field informed me that, according to his information, Macmillan was about to retire. It had been well known for some time that he had health problems, that his likely successor was Alec Home, and that such a change would clearly be to our benefit. With this I concurred, but thought we should start thinking and planning for such an eventuality. We did not have to wait long. Alec Home took over as Prime Minister in October, and Field suggested that I should visit Britain and check up on the financial assistance which we were promised as a consequence of our cooperation in winding up the Federation. It would also provide an opportunity to see if there was any improvement in our case for independence, now that Home was at the helm. We hoped for a more honest and direct approach. I flew into London on 27 October, and, after a full briefing from our High Commissioner, Evan Campbell, arranged for a meeting the following day with Duncan Sandys, who had taken over responsibility for Southern Rhodesia, now that Butler had moved to the Foreign Office. I found Sandys abrupt, even tending to aggressiveness, completely devoid of those qualities of diplomacy and tact associated with British statesmen, thought I. After talking at length, and without making any headway, I caught Evan Campbell's eye, and we obviously agreed that we had endured enough. Before departing, I felt compelled to point out to Sandys that his offensive attitude was not conducive to harmonious negotiation. For the first time during the meeting, he smiled and said that he thought I had misjudged him. 3 days later, on Thursday, 31 October, I saw Alec Home, and this was a different and pleasant encounter. We seemed to be operating on the same wavelength, and I was satisfied that he was going out of his way to try to help. But he talked about the problems with the members of the UOA and their obsession with pressing the case of their friends, irrespective of the justice or merit of what was involved. There were two important points to bear in mind, Holmes said, when dealing with these people. First, they formed a united bloc and stood together whether they agreed or not on the issue. This gave them a powerful voice, irrespective of the fact that the majority were bankrupt and in chaos. Second, many European countries were developing a complex over colonialism, with the resultant feeling that they owed something to these poor people. Home had noticed that even some of the older members of the Commonwealth were expressing concern that we might provoke a situation which would lead to a breakup of the Commonwealth. I wondered whether we would not be better off without some of them, and expressed the hope that we would not be party to bending the rules and breaking agreements in order to appease these people. On this we agreed, but he stressed the opposition they were running into and hoped that we would play our part in trying to find a solution. To which I pointed out that our case was a straightforward request for fulfillment of the undertakings given by the British government. He assured me that he was in the picture, but as I knew there were differences of opinion on this question, he was still settling into his new seat, but would try to get a message to me via Duncan Sandys which I could take back to Salisbury. Meanwhile, I received an invitation from some of my RAF friends to attend a big flying display due to take place on Sunday, 3 November. The weather was fine, and we took off from the middle of the city in the largest helicopter I had ever seen. The view below of the magnificent English countryside made me think of Shakespeare's words, "This earth of majesty, the other Eden, demi-paradise." One could only enjoy the fine-looking aircraft, the expertise of the pilots, the friendly people, and the warm hospitality. What a pleasant relief from politics with all its artificiality and intrigue. Then one of the organizing officials approached me and said that Mr. Campbell, our High Commissioner, was on the phone. Evan informed me that Sandys had contacted him personally to express his displeasure that I was attending some function in the country when he had hoped to meet me that day. I asked Evan to send him a courteous message, in contrast to the one he had sent, saying that I was otherwise engaged and would contact him tomorrow. When we met the following morning, I opened the conversation by telling him of the wonderful day I had spent at the air display and how impressed I had been at the tremendous progress in British aviation, and that I hoped he and his ministerial colleagues would have an opportunity to witness it themselves. He agreed, albeit unenthusiastically. He really had no option. We talked at length, and although his demeanor was more congenial than on the previous occasion, the final result gave no cause for joy. He repeated and elaborated on the message which I had been given by Alec Home, stressed the danger of disrupting the Commonwealth, and told me that there would even be opposition from some left-wing Conservative MPs to the agreement for which we were asking. It would assist if we showed some flexibility and, for example, gave blacks greater representation in our parliament. I told him forcibly that I was surprised at his suggestion, in view of the fact, as I was sure he was aware, that our blacks had the same access to the vote as did our whites. In addition, the 1961 Constitution, the brainchild of Sandys and Whitehead, had introduced a EBA roll indicator especially for our black people, and the lack of greater representation of blacks in our parliament could be traced to the fact that they had accepted the advice of their nationalist leaders and boycotted the elections. I asked, what was the British government doing to put over this kind of message? I was fed the typically evasive tactics which are the hallmark of British politicians. Sandys believed that our discussions had been useful, and that after my return it would be wise for our governments to commit themselves on paper. I was not so sanguine, believing that British decisions would be motivated by their own party interests, certainly not the best interests of Southern Rhodesia. David Young, Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, accompanied me on the trip to make plans for the financial assistance we had been promised in conjunction with our cooperation in the dissolution exercise. Obviously, the British officials were waiting for the signal that we were acquiescing to the machinations of their political masters, and when this did not happen, Young came away empty-handed. My report did not surprise my cabinet colleagues, and clearly had the effect of making them more determined to bring the matter to finality. We therefore dispatched a message to London requesting clarification as a result of my visit, but the reply, once again, was evasive. Then, like a bolt from the blue, in early December, a message came from Sandys suggesting that Field attend a meeting with them in London, at which Sir Robert Menzies, Australia, Lester Pearson, Canada, and Julius Nyerere, Tanzania, were present to help solve the Southern Rhodesia issue. We rejected the idea immediately, pointing out to the British that they had consistently stated that our case was between Britain and Rhodesia, and that outside participation was unwelcome. They were compromising on principle in order to gain time through delaying tactics. Both Cabinet and Caucus were incensed at the latest developments, and the suggestion of bringing in one of the discredited black leaders to sit in judgment on our case was especially offensive. Although the Conservatives were traditionally our friends, it was plain that the dominating issue before them was their impending general election, and the Rhodesian issue was to be relegated to the background until that had taken place. Some caucus members were growing restless and asked for a meeting with me. They believed that Field was losing the initiative and allowing the British to outmaneuver him. Federal MPs and even ministers were saying that Field had bungled the whole thing by climbing down on his demand for an undertaking in writing, agreeing to our independence before attending the Falls Con, and that he was now letting it slip through his hands. A group of 6 approached me and expressed themselves most forcibly in their condemnation of the British government's devious behavior. Unless Field was prepared to confront them, he would have to go. Among the delegation were 2 retired British Army officers who had come to settle in southern Rhodesia after the last war. Alan MacLeod, who had been awarded the DSO on 3 occasions, and, the story went, had been recommended for the VC on 2 of those roles, and Andrew Dunlop, who wore the DSO ribbon. These 2, maybe because they were by birth such true-blood Britishers, were bitter in their condemnation, especially of the Conservatives, whose dishonesty, they averred, was utterly despicable. They made their case unemotionally and with dignity, and gave the impression that either of them would have been happy to take on the whole British government single-handed. These were the caliber of men who had made Great Britain great. The other 4, just Rhodesians like myself, were no less forgiving. All of them were in no mood to be sidetracked. It was therefore no easy task for me to convince them that all of us in cabinet, including Field, shared their strong feelings. We now had a plan for Field to make one more visit, in a final effort to bring the British government to its senses. If that failed, we would have to contemplate more serious action. At the caucus meeting which followed, there was strong criticism of Field, and only when I backed him up and pleaded for patience for one more attempt were those leading the attack prepared to relent. The attitude of caucus appeared united. As we walked down the passage of Parliament at the close of the meeting, Field thanked me for my support, and I sensed a kind of sad desperation about him. My comment was that we could still live in hope, more to comfort him than from any strong conviction. I was upset at the way things were going, because the 2 of us had been the main participants in an unbelievably successful operation. The ousting of the defunct Whitehead government and the replacing of it with something which gave Rhodesians hope. We worked well together. There was understanding and trust between us. But clearly he was losing the confidence of his caucus, and some of his ministers were beginning to ask questions. In all honesty, there had been a few occasions when my faith was put to the test, but I thought he could still redeem himself by confronting the British government. The time had come for a virtual ultimatum from him to the British. You must honor your commitment to us over our independence, or you force us into a position where we will have no alternative other than to take matters into our own hands. The timing would be for us to decide. When I talked it over with him, he was unenthusiastic. He said that we would have intolerable forces mounted against us, and he did not believe he could go along with my line of thinking. Better we should continue to negotiate. In the end, the British would come to their senses, particularly since we knew how disenchanted they were with the performance of the newly independent countries to our north. I disagreed, believing that the UA would grow in strength, not through performance or the justice of their cause, but because of the guilt conscience of the free world. Already history had proved that they would resort to appeasement and back down, no matter how outrageous the demands. Our recent contacts and communication with the British had endorsed my feelings. Although the opportunity would present itself on Field's impending visit to London, I had a gut feeling that he would not rise to the occasion. His trip took place the end of January 1964, and his talks with Home gave him hope that if the Conservatives won the coming election, they would definitely meet our request. But there were 2 serious drawbacks. The current feeling was that the Conservatives would lose the election, and second, Home was not prepared to commit himself in writing. The talks with Sandys were not so congenial, but Field left a paper stating our recommendations for the consideration of the British government. He told me of his conviction that Home was a man of his word, who would not let us down. Within a matter of a few weeks, however, all our hopes were dashed. In the typically autocratic manner that one had grown to expect from Sandys, our proposals were rejected out of hand on the grounds that they would be unacceptable to the rest of the Commonwealth. Certain members would resign if our proposals were accepted. All the main issues were evaded. The long list of promises made by the British government, the impeccable record of Rhodesia, our loyalty to the mother country, our participation at the Falls Conference, and the agreements struck in this connection. The list went on and on. Once again, it was made abundantly clear that we were merely a pawn in the game. The British patently recognized the seriousness of what they were doing, and as part of their message, pointed out the dangers associated with a Unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, and the consequences which we would suffer therefrom. Our team, though, was united in its frustration at such prevarication, and was unable to contain its disgust over British hypocrisy and double standard. Field certainly shared in these feelings. Our views were stated clearly in the address made by the Governor, Sir Humphrey Gibbs, at the opening of Parliament, which took place on 25 February 1964. It is now plain that the British government are not prepared to be brought to any conclusion on the question of independence, except on the most extravagant term. Not because of misgivings about my government's competence and ability to govern in the interest of the country, or the logic or rightness of my minister's case, but because they wish to placate at all costs members of the Commonwealth who have declared openly their hostility to my government and my country. There was talk of unity throughout the country, and the message from caucus was that it looked as if things were coming right. Desladna Burke, an attorney from Gwello, the capital city of the Midlands, produced on 11 March 1964 the constructive idea of passing a bill through our Parliament requesting Britain to give legislative effect to the convention that Britain would not interfere in the internal affairs of southern Rhodesia. After all, how many times had we been assured that the convention was as good as a guarantee? The principle had been reiterated and underlined in the recent 1961 agreement signed by Sandys and Whitehead and incorporated in our new Constitution. It was emphasized strongly by both Walensky and Whitehead in their referendum campaign supporting the new Constitution. In all honesty and justice, on what grounds could there be any objection, other than some cunning scheme to retain for the British government the power to do what they had consistently claimed? Both Labour and Conservative governments, they would not do. There was a positive feeling that this would have enabled Field to hold his caucus together. Surprisingly, when the vote was taken in Parliament, although we had the necessary majority, Whitehead and the other UFP members voted against it. We were completely taken aback at this two-faced behavior. At the last referendum, they had assured the electorate that this was what they were voting for, and now they were refusing to support us in securing Britain's confirmation in writing. Those of us who live in Africa know from experience that this is the kind of thing we live with. White liberals climbing on the bandwagon of black nationalist movements, hoping to gain favors in return. It was bad enough having to cope with this kind of behavior from the British, but coming from our own Rhodesians, this was blatant treason. There was another factor which influenced the UFP. They had never forgiven us for beating them at the last election, committing the unpardonable crime for the first time in history of ousting the establishment. From that time onwards, we noticed a sullen resentment and a lack of communication and assistance in our running battle with the British government, never more obvious than at the Victoria Falls Conference. Sadly, the British government informed us that they would not accept our motion. Sandys, plainly embarrassed, had passed a verbal message to our High Commissioner in London. Obviously, we had called their bluff. It was clear from Campbell's message that the British had salved their consciences by using the pretext that the UFP had not supported us in Parliament. The matter never came to a head, however, because Field decided, after receiving a message from Sandys, to shelve the procedure of forwarding the bill. By so doing, he lost the opportunity of putting to the test the Convention of Non. interference in our internal affairs, because our governor, the Queen's resident representative, would have signed on our behalf, while the British government would have advised the Queen not to consent. For the first time in our history, Britain would have breached the convention, proving conclusively and publicly that any agreement made with their government was not worth the paper it had been written on. But all of this had the effect of putting Field more and more on the spot. Distrust of the British grew by the day. Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland had received their independence with acclaim. And what had they done to earn this? What was their record? In all honesty, it was almost non-existent, consisting of little other than the continual hurling of abuse and insult at Britain. Caucus had endured more than enough. What was Field going to do? Why had he sidelined Lardner Burke's bill? Meetings were the order of the day, and feelings were running high. Field believed that we should allow more time, but his critics believed that time was not on our side, and that he was guilty of procrastination. A few backbenchers who were known for their moderation and logical thinking confided in me their belief that Field would not be prepared to confront the British, that the British knew this, and that this was the reason for their continual evasion. They knew they could get away with it. While resisting it at first, the backbenchers had come to realize that he must step down. Jack Howman and I were the only members of cabinet who had not been with Field as members of the Dominion Party, and it was his ex-colleagues who first came to the conclusion that he must go. For a long while I had urged patience. This is part of my character, and in addition I felt a loyalty to the man, as I was his deputy. But in the end, I too had come to the conclusion that he would never get himself to face the crunch, not because he lacked courage, but because he was unable to accept that his kith and kin Britishers in Britain would betray their kith and kin Britishers in another part of the world. Tragically, he was wrong. The decision was made by caucus, which was their right. Jack Howman said he was unable to go along with it, and he spoke to me afterwards indicating that in no way did this indicate personal opposition to me. He had entered the political arena only a couple of years ago as a result of a personal request from Field. They had established a friendship and a mutual loyalty which he could not abandon. In no way did this affect the great friendship which existed between us. He went into the wilderness for a couple of years, and then came back into the fold, saying that he was impressed with the dignified manner in which I had handled what he knew was, to me, a difficult and unhappy situation, and that there had been no rancor and recrimination. If he could be of any assistance in helping the cause, he said, he was available. I am happy to say that in time I brought him back into the cabinet, and he contributed many years of invaluable service. One other member of caucus, Rollo Hayman, also expressed reservation. While he was concerned about the way things were going, he was in favor of giving Field more time. Caucus disagreed. Fortunately, there was no emotion attached to the decision, as the question had been thrashed out so many times in recent months. I was elected to take over as leader. This came as no surprise, as I had been forewarned. It was recommended that Ian Dillon, as chief whip, should convey the message to Field, but I said that, as his deputy, and now successor, I believed I had an obligation, no matter how painful, so the two of us went together. Nobody would have enjoyed doing it, but once a decision is made in life, then one must face the consequences. One saving grace was that Field had been forewarned, and so was expecting our message. He made one request. Arrangements had been made for him to attend an Air Force Day in the Midlands on Sunday, 12 April, which he would like to keep. Obviously, I agreed. The meeting was cold and unpleasant. I walked back to my office with a heavy heart. Fortunately, there was never any unpleasantness between us afterwards, and whenever Winston attended our caucus meetings, he always conducted himself with great dignity and was accorded due respect by the members present. It is interesting to reflect on the pros and cons of declaring independence at that time, as many of our members had advocated. A cold analysis indicates that there would have been a number of distinct advantages. First, we would have been faced by a conservative government in which the majority of conservative MPs were openly sympathetic to our cause and were ready to support our independence on the existing constitution. On the other hand, as far as the Labour Party was concerned, there was not a single one of its MPs who would do likewise. Second, British government officials were given an extra 18 months to work out further arguments and plans against us. Third, and of great significance, it gave all our deadly enemies this extra time to marshal their forces and plan their strategy. They passed resolutions at OAU meetings. Meetings are held regularly for want of other things to do. There is a plethora of meetings of the British Commonwealth, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Commonwealth Finance Ministers, Commonwealth Foreign Ministers, Commonwealth Prime Ministers. All have annual conferences, and every now and again, some other kind of ministers will find an excuse for a conference. These grow in popularity by the day. We live in a world which suffers from conferencitis, for obvious reasons. Every delegate is not only treated to super-class travel and accommodation, but there is also a handsome financial allowance, paid in foreign exchange. All third-world countries are deficient in this commodity, so they eagerly grab anything that is offering, paying scant attention to the fact that they are using their taxpayers' money. These political leaders, ministers and MPs, are unconcerned that the vast majority of those whom they represent are in the low-wage earning bracket from countries which are among the poorest in the world, with large sectors of their communities receiving inadequate basic facilities. An unacceptably high number of these poor people are suffering from malnutrition and starvation, often leading to death. If the money, recklessly frittered away through these conferences, were to be diverted to constructive and humanitarian use, much suffering could be prevented and many innocent lives saved. It is a well-known and proven fact that 90% of these conferences achieve nothing of consequence. Many of the participants are aware of this, but are nevertheless prepared to condone this abuse of power. It is sad to record that the once highly respected British Commonwealth, which stood for the principles of democracy, justice, human rights, and the free enterprise system, is now a total fraud. Today, the majority of African countries enjoying membership of the Commonwealth are either one-party dictatorships or military dictatorships. Whether their philosophy is communism, fascism, or Nazism is of no consequence, because there is no difference between them. The people who use these techniques do so for two main reasons: power and money. Power to keep themselves in office and money to line their own pockets. Under a dictatorship it is so easy. Any opposition of consequence, other than minorities which can be handled as a cat handles a mouse, is simply eliminated. And when you control the communications media of your country, as they all do, the truth is kept away from the people. Money comes easily, too, from those who wish to buy favors. On my overseas visits to North America, Britain, and Europe, I am frequently asked by people in the financial and business world, do you know of any political leader in sub-Saharan Africa who does not operate a numbered banking account outside his own country? As I live in sub-Saharan Africa, obviously I do not reply. Not in public. At any rate, perhaps one should not blame these countries for being members of the British Commonwealth, because benefits do flow from it. The lion's share of the organization's support comes from the British taxpayer, and there are always special favors for developing countries. But surely the older founding members of the Commonwealth, which believed in those old-fashioned qualities of freedom and justice and parliamentary democracy, should not condone the double standards which now dominate this once venerable organization? It would be so simple to lay down the code of principles governing membership. In fact, they are already there, and those countries which do not comply should be requested to leave. This would involve more than half the present membership. What a breath of fresh air that would be. There must be many members of the Free World Society who join me in condemning dictators who suppress freedom of thought, speech, and action. What is truly amazing is the number of political leaders who condone such behavior and turn a blind eye to it. Following the same line of thought, there is another world organization deserving of examination, the so-called non-aligned movement. It was formed by countries that claim to be non-aligned to the two superpowers, the USA and USSR, after the Bandung Conference of 1955. India headed the movement. Fidel Castro was head of the NAM for a long period of its history, and Mugabe was a chairman. Prominent among its members are Afghanistan, Angola, Cuba, Ethiopia, Iraq, Libya, Nicaragua, North Korea, all in the former USSR's sphere of influence at one time or another. So to claim non-alignment is a blatant deception. The majority of members represent impoverished third world countries. But one would not believe that when witnessing one of their conferences, as we did in our country in 1986, executive jets fly in from the four corners of the globe, and delegates take over the most expensive hotels and live like kings, eating caviar and drinking champagne and Scotch whiskey. The talk of the town was, go down to the conference center and you will see more new Mercedes-Benz motor cars than you would at the factory in Germany. And what do they achieve? One of the doyens of the NAM, in answer to this question, said, in all honesty, it must be conceded that so far we cannot point to any success, and clearly NAM has to make greater efforts. It is sad to report, however, that all these years later there has been no change. Every item on their agenda, year after year, falls within the purview of the United Nations. It is an incongruous situation, where the majority of their members are among the strongest supporters of the United Nations. Yet their discussions and resolutions are tantamount to a vote of no confidence in the taking it upon themselves to perform, presumably more efficaciously, the functions of the UN. I have never been one of those who considered the UN to be one of the success stories of our generation. But if there was to be an assessment of the most useless organizations of our time, pride of place must go to NAM. Of course, with the demise of USSR, there is now only one superpower, so perhaps the message will get through in the next decade or two. Meanwhile, the holders of office are wallowing in extravagant luxury. It would not be so tragic if they were not frittering away their taxpayers' money, diverted from productive channels which could be providing better education, health, food, recreation, and general advancement for the people they purport to represent. Truly a classic example of criminal abuse of power, but dictators can get away with it. The premiership in 1964. It did not take long for the British government to react to the change of leadership in Rhodesia. There were expressions of alarm at the takeover by extremists, and they commenced a propaganda campaign to this effect, warning the rest of the world of impending irresponsible action. On the contrary, it was clearly necessary for me to go through all the actions of trying to reach agreement with the British. Obviously, this was our first choice, with the alternative of unilateral action as a last resort, and only after we were satisfied that all other possible avenues had failed. I would have to be personally satisfied that there was no alternative. Caucus supported me to a man, contrary to public opinion, which had been stirred up by the liberal, left-wing media. There was no suggestion of any impetuous, ill-considered action. The first thing for me to do was to make personal contact with the British government to see if it was possible for me to succeed where Field had failed. The British were gradually getting the message that this was more than the normal change of 1 p.m. for another. The entire character of the scene had been altered. For the first time in its history, the country now had a Rhodesian-born PM, someone whose roots were not in Britain, but in southern Africa, in other words, a white African. Unlike his predecessors, who, when they talked about going back home, were thinking about Britain, his home was Rhodesia. This was something which the British had not previously come face to face with, and our information was that they were apprehensive about dealing with this new situation. For my part, the last thing I was aiming to do was to create an impression of unreasonableness and inflexibility. But I believed it would be wrong to mislead anybody, particularly the British, into believing that there was any chance of getting us to accept a solution which was not in the best interests of Rhodesia. Any attempt to use us as a pawn in the game of international politics to appease the OAAO and their fellow travelers was a non-starter. We would allow ourselves to be influenced only by what was in the best interest of Rhodesians. All of them, black and white. How could any fair-minded person fault such thinking? So it was important to send out a clear signal. The time for shilly-shallying had come to an end. There had been more than enough prevarication, and we wanted to know where we stood. Not only was I satisfied that my caucus was solidly behind me, but I also knew that this was the mood of 90% of Rhodesians, who were convinced that justice was on their side. They were sick and tired of political double talk. I sent a message to Alec Holmes suggesting that we get on with the business, reiterating our claim for independence based on the new 1961 Constitution which we had recently signed with the British government. This had been sold to the Rhodesian electorate on the basis of a future independence constitution if the Federation should break up. In Rhodesian eyes, it was not an ideal arrangement, but in exchange for securing their future Rhodesians were prepared to compromise on something which was workable. Moreover, as my predecessor had stressed more than once, our participation at the Victoria Falls Conference was contingent upon the British accepting the principle of our independence on this basis. If the British were not now prepared to comply with this agreement, we would like to have the reasons spelt out. In replying, once again, the British government equivocated. Could we not initiate a move which would give our blacks greater representation in Parliament? But that was exactly what we had done only 2 years ago with our new constitution. The British government had concurred. Why were they now going back on this? For some time we had been planning a trip for members of the Chiefs' Council to visit a number of countries to put over their case. 29 chiefs departed on 1 June visiting India and Pakistan, and thence Europe, on their way to Britain. They were pleased to have a meeting with the Pope in Rome, but were resentful of the fact that in London they were shunted off onto Sandys and denied access to home. The chiefs were the true representatives of our black people, but were now running into problems from black politicians who were trying to eliminate a system which would deny them total power in a future government. The chiefs particularly resented the fact that these politicians were resorting to intimidation among the simple, unsuspecting tribesmen in order to turn them against their traditional leaders, the chiefs and headmen. In the years after the confrontations of 1893 and 1896, a strong liaison had developed between the chiefs and government, and there was great and mutual respect and trust. Before the arrival of the white man, chiefs were autonomous in their own areas, and differences were not always settled in a peaceful manner. Indeed, confrontation between Matabele and Shona was always violent. The Matabele, who stemmed from the militant Zulu nation, were the more aggressive and better disciplined, and over the years they had gradually extended their territory eastwards, taking over land from the Shona-speaking people. It was the arrival of the pioneer column in 1890 which saved the Shona. In June 1893, there were reports from Fort Victoria that Matabele raiders had made incursions into the area, murdered a number of the Shona men, and abducted maidens and cattle sufficient for their requirements. This was further east than the Matabele had previously ventured. The authorities in Salisbury concluded that this could not be tolerated, and a force was organized to ensure that the decision was conveyed. They had a few skirmishes once they penetrated deep into Matabeleland, but had no problem entering Bulawayo and restoring law and order. Sadly, there was a tragic event associated with this operation, which earned for itself a memorable page in Rhodesian history. Major Allen Wilson and his patrol were on the right flank of the advancing forces, and they ran into a strong contingent of Matabeles. Heavy rain was falling, and when they came to the Shangani River, it was in full spate, and blocking their forward passage. They defended themselves valiantly and accounted for a large number of the enemy, but there was no let-up in the rain, and eventually they ran out of ammunition. They sent a couple of their men on horseback to obtain supplies and reinforcements from the main column, but by the time they returned it was too late. The majority of Wilson's men could have extricated themselves, but they were not prepared to abandon their wounded colleagues and remained with them to the end. Alongside Cecil Rhodes' grave, on top of the famous World's View in the Metapos Mountains, is a magnificent memorial to Alan Wilson and his men, with the inscription, "There were no survivors." The Matabele warriors who fought that battle against them are recorded to have paid them the tribute. They were men, and their fathers before them were men too. This episode brings to mind a strange anomaly. Most of the criticism of the white man and his history in Rhodesia comes from Shona politicians, as opposed to the Matabele. Clearly, had the white man never arrived, there is no doubt that the Matabele would have systematically extended his territory until he had pushed the Shona over the border into Mozambique. Gradually, once peace was restored, the chiefs' activities were coordinated, first at the level of provinces, with provincial chiefs' councils, and above that, an overall national chiefs' council. When I took over as PM, the chairman of their council was a Matabele, Chief Umzimuni, a massive man, 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 260 pounds. Sadly, he died of heart problems and was succeeded by Shona Chief Chirao, a strong man who was not prepared to allow the post-1980 black government to deflect him from his beliefs and principles. He died suddenly while in his prime, from what the government reported to be natural causes, but his family and friends assured me that they were very unnatural. An aggravating factor was that the new PM, Robert Mugabe, was born and educated and grew up in Chirao's country, and as a tribesman from that area traditionally owed special allegiance to Chief Chirao. Obviously there was a clash, and those who came to power through the barrel of the gun were going to stay there by the same means. A few months after assuming office, I suggested to the Minister of Native Affairs that I should join the chiefs at a meeting of the National Chiefs Council as a gesture of my respect and interest in their affairs. He agreed. Next day, he came to see me in company with his top civil servant, one of the doyens of the ministry, who had dedicated a lifetime of service to understanding the people with whom he was working and learning their culture and traditions. He gave me a comprehensive briefing, a tactful lesson in their system, the tradition, the respect and dignity associated with it. His advice was that the initiative should not come from me, but that the invitation should come from the chiefs, confirming the authority which they enjoyed in their own field. Of course, I readily acquiesced. He said he would simply think aloud in the presence of some of the chiefs, and he was sure they would react favorably. The plan worked, and I was invited to the next meeting of the council. It was an impressive affair, conducted with efficiency and dignity, with the president of the council, Chief Umzimuni, in the chair, and everyone, including the minister and secretary of Native Affairs, deferred to his authority. This gave the lie to the story which was being propagated by the black nationalist politicians and their Marxist-Leninist collaborators that the chiefs were stooges of the government and retained their positions at the convenience of government. In fact, chiefs are appointed for life through the system of their tribal structure, and this has never been interfered with. There have been cases where chiefs have been removed from office because of serious violations of the accepted code of conduct, but this decision has always been made by the Chiefs' Council and not government. There was no excuse for Alec Holmes' refusal to give the chiefs a hearing during their visit to Britain. Clearly, he was pandering to black politicians who were attempting to undermine the chiefs. Their resentment was fully justified. As a result, their distrust of the British government increased, and there was a growing realization that their only hope was to work with their own government. At the beginning of that same month, June, I received a message from the British government that, contrary to past precedent, I would not receive an invitation to the pending Commonwealth Prime Minister's Conference, even though Rhodesian prime ministers had attended all such conferences since their inception in 1931. Clearly, the British had given way to the pressure from the black Commonwealth countries. This was one more sickening example of the British government's double standards and the policy of appeasement with which we were to be constantly confronted. I expressed my resentment publicly, saying, "We are not excluded because we are no longer loyal to the Crown or to the ideals on which the Commonwealth was founded. We are excluded because the Commonwealth has outgrown itself, and there is no longer room for U.S. among the transitional motley of small countries which have recently been granted independence and admitted to the EU Commonwealth without regard to their real adherence to the ideals and concept on which it was founded. I wonder if we are really wanted in the Commonwealth any longer, and if we can serve any purpose by remaining? I have tremendous respect, admiration, and loyalty to the Queen, but she is no longer the Queen we used to know. She can no longer speak her own words. She is now the mouthpiece of party politicians in Britain, and cannot speak her own mind and heart. Even if the government were to become communist, she would have to utter their sentiments. However, I was not prepared to allow this to deflect me from the course of trying to achieve a settlement. I wrote back to Alec Home, reiterating the points on which we sought clarification, and referred to his assertion that Whitehead had not stated in our Parliament, as we had claimed, that the new Constitution meant independence. I quoted him the facts from our Hansard when Whitehead said in his final summing, "Up in the debate, I would say to all honorable members that over the past 18 months I have devoted a very substantial part of my time trying to win independence for Southern Rhodesia before it is too late. And I believe we have achieved what we set out to do. In awe, I found it extremely trying to cope with people who were so adept at twisting the truth. The British could not possibly deny that, if they had disagreed with this statement of Whitehead's, they were under an obligation to inform us so. They were bound to be straight and honest with us, especially when they knew the vital importance of what was taking place. This was a decision that was going to affect the whole future of a country, and therefore it was absolutely vital for them to guarantee that people would not be misled, especially by willfully covering up blatant distortions of the truth. Anything else would be monstrous deceit. To suggest that the British could have overlooked this, that they were unaware of the fact, would be laughable. The British civil service is noted for its thoroughness and meticulous attention to detail. We knew from our own experience that whenever any of our people said a single word not in keeping with their interpretation or beliefs, the next morning one of their officials was on our doorstep seeking clarification. The awful truth is that they knew that if this was made clear at that time, in 1961, before the Rhodesian electorate had cast their votes in the ensuing referendum, the result would have been no, and not yes. This was the all-important issue, and no one would deny that the decision hinged simply on this fact of the issue on independence. Whitehead said so, Walensky said so, as did all the protagonists for the yes vote. I was one of the main opponents who campaigned against acceptance, and there is no doubt that we lost because Rhodesians believed that, in spite of the imperfections which were conceded, the important principle of ensuring our independence in the event of a federal dissolution, which at this stage was patently obvious, was the determining fact. But British civil servants, especially those in the top echelons, are handpicked from a waiting list of university graduates and trained in the diplomatic art of deciphering such problems and determining how they can be turned to best advantage. In this case, the answer was obvious. To disclose this inconsistency would have been a faux pas of disastrous magnitude. Simply to overlook it was the obvious tact. This was perfidious Albion at its best. The obvious way, in British eyes, to avoid a continuation of this kind of embarrassing correspondence was for me to pay a personal visit to London, particularly in view of the fact that I had stressed the need for the British to give me their clear proposals in writing. These, of course, would be made public. Evan Campbell sent a message giving Holmes' view that it would be preferable to get the impending PMN's conference out of the way, and then he would welcome a visit from me. The conference turned out to be a bit of a damp squib, according to Evan Campbell, with Holmes managing to preserve some sanity, supported by Menzies of Australia and Sir Keith Holyoake of New Zealand. The Asians displayed no enthusiasm, while the Africans, supported by Canada, were indulging in their usual excesses. I made a brief comment expressing my disapproval that the conference had discussed the affairs of Rhodesia behind my back, and accordingly, I treated this arrogant performance with the contempt it deserved. In view of the fact that there was to be an election in Britain before the end of the year, probably in October, there was a suggestion that I should delay my visit until the next government was in office. On the other hand, it could be advantageous to get a feeling from the Conservatives, in case Labour won the election, and I could take the opportunity to meet with Dr. Antonio de Oliveira Salazar in Portugal en route. We left for Portugal on 2 September tour. It was one of those old-fashioned countries with little of the flashy high life of the modern world. Existence there was simple and basic, with the people closer to nature, to family life, to straightforward and honest principles, and a belief in their own history and culture. They were proud of their achievements: modern shipbuilding yards, an efficient fishing industry, glass and marble factories which produced magnificent masterpieces, some of the best wines in the world, and the high standard of their agriculture. Then there was the Algarve, with its lovely clean beaches and modern buildings, more English than Portuguese, and a favorite place for British pensioners and holidaymakers. Salazar was one of the most remarkable men I had met. He was referred to as a dictator of Portugal, but this had no bearing on the truth. He was a quiet, retiring intellectual university professor who committed to paper his philosophy for solving the political problems of his country. This had such an appeal that he found himself drawn more and more into political discussions and eventually was almost press-ganged into accepting the position of president. He lived in a modest house where convent nuns cared for him, and there was one security man who controlled the entrance gate. A secretary met me and took me to his office, which was comfortable and adequate. It appealed to me, maybe because it reminded me of my own office, which people sometimes said was not sufficiently imposing for a PMN. His eyes were blue and crystal clear. He had gray hair and an aquiline nose. His whole face displayed character, and he spoke quietly and in measured tones. His actions were dignified, and everything about him depicted modesty, that characteristic which is probably the most important ingredient of civilized man. We had much to talk about, because we had much in common. Our concern about the Russian plan for world domination, and about how the Russians were inexorably moving down the African continent. Even more insidious were their moves into key areas in the Middle East and South America. In the face of this threat, Salazar was appalled at the complacency of the major powers of the free world. He expressed his special concern for southern Rhodesia, assuring me that Portugal would continue with its proven policy of evolution in Mozambique and Angola, bringing local people into positions of authority as and when they proved themselves. But it was clear that Britain was coming more and more under the influence of the black members of the Commonwealth, and it was obvious to any logical observer that these countries were being manipulated as tools by the Russians. He was particularly distressed that the British were going along with this, not because they were unaware of what was taking place, but because of Britain's policy of appeasing the OAE. His sources confirmed this, and he was pleased at the opportunity to pass it on to me. The Portuguese had learned from experience that the British government was not always trustworthy. Did I think there was any hope of the British government meeting our request? I reiterated our case history, pointing out that it was absolutely watertight, and said that in all honesty, I did not see how the British could continue to renege on the agreement which they had made with us. He assured me that he had followed our history meticulously, obviously because of our mutual interests in the area, and that there was no doubt in his mind of the justice of our case. Moreover, he was convinced that what we were trying to do was in the best interests of our black people, as well as of the whites. Then, with much circumspection, speaking quietly, almost hesitatingly, he inquired as to whether I planned any action in the event of British intransigence continuing. I stressed that I was a patient man, by nature opposed to impetuosity, but that if we finally came to the conclusion that there was no point in further negotiation, that Britain clearly had no intention of honoring its obligation, expressly because of their desire to appease the UA, then I must be honest and give him a straight answer. We would take matters into our own hands and declare our independence. His serious, almost impassive face suddenly came alight. His eyes sparkled and his mouth stretched into a gentle smile. He did not speak, and I sensed that he was overcome by a certain amount of emotion. He slowly rose from his seat, came up to me, and shook my hand very warmly before resuming his chair. He then said that he was pleased to meet a man who had the courage to put the interests of his country first, and that he could not fault the plan, as I had explained it. Regrettably, he was of the opinion that the British would fail to honor the contract which they had made with us, with the consequence that I had mentioned. Portugal would give us maximum support, and according to his information, South Africa would do likewise. He thought that the going would not be easy for us, but knowing the caliber of our people, he was satisfied that we would finally win through. I found the simplicity, sincerity, and quiet determination of the man tremendously impressive, and the meeting will remain with me as an unforgettable experience. In my estimation, he was a man of great honesty and dedication who could be relied on to stand by his word. Sadly for us, he was not a young man, and time eventually caught up with him. Had he stayed on for an extra decade, Rhodesia would have survived. Another outstanding personality we met in Lisbon was Foreign Minister Nogueira, who had an incredible knowledge of the whole world scene, applying to it an analysis and reasoning that was totally absorbing. He spoke the English language as if it was his mother tongue, and was fluent in many more. His wife was of Chinese extraction, and she could speak even more languages than her husband. She was not only highly intelligent, but charming and beautiful. The talks with the British commenced on Monday, 7 September, at 10 Downing Street. The atmosphere was pleasant, and the tone constructive. Alec Home appeared genuinely interested in reaching an agreement, but it was obvious that his room for maneuver was circumscribed by the views of Commonwealth Prime Ministers. Sandys also played a constructive role in spite of his somewhat blunt exterior. The issue centered on our ability to satisfy the British that our proposals had the consent of the peoples concerned. This was no problem for us, and I once again outlined our plan. We would hold a referendum of all voters on the voters' roll. They were aware there was no racial qualification to our roll. The fact that the black nationalist politicians had advocated a boycott of the rolls was not our responsibility. Those who followed this advice had only themselves to blame. Then there was the major problem of 3 million tribesmen, peasant farmers who had no education and were unable to read and write, but nevertheless had their own traditional system which served them well. At the level of the extended family, or kraal, the leader emerged naturally through acceptance by the family, and, as long as he enjoyed their respect and confidence, he was their representative and spokesman. Whenever a problem arose which involved other kraals in their area, the kraal heads held a joint meeting. If the problem extended beyond their area of jurisdiction, they chose, from their midst, their representative or headman, to convey their message to their chief, who was the leader of a much larger section of people. A chief usually ruled the people of between 4 and 6 headmen. Most problems were solved at that level, but if not, the chief would take it to the next meeting of the Provincial Chiefs' Council. There were 5 provinces. Finally, there was the National Chiefs' Council. An analysis of the system points to many advantages. I know of no method which gives more honest and genuine representation, stemming from the grassroots and ensuring that the people's feelings are accurately submitted and explained. The system is devoid of corruption, nepotism, intimidation, propaganda, and brainwashing, all those evil and undesirable ingredients which play such an important part in modern government. Those of us who live in sub-Saharan Africa and understand the traditions and customs of the people have no option other than to condemn the actions of the major free world countries. In their typical arrogant manner, they took it upon themselves to lay down conditions to the grant of independence. The countries concerned were compelled to abandon their tried and proven system and replace it with the Western democratic system. Everywhere it has been implemented, it has resulted in disaster and the complete antithesis of what was anticipated. The result was one man, one vote, once. Today, sub-Saharan Africa is riddled by one-party dictatorships or military dictatorships, financially bankrupt and in chaos. If only people would come and see for themselves. I have yet to find a single fair-minded person who has not been convinced after a visit. It is easy, when you live 10,000 kilometers away, to prescribe solutions, knowing that if the whole thing blows up and goes sour, you do not have to live with the results. The finest guarantee that the rest of the world can have, that we are completely dedicated to producing the best solution for all of our people, whatever their race, color, or creed, is that we, and our children after us, will have to go on living with the result. Clearly, we could not allow ourselves to be used as a pawn in the game of international politics, or as a means of appeasing the EOAI. Holm and Sandys listened patiently, as did the other 2 members of their team, Dilhorn, the Lord Chancellor, and Bergtrand, the Cabinet Secretary. Holm replied by saying that, while my case was convincing to the British, from their experience of the governments which emanated from the ending of colonialism, they accepted that the end result left a lot to be desired. Unfortunately, neither the Commonwealth nor the UN, judging from recent resolutions, would accept our plan. The British government were looking for something which would go beyond and into by a traditional, formal meeting of chiefs and headmen, who together amounted to fewer than 10 people, and were looking to us for suggestions as to how the referendum could be expanded to cover a wider range of people. I made 3 main points in reply. First, it must be stressed that the great mass of tribesmen had no understanding of the meaning of the word constitution. They had never in their lives voted in an election or a referendum, and any attempt to explain to them the intricacies of our constitution, which, by any standard, was involved and complicated, would be not only farcical, but dishonest. Second, any such exercise would obviously undermine the authority of the chiefs and the whole tribal structure. For the first time in history, the tribespeople would be led to believe that their chiefs and headmen were no longer their leaders, and that something else had been introduced into their lives, which was absolutely beyond their comprehension. This would provide a happy hunting ground for the extremist politicians whose objective was to destroy the tribal structure. Anything which maintained law and order, regulated people's lives, and supplied them with services, preserved their standards of justice and freedom, was anathema to the spread of communism. In view of the fact that, currently, the majority of members of the British Commonwealth and the UN were communist-oriented, their actions were predictable. Third, It had been only 2 years previously that we had brought in our new constitution, created and signed by our two governments. As Duncan Sandys was the British signatory, I did not have to draw this to his attention. What was the reason, I asked, for this sudden change of heart on the part of the British government? Why were they going back on their word? Was it because of conviction or because of a desire to appease? I felt we were entitled to a straight answer. This straight talk seemed to ruffle their feathers, and I was accused of being obstructionist and not facing up to reality. On the contrary, I countered by pointing out that it was the Rhodesians who had to live with our decision. That was the reality. We were being asked to accept an arrangement which would obviously be to the detriment of our country. This we could not do. If we were confronted with such a situation, we would have to go our own way. Both Home and Sandys spoke strongly against such action, believing that there would be serious consequences in it for us. I assured them that we had made our assessment, and as realistic people we were not blinding ourselves to the result. But all the evidence was clearly to the effect that this would be preferable to the alternative we were being offered. We had spent many hours in intensive deliberations, and decided to adjourn until the morrow. That night we attended a dinner at 10 Downing Street with Sir Alec and Lady Home and a number of other dignitaries. It was there that I was given the true facts, which confirmed what I suspected all along. With their general election due in a matter of weeks, it would be crass folly for the Conservatives to make such a controversial decision. It would bring down upon them the whole wrath of the UAU, the communist-dominated UN, and the liberal establishment general. Alec Holmes said, with what I thought was complete sincerity, that if they won the election, he would make an agreement with me within 1 year, before the next Commonwealth PM's conference, and no impending general election hampering his movement. I understood. One had to be logical, comprehend the niceties of the situation, whether one approved or not. Any attempt by me to deliver a homily on the morals of politics in our world would have been out of touch with reality. We were entangled in a web of political dishonesty and intrigue. There was general agreement on that point. The problem was how to extricate ourselves. As Alec pointed out to me, anything we did to prejudice the Conservatives' chances would contribute to a Labour victory, and he thought it unnecessary to remind me of how disastrous this would be for us. And, of course, he was right. The whole situation was an absolute disgrace. It was unjust, unfair, and impossible to condone. One had an urge just to turn one's back on the whole thing and walk out. But it is in times like this that one needs to keep a particularly cool head. After all, the Conservatives were the lesser of the evils facing us. When talks resumed next morning, our conversation was no more than a rehash of the previous day's discussion. To me it was somewhat meaningless in view of what had transpired at the dinner, and I was reconciled to playing my part, trying to avoid rocking the Conservative election boat and accepting that we would make no progress in our talks. That night Evan Campbell threw a splendid dinner at the Dorchester, attended not only by Home and Sandys, but by the Labour leaders as well. It was a surprisingly happy occasion, and I came to the conclusion that had it not been for the EOAUN and such, there would not have been much difficulty in striking an agreement, even with the Labour Party. Evan had invited Karl de Wet, the South African ambassador, a very likable, intelligent person, a medical doctor by profession. He took us by surprise, saying, in a most dignified manner, that this memorable dinner coincided with the birthday of his PM, and he wondered if we would care to join him in drinking to the health of Dr. Verwoerd. A note in my diary records. I liked it, but when I looked at a couple of the socialists in our midst, it was clear that their reaction was in the opposite direction. I admired Karl for having the necessary courage. These are the things which stimulate life. I should mention that he is a grandson of General de Wet, one of the most famous and heroic generals of the Boer War. The final meeting at 10 Downing Street was held the following morning, with the preparation of a communique being the main task. With the various political parties already commencing their election campaigns, we had accepted that it was in Rhodesia's best interests to avoid provocation of the Conservatives. Accordingly, the communiqué was designed to satisfy both parties. It declared that Southern Rhodesia claimed independence on the basis of the current constitution. The British stated that they would have to be satisfied that this was acceptable to the people of the country as a whole. I, the Southern Rhodesian Prime Minister, replied that I would be prepared to introduce legislation to bring about independence only if I was satisfied that the majority of the people supported my request. Preparation had already started for the exercise to carry out this test of opinion, which was essential whether the British desired it or not. The Rhodesian officials would now get on with the task. I had been through one of the most exasperating, traumatic experiences of my life, and was unable to eradicate from my mind the dreadfully hopeless situation in which my poor country, Rhodesia, was ensnared. British politicians, including the Labour Party, conceded the justice of our case and had expressed their desire to assist in producing a solution. But they were hamstrung by the views of other people in the outside world, who were extraneous to the problem. It was agreed that constitutionally there were only two parties involved, Britain and Rhodesia. But for reasons of political expediency winning votes in an election, the views of others must be taken into consideration. Alec Home assured me that if the Conservatives won the election, we would reach agreement within months. Sadly, political analysts believe Labour would win. And when the British electorate cast their votes, no one would be thinking of Rhodesia. They would be influenced by their own lives, and rightly so. The cost of their bread and beer, health and education services, availability of jobs, and accommodation. Little would they know that the fate of a great though small country, Rhodesia, some 10,000 kilometers distant, could be prejudiced by their vote. Truly this was, by any standards, a dreadful miscarriage of justice. We were caught up in this evil web of political intrigue, expediency, appeasement, indeed corruption, all tied together in the same package and labeled diplomacy. What could we do to extricate ourselves? If we were denied access to justice, to a court of appeal, what was the alternative? Walensky had said that there was a limit to the amount of British dishonesty that we could tolerate. It was common knowledge that plans were being formulated to give the British their marching orders. Winston Field had told me that at one of the social functions in London, attended by British cabinet ministers, it was openly stated that the best way out of our impasse was to take matters into our own hands. But, he added, of course no one was taking minutes. On the aircraft flying back to Rhodesia, my mind was preoccupied with the future, so the agonizing predicament brought to a head by the meetings of the past week moved, at least temporarily, into the background. The advent of the British Labour government and the sole issue of independence. The Rhodesian public were well pleased with my achievement, and on my return to Salisbury on 13 September 1964, I received a warm welcome home. Even the local national newspaper, the Rhodesia Herald, which had consistently opposed and criticized our government, wished me good luck, and went on. He is the first Prime Minister who has admitted that all the people should have a say in determining the future of Rhodesia. The two important by-elections that were pending in Salisbury constituencies took place on 1 October, and both Roy Walensky and one of his lieutenants, Sidney Sawyer, were soundly beat. This was in keeping with our predictions, because although the elections were held in constituencies most likely to support the old establishment of Malvern and Walensky, Rhodesians had turned their backs on compromise and appeasement. They had made up their minds that we were no longer dealing with friends whom we could trust, but with enemies who would happily sell us out for their own convenience. Soon after my return from London, I set up a committee of 8 MPs, 4 government and 4 opposition, to investigate and report on the best means of testing black opinion. They reported on the numerous complicated problems. First, there were large numbers of alien workers from foreign countries, countries which were independent, but whose people preferred Rhodesia because they enjoyed a better life there. Second, the vast majority of urban workers were also tribesmen, so where would their votes be recorded? The fact that the majority of indigenous people were illiterate and did not possess birth certificates compounded the difficulties. It would be virtually impossible to guard against a number of malpractices associated with voting, such as identifying people and avoiding multiple votes. One also had to overcome the people's natural resistance to a system which was foreign to them. And probably most important of all, there was limitless potential for organized intimidation. All of these were serious and complicated problems, with which foreigners were unacquainted, and thus found difficult to comprehend. It conclusively confirmed the evidence which had been accumulated over many years. If we were to embark on any bogus exercise in an attempt to influence outside opinion, this would be reckless and irresponsible action. We would try to satisfy world opinion, but in the final analysis, we would have to do what we knew was best for our country and face the consequences. The process of holding a grand indaba of chiefs and headmen was underway, but it was a far more involved and complicated exercise than I had imagined, involving approximately 700 people. In turn, it was necessary for them to obtain evidence from some 30,000 kralheads who, at the level of the family, represented an estimated 3 million tribesmen. The nationalist politicians lost no time in getting their gangs of intimidators into the field, and already one chief had been burned alive in his thatched roof hut. I was advised to avoid delay at all costs, and the reasons were obvious. Intimidation is a dreadful evil at any time, but even more formidable since we were dealing with a primitive society of simple, peaceful people living under rural peasant conditions in huts built of local wood poles with thatched roofs. They had no electricity, and their only security came from the odd, isolated police camp, which might be 100 miles distant. The normal mode of transport was on foot, or, for the fortunate, a bicycle. Added to this was a new dimension, previously unknown in our country, provided by gangs of intimidators led by well-trained terrorists recently returned from indoctrination camps in Russia, China, Libya, and North Korea. They were charged with the task of disrupting our plans of working together with our black people for a peaceful constitutional change to bring about our independence. Their first objective was to undermine our system of preserving civilized standards, with its justice and freedom and evolutionary progress dedicated to raising people's standards of living, giving them improved facilities and a better life. All of this was anathema to the communists. In order to achieve success, they required power to implement their plan. There was no hope of this where people were living in peace and contentment. This had to be changed so that the people were living in fear, their lifestyle disrupted, and their daily needs unfulfilled, the fertile soil in which communism thrives. There was overwhelming evidence that the agitators and intimidators had moved out of the cities and towns and were now operating in the rural areas among the simple, unsuspecting tribesmen, and using their despicable tactics of intimidation against the chiefs and headmen. The decision was made to hold the indaba as soon as possible in order to minimize the effects of the campaign of intimidation, and so the date was set for 22 October. The British general election was due to take place on 15 October, and I gave instructions that a message should be sent to the incoming government informing them of the indaba and requesting them to send observers. Sadly, there was a miscalculation somewhere down the line, and the message arrived in London on the day of the election instead of the day after. The message reached Alec home at his constituency in the north of Scotland, and he sent a message back saying that my method of dealing with this was not quite in keeping with his ideas, and he therefore could not commit himself to supporting it. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I was unable to understand how any normal person would not have been able to comprehend that the message was for the new government. My office were of the opinion that this was made clear to the local British High Commission and that they had misrepresented the message. A view was expressed that the rushed reply played into Wilson's hands, but I question this. I believe Labour would have declined the invitation in any case. However, we were faced with the change. Labour had scraped through with a slim majority of 3 seats. Once again, We were in an impossible position. The British electorate had decided to change their government for reasons affecting themselves and their lives. Not one of the voters would have been influenced by Rhodesia. But had they voted Conservative, the Rhodesian problem would have been solved. Because they voted Labour, there would be no solution. Clearly, we could not continue in this invidious position. 622 chiefs and headmen gathered in Salisbury on 22 October for the biggest Indaba ever held in the country. 8 nations agreed to send observers: Australia, Austria, France, Norway, Portugal, Sweden, Greece, South Africa. But Britain refused, although it claimed to be the responsible power. Once again, we had to ask, how could we be expected to accept such deceit, especially when the tradition of the Indaba was such an important part of our history? Starting at the beginning when Rhodes and the Matabele met in the Matapos in 1893 and agreed to end their war. Then in 1923, when Rhodesia obtained responsible government, an Indaba of chiefs was consulted, in which the British participated. There was a similar procedure on the declaration of war in 1939. When discussions were taking place on the formation of our federation, the then Labour government sent their Secretary of State, Patrick Gordon Walker, to the chiefs Indaba in 1951. The Monckton Commission, set up by the British government in 1960 to report on the federation, stated, "It is important that nothing should be done to diminish the traditional respect of the chiefs. In southern Rhodesia, it is part of the government's policy to increase the prestige, influence, and authority of the chiefs in their tribal areas. We endorse this policy." As is clearly obvious, when it suited the British government, they supported the chiefs and the concept of the Indaba. When it did not fit in with their underhand intrigue, they conveniently changed their minds. How could any fair-minded person blame us for coming to the conclusion that we had to terminate this perfidious association? The Indaba continued for 5 days. As is customary, time is not a factor. It is important that representatives speak their minds and elaborate on their reasons. One Matabele chief who represented Matapos, one of their most sacred places, told the gathering that there was a very large boulder on the hill where Rhodes and the Matabele made their peace. Recently this had crashed to the bottom, making an amazing noise like thunder coming from the heavens above. This was an omen telling them to cut their strings so that they could live their own life in their own land. Most of the talk, however, dealt with practicality. All the chiefs and headmen were deeply concerned at the increasing intimidation, this dreadful thing which was new to their lives. Not only men, but women and children were being killed. There were youngsters, upstarts, who had no standing in the community but who were received by the British government. Yet when they, the chiefs, the fathers of their people, visited Britain, the Prime Minister did not even meet them. And now, on this, the most important occasion in their lives, the British government had once again insulted them by refusing to send a representative to hear their views. The chiefs were deeply hurt at this blatant discourtesy. All of these actions indicated the British government's ignorance of their history, traditions, and way of life, and their obvious lack of concern for what was now taking place. This proved that they could no longer be of any service to their country. The chiefs' decision was one of unanimous support for independence on the 1961 Constitution. Our next step was the referendum of our electorate on 5 November. This was a resounding success, with 89% of the voters in favor of independence on the 1961 Constitution. By any yardstick, these two tests of opinion indicated almost total support. The chiefs represented the tribesmen, who constituted 90% of the population. As for the rest, they had access to the franchise, and thence participation in the referendum. Indeed, this also applied to any tribesman who wished to avail himself of the opportunity. All Rhodesians, whatever their race, color, or creed, had equal access to the voters' roll. However, as we had anticipated, our opponents claimed that our consultations had not gone far enough. But it did not point out that the reason large numbers of blacks did not participate was the intimidation. The nationalist agitators demanded a boycott of the voters' role in the referendum. In fact, their demise was self-inflicted, so who else could be blamed? But as we were aware, it was part of the communist-inspired plan to disrupt and discredit the process, and the British government were prepared to turn a blind eye to this. While we were conducting these two exercises, the new British government were getting into their stride, and the first move came from Arthur Bottomley, who had taken over the Commonwealth Relations portfolio. He sent a letter declining the invitation to send observers to the Indaba, but saying that, as an extension of his pending visit to Zambia for their independence celebrations, he would be available for a visit to Salisbury in order to have discussions with me, providing he could also hold discussions with the two nationalist leaders, Nkomo and Sithole. His arrival was scheduled for 26 October. I had no option other than to tell him that this was unacceptable. His visit would have coincided with the important and sensitive chiefs in Daba. Moreover, the nationalist thugs were intimidating and murdering innocent people, and both Nkomo and Sithole were not being detained because of their political activities. Rather, they had been sentenced to prison by our High Court because of their criminal activity, and these were the people whom Bottomley wished to visit. Yet he was not willing to extend the courtesy of a visit to the chiefs in Daba. I found it difficult to believe that there could be such lack of sensitivity from a British minister, and it only added validity to the chief's claim that the British government were conniving with the terrorists in their campaign of intimidation, arson, and murder. This was only the first of many occasions when I had to make it clear to the British that they could no longer call the tune in Rhodesia. In a short time, a letter from Harold Wilson followed, on 23 October, regretting my reply to Bottomley and asking me to visit London for talks with the two of them. I had to refuse this as well, not for any churlish reason, but because of pressure of work, the referendum campaign, and a sitting of Parliament. Once these were over, I would consider the invitation. Referendum campaign meetings had been planned for me throughout the country, and I would have thought it obvious that I could not leave the country during this period. Surprisingly, Wilson then had a rush of blood to the head and immediately sent a message demanding from me a statement that there would be no UDI. If this were not forthcoming, he would issue a public statement warning of the serious consequences. This kind of behavior was completely out of keeping with the accepted code of conduct between members of the Commonwealth and was entirely unprovoked on my part. I did not believe it was out of place for me to ignore it. When the resident British High Commission inquired about the reply, they were informally told that if by now they had not received the message that this kind of tactic did not work with me, let them learn the lesson this time. Bottomley gave the game away in a statement made on his return from Zambia on 27 October, to the effect that their strategy had been deliberately aimed at backing the efforts of Todd, Whitehead, and Walensky in swaying the Rhodesian electorate away from supporting us in the referendum. This, of course, was a serious breach of the often repeated convention that the British government would not interfere in Rhodesia's internal affairs. If I were searching for reasons to support a UDI, they were making a positive contribution. It looked as if Wilson was beginning to get the message that his bull-headed tactics would not work, and he sent a message on 17 November saying that the British government were hoping for a peaceful solution and that they had no preconceived plan, i.e., they were open to negotiation. On this basis, he suggested that I should visit London for discussions with him. He had failed to do his homework on this one, and I reminded him of his letter, sent to one of our black agitators just 2 weeks before the last election, which brought Labour to power, in which he had said, "The Labour Party is totally opposed to granting independence to Southern Rhodesia as long as the government of that country remains under the control of the white minority." In my reply, I reaffirmed that independence should be based on the wishes of the majority, and that in keeping with this, he should accept the results of the Indaba and the referendum of the electorate. However, I found the spirit of his latest communication with me to be in conflict with this letter to the black agitator, referred to above, and accordingly, I believed it was necessary for him to confirm to me this change in British government policy. Wilson's reply was evasive and reiterated a number of generalities that we had heard before. I allowed a couple of weeks to pass, and on 15 December, sent a message regretting that he had failed to reply to my question. In addition, I thought it appropriate to give them some straight talk about the record of their government during the short period they had been in office. It is with regret that I have to record that during the short tenure of office of your government, there has been a drastic deterioration in relations between our two governments. Your boycott of the Indaba, which was planned in complete sincerity and good faith, and which was condemned by you before you had even shown the courtesy and fair-mindedness to listen to the evidence, had given us cause for suspicion. Moreover, the attempt on the part of your government to intimidate us through the medium of economic blackmail and threats to place us virtually in the category of an enemy state is something which has caused deep resentment in the minds of Rhodesians. I went further and, in reference to Wilson's recent remark indicating his concern over the communist threat to Africa, reminded him that we had been aware of this for some considerable time and had continually warned the Western world about it. I hoped it was unnecessary for me to repeat that we had pointed out to him the leaders of subversion in our country whom your government is so desirous of meeting are financed from these same communist sources. I asked if the recent violence in the Congo, where black mobs had rampaged through white settlements assaulting, raping, and murdering, had changed his government's attitude to the Rhodesian problem. If not, I must impress upon you the seriousness of this situation and indicate that I believe our two countries will continue to drift further apart, as they have done over the past 2 months, and that relations between us will become more and more strained until eventually a break will become inevitable. Finding himself in a corner with no ready reply, Wilson changed his strategy. Officials of our two governments were still engaged in talks about the financial aid promised to Rhodesia as part of the winding up of the Federation, and he decided to use this as a lever to get his way by sending a message through Johnston, his High Commissioner in Salisbury, to Gerald Clark, our Cabinet Secretary, saying, inter alia, the undertakings which the British government gave the Rhodesian government at the time of the dissolution of the Federation were of course entered into on the assumption that political relations between our two countries would remain normal. My government feel it would be less than honest not to recognize that talk of a UD is bound to throw a shadow of uncertainty on the future financial relations between the two governments. In the absence of any assurance on this subject, the British government think it would be preferable to defer further financial talks until it has been possible to clear the air by discussions on the political issues. This was absolutely scandalous. The Victoria Falls Agreement included a written promise of financial aid to Rhodesia in exchange for our cooperation in winding up the Federation. We had complied with our side of the agreement, and now the British were trying to back out of their commitment in order to pressurize us into dancing to their tune. This was blatant blackmail, which one might expect of dealing with a bunch of gangsters. I replied to him on 13 January 1965. I am so incensed at the line of your High Commissioner's letter that I am replying directly to you. Was I correct to assume, I asked, that he intended to break a legal agreement between our governments because he believed there might be a breakdown in negotiations? In fact, the impasse was caused because he would not give a straight answer to my straight question. I went on. As you are not prepared to abide by these agreements and intend to stand by the policy openly revealed in your High Commissioner's letter, it would appear that any undertakings given by the British government are worthless. I must therefore state emphatically that such immoral behavior on the part of the British government makes it impossible for me to continue negotiations with you with any confidence that our standards of fair play, honesty, and decency will prevail. Wilson did not reply for more than 2 months. In all honesty, he could not have found it easy. Then, on 29 March, he sent a message denying any attempt to exert financial pressure, and mentioning certain commitments and payments which had been made. But these had been initiated by the previous conservative government. It was a wishy-washy effort and made no positive contribution to the situation. Surprisingly, the financial talks had resumed, although they took place covertly without any formal notification. In fact, we had reconciled ourselves to a situation where there would be little, if any, British assistance, and we were getting on with our own affairs. Happily, the economy was showing positive signs after the depression which followed in the wake of the federal dissolution. People were growing to realize that Rhodesia was going to stand its ground. In the midst of all this, there was a short, dramatic intervention. Churchill died. I was invited to his funeral on Saturday, 30 January. This was laid down in Churchill's will. Had the decision been left to Wilson, I would certainly not have been invited. I flew into London the day before, 29 January, and found Evan Campbell deeply incensed over the fact that he had not received any invitation for me to a lunch at Buckingham Palace on the day following the funeral. He had ascertained through his network that the other PMS had received theirs. Clearly, this was a bit more of Wilson's dirty work. I urged Evan to relax, saying that it would have no effect on me personally. The funeral was a magnificent exhibition of British pomp and ceremony at its best. I doubt whether any other country in the world can match Britain at that kind of thing. Everybody who was anybody was there. I had a few words with Alec Home, Robert Menzies, and Keith Holyoke, and General de Gaulle and I nodded to one another. After it was all over, we went our own ways, and Evan apologized that he had arranged a lunch at his home with the South African ambassador and a few other friends, believing that I would be at the Buckingham Palace lunch. That was no problem, and so I returned to my hotel with a few friends for a quiet lunch, which we were enjoying when a gentleman in a splendid uniform came up to our table. He informed me that he was the Queen's equerry, and as the Queen had noticed that I was not present at the lunch, she had asked him to make inquiries. On contacting Mr. Evan Campbell, he had been given the message that I had received no invitation. Wilson would write later in his memoirs the errant nonsense that Evan Campbell told him that I had received the invitation and, in fact, had it in my pocket while lunching at the hotel. The Queen was concerned. The equerry said, and had sent him haste to the hotel to express apologies and asked me to accompany him. Obviously, my friends appreciated the predicament. I bade them farewell, and leaving my half-eaten lunch on the table, left for the palace. As soon as I walked in, the Queen left the people with whom she was in conversation and came to greet me, expressing her sorrow over the non-arrival of my invitation. She could not have been more gracious, and in a few minutes we were joined by Prince Philip. I was touched by the genuine interest they showed in Rhodesia, and also by how well informed they were. I was impressed, too, by the amount of time they devoted to talking with me, and by their sincere hope that our problem would be solved amicably. It was a happy and worthwhile occasion, which gave me the opportunity to meet and chat with a number of people, including some Asians who were most friendly and considerate over the problems we were facing. A few of the black delegates also spoke encouragingly, and in what seemed to be a very short space of time the afternoon had passed. When I returned to my hotel room, there was a letter lying on my bed, the invitation to the lunch. The next day, Evan Campbell told me that he had heard the previous evening that Wilson was spitting mad at the luncheon. Campbell added, "Well, the Queen certainly foiled his plot." Wilson had suggested at the Buckingham Palace lunch that, as we were both in the city together, we should have a talk at Downing Street at 4 p.m. Evan, back from his lunch, and I discussed the pros and cons of this in view of my latest message, reiterating my request for a straight answer and insisting on honesty and fair play from the British if we were going to make any progress. I concluded, however, that the best way of dealing with these points would be in a face-to-face discussion. The major objective was our independence issue, and Wilson's pettiness and destructive behavior should be ignored. His secretary had suggested that, in order to avoid publicity, we should use the side entrance. My reply was that, whatever entrance we used would not affect the tone or result of the meeting. Wilson, again, would twist this in his memoirs to put me in a bad light by claiming that I had suggested a clandestine entrance through the back door because it was difficult for me to come through the front door. Why was it difficult for me? Why should I be so melodramatic? After all, I was keen to publicize my cause, not hide from the press. At 4 p.m., Evan accompanied me to 10 Downing Street through some side entrance, and Wilson was pleasant enough and spoke in a most reasonable manner. He had a suggestion which he hoped would help to break the deadlock. A visit to Rhodesia by Bottomley, accompanied by the Lord Chancellor Gardiner, to meet and discuss matters with the government and meet a representative cross-section of opinion. I saw no problem, as long as they accepted the condition which we had always stipulated, namely, no meetings with anyone who was in prison for a criminal offense. Otherwise, we would expect them to conduct themselves in a normal and responsible manner and plan an itinerary with our officials. Wilson accepted this, and I undertook to consult with my people on my return and officially communicate our reply. There was little else of importance to discuss, as Wilson wished to await the report of Bottomley and Gardiner. I ended by reminding him that we were still awaiting a reply to my last message to him, and he nodded his head and said that there had been some misunderstanding. It turned out to be a very tame meeting, with none of the sparks flying that had been anticipated. On Sunday morning, Evan brought the message that I had been invited to the Savoy for morning tea with Robert Menzies and Keith Holyoake. It was obvious to us that Wilson had asked them to try and twist my arm over the independence issue, but I said I would be very happy to have a chat with them as we had much in common. I arrived at the Savoy promptly at 11 o'clock and had a warm reception from Menzies and Holyoake. We settled down to my favorite drink, tea. I then took the initiative and said to Menzies, "The Springboks gave your cricketers a pretty good lesson on the last tour, didn't they?" He was a great fan of cricket, and I knew that this would be a sound tactic for opening the bowling. He came back immediately. Our weakness was with our opening bowlers, and I told our people back home that if we could get some of those Rhodesians playing on our side, we would have won. He was right. Godfrey Lawrence was one of the best opening bowlers in the world at that time, and Colin Bland, one of the greatest fielders the game has ever seen. I made the point that if Don Bradman had still been playing, he might have been able to cope with them. "Of course," said Menzies, "if one could arrange a game between the 11 best Australians and 11 best Springboks of this century, that would certainly be something worth watching. One can keep up that kind of conversation for a very long time." But after half an hour, and starting my second cup of tea, I turned to Keith Holyoake. As most people probably know, if cricket is Australia's national sport, rugby union is certainly New Zealand. And two of the greatest rugby union teams in the world are the All Blacks, New Zealand, and Springboks, South Africa. I just want you to know, Keith, that the Springboks have perfected a new technique in their rugby, and they believe it's a world beater. So in view of the All Blacks' coming tour of South Africa, I thought I would pass the message on to you. Without blinking an eyelid, he said, "We know all about that. We've had our observers over there for some time now." After about a quarter of an hour of rugby talk, Menzies said, looking at the time, "We must get moving to our next appointment." He then looked at me with a twinkle in his eye. "We were actually supposed to have talked some politics with you." To which I replied, "I had guessed that." He went on, "I always said that I didn't think you would resort to any unreasonable action. I simply came back. You can be sure of that." So ended a pleasant occasion. Wilson was to accuse me, in his memoirs, of failing to mention to Menzies my meeting with him, Wilson, at Downing Street. Well, there is no surprise in that. As I have said, we did not discuss politics. I returned home, and, in due course, Bottomley and Gardiner arrived in Salisbury on 22 February. They displayed considerable energy in moving around the country. At a meeting with the Council of Chiefs, there was some very straight talking, and, according to our reports on a number of occasions, Bottomley was left feeling uncomfortable. The clear message he received was that the chiefs were conscious of the disaster in Africa around them as a result of the granting of independence, and it was their wish to continue to work with the Rhodesian government. The meetings with the black extremists took Bottomley by surprise, for they refused to accept his suggestion that they should renounce violence and work constitutionally. He had meetings with farmers, industrialists, professional bodies, and trade unionists. They all gave him the same message. They wanted the British out. In discussion with some of my ministers, he seemed quite a changed man, but once back in the midst of his labor comrades in London, he was quickly moved back into London. They were not concerned with the facts from Rhodesia. They were dedicated to placating their comrades at the OAL and the UN. Two events took place during Bottomley's visit. The South African government gave us a substantial loan on easy terms, and a Portuguese trade delegation arrived for talks. The British government paid serious attention to these events. We obviously had good friends in strategic places. Bottomley's report to the House of Commons was more reasonable and conciliatory than we had expected. He gave a balanced analysis of the opinions which were expressed to him and ended. We emphasized that it was not our intention to impose majority rule by force and reiterated that whatever settlement was reached must be acceptable to the majority of the population of Rhodesia. I am not without hope of finding a way towards a solution that will win the support of all communities and lead to independence and prosperity for all Rhodesians. He avoided being specific on the question that really mattered, but perhaps this was because Wilson had decided to re-enter the fray. At long last, he sent a message to me on 29 March. It was placatory and much along the lines of Bottomley's report to the House. He was not satisfied, however, with our test of acceptability, nor that the 1961 Constitution was acceptable as a basis for independence, nor did he reply to my outstanding question. He proposed another meeting with me in London, but I was still of the opinion that this would only delay matters as he was still evading the main issue, the final steps to UDE. I came to the conclusion at this juncture in 1965 that one of the means of strengthening my hand would be to increase my majority in our parliament. It was clear that politicians in Britain dreamed of getting rid of Smith and the Rhodesian Front and replacing them with more malleable left-wingers. So if we could prove that this idea was a non-starter, it might have a positive effect on both the British government and public opinion. Moreover, with our present majority, we were not in a position to pass constitutional amendments through our House, and the time might come when we would need to do this. So there were exceptional circumstances which pointed to our holding an early election, rather than continuing for another 2 years, as we were entitled to do. Of course, one always takes a chance at this game. We might have lost and been out of power, but then it was important for me to know where I stood with my electorate. Rhodesians were certainly going through testing times, and if I did not have the backing of the people, then the honest thing would be to move out. My personal feeling was that I had endured enough outside interference in the affairs of my country. Unless this could be terminated, we would lose everything we believed in. I was prepared to make the necessary decisions and face the consequences, honestly believing that this was our only hope. I would, however, take a lead in this only if convinced that I had the blessing of the Rhodesian people. On 31 March 1965, I went to see the governor, Sir Humphrey Gibbs, and laid before him my plan. I believed that if I could increase my majority in Parliament, it would strengthen my hand in the negotiations, and this might help to bring the British to their senses. I added that a 2/3 majority necessary for constitutional changes would be desirable. He told me that, in view of the fact that there were still 2 years' life of this Parliament to run, he would have to ask David Butler, leader of the opposition in succession to Whitehead, if he could form a government. Although he accepted that it was a formality, Gibbs said he was obliged to do this constitutionally. I agreed, and so he turned to St. Quentin, his secretary, who was present at the meeting, and asked him to get on the phone. Fortunately, Butler was available and arrived within a short time. We were having a cup of tea and a chat on the farming season, Gibbs was still actively farming in Matabeleland when Butler was shown in. Gibbs simply told him that I wished to hold a general election and asked him if he could form a government. Without hesitation, Butler said, "No." "Well, that settles that," replied Gibbs. Realizing the importance of the election, I extended myself to the limit and held meetings in nearly every corner of the country. These attracted massive audiences, larger than had ever been seen in the country, indicating a political awakening among our people. Surprisingly, many previous opponents came forward in support. For these obvious reasons, we were confident of an increased majority, but the results exceeded even our most optimistic expectations. On 7 May, we won all 50 A-roll seats. Both Butler and Whitehead lost their seats. The electorate had given them a clear message. Of the 15 BB-roll seats, 13 went to black candidates, 1 to an Asian, and 1 to a white man, Dr. Arnpali. In the official speech opening the new parliament, it was made clear that we believed we now had a mandate to lead Rhodesia to full independence, and that it was our intention to pursue vigorously the negotiations with the British government for the grant to Rhodesia of independence. For the first time in our history, we had a black leader of the opposition, Josiah Gondo, an able man with strong convictions and someone with whom I was able to work. Sadly, he was later killed in a motor accident. Had he been alive today, I believe he could have made a positive contribution. What more did the British government require to prove that the majority of people in Rhodesia wanted their independence under the present constitution? The Indaba of chiefs and headmen had given unanimous support, the referendum had given a positive affirmative vote, and now the general election had indicated total support. If the British government would not accept this overwhelming evidence, then we wanted their reasons, without equivocation. We had endured enough evasion and double talk. We then received a message through the local British High Commission, pointing out that the Commonwealth Prime Minister's Conference was to be held in London shortly, in the middle of June. The British proposed to attempt to steer it away from extreme action, and stated that if we avoided provocative action, it would obviously help. With the reasonableness which we had always shown, we agreed. After all the hot air of the Commonwealth Conference had blown away, a suggestion came from the British that we should accept another visit from Bottomley, and we agreed. In fact, they decided to send Cledwyn Hughes, the Minister of State, and he arrived on 21 July. It was immediately apparent that he did not have the power to make decisions, and was simply putting out feelers in the hope that he could take something back with him. We made it clear that there was only one way out of the predicament, and unless the British government accepted this, we would have to get on with it ourselves. In one of my public remarks, I commented, "When we have our independence, we will also have what the independent countries to our north do not: economic independence, without which there is no real independence." In one of the discussions, I told him we would accept a Senate with a blocking mechanism in the hands of blacks. And if that did not meet their requirements, what exactly would? We had asked this question many times, in vain. We waited and waited for a reply, and it became more and more clear that, in spite of all our efforts, the British were not prepared to make a clear decision. The local High Commission offered, as an excuse, the fact that Bottomley was visiting Ghana and other West African countries. This merely confirmed our long-held suspicions. They were consulting the bankrupt and communist dictatorships before replying to us. Had not Ghana staged one of the early coups in Africa? Our considered opinion was moving in the direction of a declaration of independence, nothing emotional or impetuous. Even the more cautious members of cabinet were saying, "What more can we do?" It seemed to me that the British government was misinterpreting our reasonableness and patience as a sign of weakness. If so, this was a major blunder, for I would have thought that any observant person would have detected a quiet determination, motivated by our belief in the justice of our cause, and our growing resentment at the deceit and treacherous behavior of those with whom we were dealing. At one of my public meetings, I expressed the spirit of Rhodesia, by quoting those tremendous words, "All the soul of man is resolution, which in valiant men falters never, until their last breath." I was told afterwards that this had brought tears to many eyes and lumps to many throats. Rhodesians did not flinch from the thought. They were ready for it. Then Bottomley put his foot in it with a statement made in Ghana that Britain would grant independence to Rhodesia only if there was majority rule in the country. This was contrary to everything that had previously been stated. One of the established British principles supported by all parties was unimpeded progress to majority rule. How could there be progress to something which had already been achieved? If this principle was now violated, the game was up. There was nothing more to talk about. It had the effect of making Rhodesians more determined and more united. Bottomley was eventually alarmed at reports of the resentment his words had aroused and sent a message on 7 September expressing deep concern. His government, he wrote, had studied Hughes's report, and he felt it was necessary for him to visit Rhodesia for talks with me. But in view of the Labour Party conference at the end of the month, he would be able to make the trip only after 12 October. I replied, asking why there had been no response to the proposals we made to Hughes. It was now 11 September and we had been waiting since 27 July for a reply. I stressed that the impression was gaining ground that the British government had no intention of granting independence to Rhodesia. I asked, did they realize that the question was one of extreme urgency to us? Were the proposals given to Hughes acceptable or not? In Bottomley's reply he asked, "What proposals? It would have been laughable if it had not been so desperately serious." I said that I had come to the conclusion that we should make one more effort, no matter how bleak the prospect, and if the British were not prepared to make the effort to come to Rhodesia, we would go to Britain. I emphasized that the talks would have to be final and conclusive, as Rhodesians were sick of indecision. I cannot go on much longer leaving the people of Rhodesia and the future of Rhodesia hanging in suspense. I arrived in London on 5 October with Lardner Burke, Justice, and we joined up with Rathall, Finance, and Harper, Internal Affairs, and Vanderbilt, Information, who had gone ahead. The talks were long and tedious, with no sign of any honest intention from the British side. In fact, quite the reverse, with all their effort directed at extracting more from us. They were asking for so many changes in the 1961 Constitution that the end result would in no way resemble what we had started with, and when I pointed this out, they conceded that this was their idea. We believed that a Senate would be the ideal place for the chiefs, and were prepared to give them the majority of the seats, involving a blocking mechanism in the hands of blacks. But this was unacceptable to the communist-dominated OL, and thus unacceptable to the British Labour Party. The fact that we were trying to bring in a system of checks and balances, akin to the House of Lords, made no impression. Would we be prepared to lower our standards in order to accommodate our black people? The answer was simple. The fact that blacks were not participating had no relevance to standards. It was occasioned because the black nationalists had forced a boycott of the system. If one lived in the part of the world where we lived, one very clearly realized the importance of maintaining standards, not lowering them. Moreover, we reminded them that the existing standards were part of a constitution supported by the British government, and they had been party to creating it and bringing it on to the statute books. Obviously, they were now resorting to politics of convenience and appeasement. Wilson then turned to the Land Apportionment Act and asked if we would be prepared to repeal it. We pointed out that modifications were constantly being made. If there were any specific aspects which needed attention, we would willingly consider them. But it was a much more complicated matter than appeared on the surface. For example, were the British aware that if the act was repealed, this would throw open the tribal trust lands to all races? These lands had from the beginning been reserved for the exclusive use of tribesmen, protecting them from the big consortia and the expertise, experience, and finance of our white community. This would be absolutely catastrophic for our black people. There was a stony silence from the other side of the table. There were other examples of the dreadful ignorance of the British, which indicated all too plainly that they were not being guided by the interests of the country and its people, but were being motivated by political expediency and a desire to meet the extravagant wishes of their friends, no matter what the cost. I warned that their intransigence and the fact that they were placing extraneous and foreign interests before the considerations of Rhodesia was driving us into a corner. Clear signs were emerging that the vacillating policy of no finality was eroding confidence, with a resultant decrease in investment and an increase in emigration. If we allowed this to continue, it would be a dreadful betrayal of the trust placed in us by our people, both black and white. Looking Wilson straight in the eyes, I stated in a measured and deliberate tone that they were placing us in a situation where we would have no option but to take matters into our own hands. I did not want them to claim that we had not made them aware of the seriousness of the situation. It was clear that we had exploited all avenues of possible agreement. Repetition and recrimination were creeping in. It was Friday, 8 October, so we decided on a communique. Despite intensive discussion, no means has been found of reconciling opposing views. No further meeting is planned. I was surprised that Wilson and the rest of them agreed to put into writing that our differences were so great as to make our positions irreconcilable. It was plain to us that this was a blunder, because it established the fact that there was only one way out for us. It was also accepted that each side was free to issue its own statement, and I said, we had done our utmost to meet the British government on their 5 principles, and in the process put forward many constructive suggestions which, if accepted, would have established a basis for independence that would have been fair to all parties concerned. The facts of the matter are that as the Rhodesian ministers suggested new proposals to help meet the British point of view, so the latter's demands increased, in the end rendering it impossible for the opposing views to be reconciled. Later that day we were to be confronted by the nasty pettiness of the Labour Party. The BBC had invited me to appear that evening on their popular 24 Hours program, and the plans were made. However, shortly before my departure for the studios, Rhodesia House was informed that I would not be required. The chairman of the BBC, Lord Normanbrook, subsequently conceded, in reply to questions, that this had been done as a result of a request from 10 Downing Street, and Wilson subsequently conceded the point in debate in the House of Commons. It was a fact that I had been interviewed by the BBC shortly after our arrival, and that this had a very favorable impact on the listening public, who previously had been denied our side of the story. Wilson knew this, and decided to take no more chances, especially as it was so easy to censor it. Such is the power of the mass communications media, and the ease with which they can be manipulated. I decided to delay our departure in order to make contact with the Conservatives, and ensure that we did not miss any last-minute opportunities. On Saturday I spent a happy afternoon at Twickenham with my rugby friends, lunched on Sunday with Robert Salisbury and his family at Hatfield, and that evening had a meeting with the Conservative leader's home, Edward Heath, the new leader of the opposition, and Selwyn Lloyd, and formulated a plan which they then took to Wilson. The idea was to have a treaty which would guarantee that there would be no regression as far as political rights and advancement were concerned. The treaty would have international backing, and the Privy Council would be brought in as a final court of appeal. There would be increased efforts in the field of education, and all of this would promote economic advancement and thus black participation in government. It would have been difficult for Wilson to turn the suggestion down, especially as he was being criticized for his blunder over the communique at the end of the talks on Friday, and this would give him an opportunity to redeem himself. He suggested a meeting for the next morning, Monday 11 October, and I agreed. We made it clear when we met that the concept of a treaty as an additional guarantee was completely acceptable to us. As we had never entertained any ideas of breaking agreements or contracts, there was no problem. It is pertinent for me to mention here that there were occasions when it was suggested, not by any member of my government, that we should accept an agreement, and then, as and when necessary, bend it to our requirements, as had been done in so many other parts of Africa. I always made it absolutely clear, however, that any such thought was completely out of the question. Apart from the blatant dishonesty associated with it, we were going to continue living in Rhodesia, and the idea of pulling a fast one over fellow Rhodesians was insane. And that is the most secure guarantee that anyone in the world can have. When people are dealing with their own lives, the future of their children and grandchildren, they will be meticulous and tireless in their dedication to ensuring that they find the best possible solution to their problems. We have to go on living with the results of our decisions. The rest of the world does not. It was a facile solution to think that, because the British had been deceitful in their dealings with us, if we subsequently broke that agreement, it would be a shot in the eye for the British. Nothing could be further from the truth. They would be 6,000 miles away, living their own lives and worrying about their own problems, completely unconcerned about the chaos with which we were landed. The meeting was not prolonged and was amicable by comparison with some of the others, ending with Wilson saying that he was prepared to give further consideration to the idea of a treaty. I came to the conclusion that he was not serious, for he showed little interest. No doubt he would turn it to his advantage by demonstrating his willingness to continue trying. If he failed to follow it up as we believed he would, then at least it would demonstrate to the Conservatives the intractability of the Labour Party. We departed on 12 October, and Wilson immediately appeared on television. Having denied me the opportunity to put over my side of the case, he now had a clear field, and he used it to advantage. His speech was well prepared, and he used dramatic language to tell the British public that we were trying to do something which was out of step with the world around us, and of the catastrophic consequences which would result. No doubt it sounded impressive to people ignorant of the facts, and who only heard one side of the case. Realizing that there was considerable sympathy for Rhodesia and their record in the Commonwealth, he was careful to avoid criticizing me personally, and in fact recognized my sincerity and appealed to me to continue trying for a settlement. Very adroitly, he changed course from the irreconcilability expressed in the communiqué of last Friday. He ended with the words, "I know I speak for everyone in these islands, all parties, all people, when I say to Mr. Smith, Prime Minister, think again." But how long could we go on in this twilight zone of indecision and expectation, trying to deal with people whom we could not trust? They gave us one story last week in London, and then a few days later turned it around in a manner calculated to bring us into disrepute. Moreover, why was there no mention of the positive and sincere recommendation sponsored by the Conservative leaders of an international treaty to guarantee our agreement, and which he promised would receive his serious consideration? The whole scene reeked of hypocrisy and cynicism, and understandably it was difficult for us to believe that they were thinking of the best interests of Rhodesia. I had noticed, though, that Wilson was maneuvering for tactical advantage, and trying to ensure that he did not place himself in a position where he appeared to be responsible for any breakdown of negotiation. It was with this in mind that he sent me a message on 12 October, the very day I had left London, suggesting that a mission of Commonwealth Prime Ministers should visit Rhodesia and recommend a solution to the problem. As with any constructive suggestion, we gave it serious thought, and the following points emerged. In view of the fact that we held a meeting with Wilson on the very day, his message was dispatched. Why, we asked, did he not discuss the idea with us? Second, both parties, British and Rhodesian, had consistently stated that the matter was one between our two countries alone. It was clear that outside interference would complicate the issue and could ultimately get completely out of hand. Third, our problem had been discussed on more than one occasion at Commonwealth Prime Ministers' conferences, unfairly behind our backs, and provocative and one-sided resolutions had been passed against us. Obviously, these people had prejudged the issue and were not prepared to be influenced by facts or truth. Our considered opinion was sent in a message on 18 October, giving all the above objection. In addition, we drew attention to the most recent evidence that Nyerere of Tanzania had threatened to withdraw his country from the Commonwealth if Britain agreed to grant independence to Rhodesia before majority rule, something which had never been accepted by any British government. This was blatant blackmail from Tanzania. The Zambian government added to this by saying that Wilson's latest proposal was no more than a time-consuming device, and India disassociated itself from the idea. In other words, Wilson's plan was floored before it started, so the whole thing turned out to be an utter farce. How could we allow ourselves to be led into such an obvious ambush? Why, I asked, did Wilson not make a greater effort to reach agreement with us during the week which we had just spent in London? I made one more appeal, writing to Wilson on 20 October, asking that the British government grant us our independence and put us on trust to observe and abide by the principles of the 1961 Constitution, and we would accept a solemn treaty to guarantee the agreement. If we broke the agreement, we would stand condemned by the whole world. Even our friends would turn against us, and the British government would have universal support for any action they took. I stressed that we had made a decision in principle on the action we were to take if the British government continued to deny us what we believed was our proven right. Its implementation and the consequences which flow from it now depend entirely on your response to the appeal I now make to you at this 11th hour. Wilson could not claim that he had not been given an absolutely positive and serious warning. Local businessmen who kept in close touch with the British High Commission had been surprised for some time that their official attitude had been one of discounting the possibility of UD, and this must have influenced Wilson and his colleagues. Clearly, this had now changed, with a state of near alarm developing in Britain. The British government embarked on an intensive brainwashing campaign, with Rhodesia hitting the headlines on a daily basis, on using extravagant language, and African nationalists appearing with increasing frequency on BBC programs. Wilson replied to my letter the next day, 21 October, saying that, as obviously there was still much to be discussed, he and Bottomley should visit Salisbury without delay. I agreed. This was an encouraging sign because it meant that Wilson, at long last, had woken up to the fact that unless he made some constructive move, we were heading for our UDI. It was still my most earnest wish that, if possible, this should be avoided. The large British party arrived in Salisbury on Monday 25 October, and on the following morning business opened with a meeting in my office. I began by informing the British team that, in the short time since my return from London, I had received evidence of an increasingly realistic opinion among our black people, believing that a continuation with the current constitution would be preferable to the unpredictable future after a UDI. I added that we had made it clear to those who were in restriction that if they gave an undertaking to forego violence and unconstitutional action, they would be released. I hoped that the British were prepared to support us in this effort. Wilson replied positively, and turning to the question of the treaty, tried to increase the area it was to cover. To our minds, however, the position was clear. It was to ensure that nothing would be done to curtail black political advancement. Wilson's new proposal was that all government's legislation would require approval of the Privy Council, clearly a ridiculous proposition. Wilson claimed that his interpretation was in keeping with Alec Holmes' original idea. But when I suggested that the matter could be settled by a simple message to Home, we never heard anything more on the subject. When the meeting broke up, Wilson handed me a personal letter from the Queen, in which she mentioned the happy memories she had of our beautiful country, and expressed her hope that we would succeed in solving our problem. There were some misleading comments in the media concerning the letter, and so I took the opportunity at a lunch given by the mayor of Salisbury to put the record straight by quoting from it. Then, much to Wilson's embarrassment, he received a letter from the Archbishop of Canterbury, Dr. A. Michael Ramsey, expressing support from the Council of Churches, adding that if Wilson should judge it necessary to use force, I am sure a great body of Christian opinion would support you. Wilson disassociated himself from the suggestion, and the Council of Churches renounced the proposal, saying that it was purely personal. A letter was circulated saying that the latest hymn adopted by the Anglican Church was "Onward, Christian Soldiers. Shoot your kith and kin," and numbers of Rhodesians throughout the country threatened to burn their Bibles and send the ashes to Ramsey. Over the next few days, the British interviewed people, anyone and everyone covering a wide spectrum, and there was strong support for our government stand, except from Nkomo and Sithole. Wilson openly admitted that they were impossible, that they refused to work together and thus combine their effort, refused to renounce unconstitutional action, refused to negotiate with our government, refused to accept Wilson's 5 principles as a basis for negotiation, and demanded that the British should use military force to eject the current government and install their government. Wilson was clearly disillusioned, and I was pleased that he had been subjected to their irrational behavior. We hoped that it would bring him down to earth and make him realize the kind of people we were dealing with, and the complexity of the problems with which we were trying to grapple. Dealing with our black people was something we took in our stride. The problem was with the extreme nationalists who were stirred up by the communist agitators. And even more insidious was the treacherous support which was constantly on tap from fellow travelers like the British Labour Party and the Archbishop of Canterbury. On the Thursday night, 28 October, we had an enjoyable dinner at the Prime Minister's residence, Independence, and were treated to a good repertoire of stories. Angus Graham, the Duke of Montrose and my Minister of Agriculture, was in his element. At one stage, Wilson asked if we should talk business, and I said no because on these occasions we preferred to relax. Serious discussion could be left for the conference room, where minds were usually clearer. It is sad to recount that the press was by this time printing the story that Wilson and his comrades had used the occasion as an opportunity to lecture us on the folly of a UDI. They call it British diplomacy, but I can think of stronger terminology. All parties understood that there had been no progress, and there was an air of despondency over the scene. However, this was suddenly broken the next morning, when my office received the message that Wilson had a new proposition which the British believed had excellent potential. The meeting was laid on, and Wilson put forward his suggestion, a royal commission of 3 eminent, highly respected people to carry out an impartial investigation and make a recommendation. The chairman would be Sir Hugh Beadle, Rhodesian Chief Justice, assisted by one other Rhodesian and someone from Britain, whom he would prefer not to be a member of the Labour Party. Obviously, it would not succeed in pleasing everybody, but if its recommendation called for a bit of give and take from both sides, this could be a way out of the impasse. I saw distinct possibilities. Maybe because of the shock of his meetings with Nkomo and Sithole, Wilson was beginning to see reason. We decided to adjourn to give us time to consider. We would meet again after dinner. The first point requiring consideration was the Commission's terms of reference. The British had their ideas, and so did the Rhodesians. Each side was trying to ensure that its own wishes were laid down as a guide to the Commissioners. Clearly, this was unworkable. The idea of a commission was to recommend an agreement, something which we had failed to do. We should not be trying to do the work of the Commission. The talk was going on, and we were making no progress. So I stressed the point that if we were going to have a commission, then we should ask them to get on with the job and not tell them how to do it. Wilson agreed and made a very encouraging comment that if the commission produced a report which he disliked, or the majority of his government disliked, he did not see how he could reject it. I concurred, saying the same applied to me, and in addition, stressed the point that we were the only ones taking a risk. Because if the recommendation prejudiced us, our country and our lives would be at stake. While if it went against the British, they would not bat an eyelid. but simply get on with their lives and business exactly the same as before. It was for this very reason that some of my colleagues were uneasy about the idea. I stressed the time factor, making it plain that we were not prepared to get caught up in an exercise which might drag on. We were all suspicious that Wilson's strategy was to go on buying time, but he had no compunction in saying that he was of the opinion that they could complete their task in 2 months. It all seemed to me to be too good to be true, but maybe it was an astute plan on his part to extricate himself from the lock grip of the OA and the Onion. Wilson flew out of Salisbury on the morning of Saturday, 30 October, to consult with his cabinet on this new proposal. He would ask Bottomley and Elwyn Jones to deal with any loose ends which required attention. Wilson called into Ghana and Nigeria on his way home, presumably to obtain their concurrence. According to the local British High Commission, he received a rebuff in Ghana, but in Nigeria, where the leader Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was one of the mature and experienced leaders, he received support for his proposal. Once again, this gave some hope. On 3 November, Wilson dispatched the message we were awaiting. It started on the right foot, accepting that the Royal Commission should carry out its analysis based on the existing constitution. But, a very big but, Wilson insisted. In all their discussions, the commissioners were to inform everyone that this constitution was unacceptable to the British government. Second, before commencing their investigation, they were to submit a report on how they proposed to carry out their task. Third, the report would have to be unanimous. Finally, the British government would not commit themselves in advance to accepting the report. The last 3 points clearly annulled the first point. It was farcical for the British government to appoint a royal commission to report back to them and instruct the commissioners that, when taking evidence, they had to inform all and sundry that the proposal they were putting forward was unacceptable to the British government. Was this not a scene from Gilbert and Sullivan? To appoint a high-powered commission of most distinguished people to investigate and then have insufficient confidence in them to allow them to decide how to conduct their task. Was this not tantamount to a vote of no confidence in them before they commenced? To claim that we had agreed that the report would have to be unanimous was a blatant lie. Not only did my entire cabinet attend that final meeting after dinner, as opposed to the team of 3 at the conference table, but also present, taking their minutes, were the cabinet secretary and his deputy. Not one of us could recall the question of a unanimous decision being mentioned. And if it had been brought up, is it not ridiculous for anyone to believe that we could have agreed to such an illogical suggestion? It is a well-known and established procedure that if a commission or committee or panel of judges is not unanimous, it submits a majority report and a minority report. Finally, not only were our memories clear, but the Secretariat's report minuted Wilson's comment that even if the Commission's report was not to his liking, he could not see how he could reject it. Now he was trying to renege on this. The conclusion I came to was that he had received messages from his comrades in the Commonwealth, the OAA, and the Wilson had succumbed to the pressure, and so was going to extricate himself by breaking the agreement he had made with us, and introducing new conditions which he knew from previous discussions were unacceptable. I dispatched a message forthwith to Wilson, expressing our utter dismay at these latest proposals, which were a clear contradiction of what we had agreed in Salisbury before his departure. I gave him the reasons as stated above, and then added, I therefore regret to tell you that the only conclusion to be derived from your letter is that it is tantamount to, and can only be interpreted as, a rejection of the proposals agreed with you in Salisbury. The impression you left with us of a determined effort to resolve our constitutional problem has been utterly dissipated. It would seem that you have now finally closed the door which you publicly claim to have opened. In spite of this clear message, added to the many other occasions when I stressed that we were being driven into a situation where we would have no alternative to a UD. When Wilson spoke in the House of Commons on the day of our declaration, 11 November, he said, "Smith gave me no indication that a decision to take a legal action had been taken." What a sad reflection on our society, when the Prime Minister of a country like Great Britain can make an important statement in their renowned and highly respected Parliament, which is such a travesty of the truth, and get away with it. If it were an isolated case, perhaps it would not be so serious, but judging from our history with Britain, it was a regular performance. On 7 November, Wilson sent a message suggesting that Chief Justice Beadle should come to Britain to discuss the Royal Commission. But he had already invited Beadle, who had accepted, informing me that he was going in his private capacity in the hope that he could make some contribution. As usual, Wilson was being careless in his handling of the truth. On 8 November, I sent another message reiterating to Wilson that our positions were obviously irreconcilable, and for good measure spelt out again the points mentioned in my previous message, indicating how he had reneged on the agreement we had made on the Royal Commission. In spite of our misgivings, we were prepared to stand by the agreement, and all that was now necessary was for Wilson to honor his part of the agreement. Time was running out. Our contingency planning had been going on for some time, ensuring procurement of fuel and other essentials, equitable distribution of strategic requirements, export routes. A state of emergency had even been proclaimed on 5 November, an obvious precaution. And yet Wilson could still claim on 11 November that he had not received any prior indication of illegal action. All day, Tuesday 9 November, we waited for a reply from Wilson. All Wednesday morning, 10 November, we waited. That afternoon we gathered in the cabinet room to make arrangements for the final decision. I encouraged free discussion, even at this late stage. There was no emotionalism or raised voices. We had been through so many crises and periods of expectation, hope, and then disillusion. Clearly, there had been a number of times when we had been through the trauma of reconciling our natural feelings and impulses with the considered reasoning of our consciences. We were seasoned campaigners at living by that deadly game of be by guess and by God. It seemed to me that everyone had exhausted his views when my PP entered to say that Johnston, the British High Commissioner, had turned up with an oral message from Wilson at 7:30 p.m. It sounded strange, but then we had learned from experience that we were dealing with a strange man. Instead of going out personally to speak to him, and then returning and briefing cabinet, I suggested that Johnston be brought in. Not only would this save time, but my colleagues would see for themselves what was going on. I asked for a copy of the message he had brought to read to us. He replied that his instruction was to put nothing in writing. I asked if he did not agree with me that this was most unusual. Johnston did not reply. I wondered if I should ask him to go away and return with something in writing, as was the custom. But I thought, on the spur of the moment, that this would play into Wilson's hands, since he could then accuse us of ejecting his emissary and refusing to accept his message. I told him to proceed. There was absolutely nothing new. It was a rehash of the Royal Commission proposals, with the introduction of new wording in the hope that this would create new impressions. Finally, Johnston said that, when Beadle returned, he would be able to reassure me on any outstanding points. We did not want reassuring. How long had we been going backwards and forwards through the process? The only thing we had been reassured of was that Wilson was dedicated to appeasing his comrades in the UOL and the UNDO. All the time Wilson was doing this at the expense of Rhodesians, those whom he spuriously claimed he was trying to assist. We wanted a straight answer. Was he going to honor the agreement we made when he was last in Salisbury on setting up the Royal Commission? A simple message saying ISIS and the matter would be solved. Even a direct no would have been preferable to the perfidious diplomacy and intrigue and blatant deception which went on day after day. We were all of the same opinion. The contents of the message, and its form of delivery, far from helping, had hardened our position. A few members of cabinet were so exasperated that they were ready to finalize the decision there and then. But we had been through a long and testing day, so I insisted that we retire for a good night's sleep. We would return at 8:30 the following morning, with fresh, clear minds, and make a decision. I told Gerald Clark that they could carry on with the preparations because it looked fairly certain that a decision would be made in the morning. If we changed our mind, no harm would be done. On 11 November 1965, everyone was present on time in the cabinet room. I asked if there were any more contributions. There was a general expression of approval that I had insisted on delaying a decision the previous evening, because, as one of them said, this will probably be the most important decision we will ever make in our lives. So it is right that we took more time and now apply fresh minds in order to be absolutely certain that the decision which we now make will reflect our considered opinion and most serious judgment. I allowed time for thought and discussion. It was clear that there were no further contributions necessary. I was about to bring matters to a head when once more my PPS entered to say that Wilson was on the phone. I had a gut feeling that this was just another attempt at a delaying tactic, an effort by Wilson to establish himself as not being the one responsible for the breakdown. My office had been informed the previous day that the British High Commission were aware of the fact that we were about to come to a conclusion, and the hotline to 10 Downing Street was working to capacity to keep Wilson completely in the picture. My assumption was correct. When I picked up the receiver, he was most courteous, even condescending in his tone, and commenced by saying that he believed we should appoint the Royal Commission forthwith, as the differences between us now were minimal and could easily be resolved. If we were prepared to say yes now, he would put it to his cabinet, and if they agreed, he would put it to the heads of Commonwealth. And this, of course, would be subject to Britain's sovereign right to accept or reject. But, as I pointed out, we had told him before his departure from Salisbury that we accepted the commission, so why had this not been processed? The clear answer was that he was attempting to introduce changes to accommodate his friends in the OLA. He was trying to hedge his bets in such a way that whatever happened, he was going to win. And he added nothing which gave me any hope. I told him that I had come down from a cabinet meeting to take his call and that I would now convey his message to them. But it would not be right if I did not say that the feeling of my cabinet was that this thing had gone too far. We were sick and tired of never-ending British prevarication. He concluded by saying that, on a number of occasions, he had made the point that he was convinced I was negotiating in good faith, but that he could not say this was true of some of my colleagues. He hoped that I would be able to influence them. I assured him that there was no substance in his accusation. My cabinet team was cohesive, and on the question of our independence there had never been any serious difference of opinion. I slumped back in my chair for a few minutes to contemplate the situation. I was overwhelmed by a feeling of absolute frustration. There was within my whole system a very strong desire to preserve my links with the history and tradition and culture that I had been brought up to respect and believe. But over the last half-decade this had taken a tremendous battering. When one looked at the composition of the current Commonwealth, the whole character of it had changed. Within Britain itself, we were landed with a socialist government, hell-bent on appeasing the cult of Marxism-Leninism, at the expense of the old traditional values of the British Empire. This was never part of my tradition and culture. But most important, and above all else, was the treatment to which we had been subjected. The breaches of agreements, the double standards, the blatant deception and blackmail with which we were confronted. To put it crudely, we had had an absolute bellyful. Rhodesians simply wished to be left to lead their own lives. And in all honesty, it had to be admitted that the Conservatives were as much to blame as Labour. They had had opportunities on a number of occasions, but had lacked the necessary courage, and their treachery after the Victoria Falls Conference could never be forgiven. Now came this final episode, the last 2 days waiting, and this morning, the third day, still anticipating the simple reply. Agreed, we are setting up the commission. After all, it had been their suggestion, not ours. I retraced my steps upstairs to the cabinet room with a heavy heart. How could anyone recommend a change of course? My colleagues were waiting anxiously, and I took time to recount the conversation which had taken place. The general tenor of the response was that they could not detect any change of heart, and they were correct. There was no sudden, impulsive rejection. There were questions and a general discussion. If we accepted this, would we not yet again allow ourselves to become embroiled in more inconclusive wrangling that would play on the uncertainty and ebbing confidence of our people, stimulate the terrorism in the tribal areas, where innocent people were being murdered, and give new hope to the agitators? We could foresee acrimonious wrangling, starting with the composition of the commission and continuing with these other additional concessions which Wilson was trying to extract from us. I could see that these anxieties were overwhelming. There were no more questions or comments, so I said quietly, deliberately avoiding emotion, that it seemed as if we were ready for a decision, in which case I believed each member should give me his individual answer. Do we declare our independence, yes or no? I went around the table, and each one, quietly but firmly, without hesitation, said, yes. I suppose it should have been a very dramatic occasion. In fact, it was not. We had been on the edge of the precipice for so long, had resolved ourselves to making the decision so many times, that our steel had been tempered. We were ready for it. Moreover, our consciences were clear. We had gone to the absolute limit in trying to avoid it. And so, how could any reasonable, honest man fault us? My stand had always been straightforward and consistent. We came to an agreement with the British government at the Victoria Falls Conference. They repudiated the contract. We were asserting our right to implement the contract. One of the most persistent accusations hurled at us over the years was that we took this action in order to ensure permanent white minority rule. History proves conclusively that this is a blatant lie. It was, of course, a continuation of the campaign of the communists, who had all along been trying desperately to frustrate our legitimate objective. Now that they had lost, they embarked on their misinformation campaign, trying to besmirch our motives. The only way they could succeed was by twisting the truth, and as everyone knows, the communists are world beaters at that game. What is so sad is the gullibility of the free world. The vast majority allowed themselves to be hoodwinked. Let us examine the facts, the truth. Going back to the original Rhodesian Constitution of 1923, there was no racial connotation to the franchise, and from that date there had been people of every race, color, and creed on the voters' roll. The next step came 40 years later with the 1961 Constitution, and this embodied the addition of a DB roll with a debased franchise qualification, especially designed to cater for our black people. The normal roll, or A roll as it was now called, remained open to all irrespective of race, color, or creed. So this new constitution, far from trying to entrench our white people, did the reverse, and facilitated and encouraged the participation of our black people. The Constitution was accepted by, and carries the signatures of, representatives of the British government, the Rhodesian government, and the black nationalist leaders. It enshrined the principle of unimpeded progress to majority rule, and the British representatives involved in drawing up the Constitution estimated that it would culminate in a black majority government within 10 to 15 years. If this is the manner in which white Rhodesians attempted to perpetuate their rule of the country, their incompetence, not to say stupidity, was most remarkable. It was this same 1961 Constitution that we agreed with the British at the Victoria Falls Conference would be our independence constitution. No changes were requested. In all the post-Federation discussions with both the Conservative Party and Labour Party, no changes were requested. The 5 principles laid down by the British strengthened the position of our black people, and these were accepted by our government. The first one was clear and concise. On 1. The principle and intention of unimpeded progress to majority rule, already enshrined in the 1961 Constitution, to be maintained and guaranteed. A. In Wilson's letter to me of 29 March 1965, he said, "What the British government wish is a peaceful transition to majority rule, the principle of which is enshrined in the 1961 Constitution." This was exactly what we had been urging since the Victoria Falls Conference. On the final day of our talks with Wilson in London on 10 October, we had discussed the suggestion made by the Conservative Party leaders of an internationally backed treaty to provide an additional guarantee that the 1961 Constitution would in no way be breached, and this received the full support of the Rhodesian delegation. Wilson's visit to Rhodesia later in October had culminated in his proposal for a royal commission, and once again we were in full support of the implementation of independence on the basis of the 1961 Constitution, in which was enshrined the principle of unimpeded progress to majority rule. One could go on, providing more examples of evidence proving conclusively that at no time in the history of our country was there any attempt to interfere with free access to the voter's roll and the principle of unimpeded progress to majority rule. But right up to the present day, one still comes across articles accusing Rhodesians of trying to perpetuate white minority rule. Such is the power of the communist propaganda machine. Returning to the scene on 11 November in the cabinet room, where we had just made our fateful decision, I asked Gerald Clark what came next, and he left the room to check. We had set up a committee to prepare the declaration, and they had studied many previous similar occasions. Obviously, the most appropriate was the American Declaration. A suitable form had been arranged and printed. Clark returned to say that everything had been arranged in the nearby conference room. The photographer was on his way. We went along. Each member of cabinet signed the Proclamation of Independence, and the official photograph was taken. The proclamation was a handsome document and well laid out. The annexure was the existing 1961 Constitution which, as shown clearly above, guaranteed majority rule, irrespective of race, color, or creed. The act conferring it on Rhodesia was part of British legislation, passed by the British Parliament at Westminster. I went to Government House to inform Humphrey Gibbs. His staff had already heard the radio announcement that I was to broadcast to the nation at 1:15 m.m. He simply said, "So, this is it," I replied. "Yes." He said he was deeply sorry, for he had hoped that we could avoid it. I assured him that I had hoped likewise, and as he knew, I had worked incessantly to prevent it. Sadly, in our judgment, the time had come. He accepted my words philosophically and said, "I will return to my farm and try to get more milk out of my cows." It was a sad occasion for both of us, as we had been friends for many years. We shook hands and parted. I then went to the broadcasting studios to record my message to the nation. I began by reading the proclamation. Whereas, in the then disorderly course of human affairs, history has shown that it may become necessary for people to resolve the political affiliations which have connected them with another people, and how to assume, among other nations, the separate and equal status to which they are for a day entitled, and whereas in such event A respect for the opinions of mankind requires them to declare to other nations the causes which impel them to assume full responsibility for their own affairs. Now therefore we, the government of Rhodesia, do hereby declare that it is an indisputable and accepted historic fact that since 1923, the government of Rhodesia have exercised the powers of self-government and have been responsible for the progress, development, and welfare of their people. That the people of Rhodesia, having demonstrated their loyalty to the Crown and to their kith and kin in the United Kingdom and elsewhere throughout 2 world wars, and having been prepared to shed their blood and give of their substance in what they believe to be a mutual interest of freedom, loving people, now see all that they have cherished about to be shattered on the rocks of expediency. That the people of Rhodesia have witnessed a process which is destructive of those very precepts upon which civilization in a primitive country has been built. They have seen the principles of Western democracy and responsible government and moral standards crumble elsewhere. Nevertheless, they have remained steadfast. That the people of Rhodesia fully support the request of their government for sovereign independence and have witnessed the consistent refusal of the government of the United Kingdom to accede to their entreaties. That the government of the United Kingdom have thus demonstrated that they are not prepared to grant sovereign independence to Rhodesia on terms acceptable to the people of Rhodesia, thereby persisting in maintaining an unwarrantable jurisdiction over Rhodesia, obstructing laws and treaties with other states in the conduct of affairs with other nations, and refusing assent to necessary laws for the public good. All this to the detriment of the future peace, prosperity, and good government of Rhodesia. That the government of Rhodesia have for a long period patiently and in good faith negotiated with the government of the United Kingdom for the removal of the remaining limitations placed upon them and for the grant of sovereign independence. That it is the belief that procrastination and delay strike at and injure the very life of the nation. The government of Rhodesia consider it essential that Rhodesia should obtain, without delay, sovereign independence, the justice of which is beyond question. Now therefore, we, the government of Rhodesia, in humble submission to Almighty God, who controls the destiny of nations, conscious that the people of Rhodesia have always shown unswerving loyalty and devotion to Her Majesty, the Queen, and earnestly praying that we, the people of Rhodesia, will not bow now, hindered in our determination to continue exercising ours undoubted right to demonstrate the same loyalty and devotion in seeking to promote the common good. So, that the ideal dignity and freedom of all men may be assured, do by this proclamation adopt, enact, and give to the people of Rhodesia the Constitution annexed hereto. God save the Queen. I then went on to say, today, now that the final stalemate in negotiations has become evident, the end of the road has been reached. It has become abundantly clear that it is the policy of the British government to play us along with no real intention of arriving at a solution which we could possibly accept. Indeed, in the latest verbal and confidential message delivered to me last night, we find that on the main principle which is in dispute, the two governments have moved further apart. I promised the people of this country that I would continue to negotiate to the bitter end, and that I would leave no stone unturned in my endeavors to secure an honorable and mutually accepted settlement. It now falls to me to tell you that negotiations have come to an end. I stressed how hard we had tried to reach an accommodation with the British. The decision, I said, was the product of deep heart-searching and ceaseless conference. I had learned the lesson of the Federation and could not permit this country to drift in the present paralyzing state of uncertainty. In that case, matters were permitted to drift and plans for action were formulated too late to prevent the destruction of this noble concept of racial harmony. However, Rhodesia has not rejected the possibility of racial harmony in Africa. The responsibility for the breakup of the Federation was Great Britain's alone. Their experiment failed, and they are now trying to foist the same dogma onto Rhodesia. I expressed my determination to prevent a repetition of that process. I stressed, however, that the proclamation did not signal a departure from principle. It did not mean that the Constitution would be torn up and the protection of the rights of all peoples abrogated. There would be no diminution of African advancement and prosperity. Indeed, it was the government's intention to bring the Africans into government on a basis acceptable to them. I reminded my audience that we had never asked for anything other than independence on the basis of the Constitution, adjusted only where necessary to fit an independent country. MPs, judges, civil servants, and the members of the armed forces and police would continue to carry out their duties in terms of the Constitution, and current laws would continue to operate. The proclamation did no more than to allow the government to assume the powers given to British ministers. There was no intention to quarrel with either Rhodesia's neighbors or with the British people with whom Rhodesians had fought the common enemy in 2 world wars. I reaffirmed our loyalty to the Crown, the Union Jack, and the national anthem. I acknowledged that, while many had longed for unity, there were others who had reservations. We could not, however, continue as we were because the British declared intention was to hold another conference to change the Constitution. Furthermore, there would be no solution to the racial problem as long as the African nationalists believed they could, by fomenting trouble, induce the British to hand over the country to them. The uncertainty had to be ended if the essential prosperity was to be achieved that would allow the improvement of the standard of living of all the people. Sanctions were threatened, but I expressed my belief they would be overcome by the natural resources of Rhodesia and the enterprise of its people, and I did not believe that the rational world would combine to destroy the economy and so hurt the very people for whom they were invoking sanctions. I concluded, in the lives of most nations, there comes a moment when a stand has to be made for principles, whatever the consequences. This moment has come to Rhodesia. I pray, and I hope other Rhodesians will also pray today, that our government will be given the wisdom and the strength to bring Rhodesia safely through. I call upon all of you in this historic hour to support me and my government in the struggle in which we are engaged. I believe that we are a courageous people and history has cast us in an heroic role. To us has been given the privilege of being the first Western nation in the last 2 decades to have the determination and fortitude to say, so far and no further. We may be a small country, but we are a determined people who have been called upon to play a role of worldwide significance. We Rhodesians have rejected the doctrinaire philosophy of appeasement and surrender. The decision which we have taken today is a refusal by Rhodesians to sell their birthright. And even if we were to surrender, does anyone believe that Rhodesia would be the last target of the communists in the Afro-Asian bloc? We have struck a blow for the preservation of justice, civilization, and Christianity, and in the spirit of this belief we have thus assumed our sovereign independence. God bless you all. There could not have been many people in the country who did not listen to the broadcast. Expectations had been building up for some time. The media were taken aback at the normality of everything that afternoon and over the ensuing days. The people were smiling and getting on with their jobs. I went back home for lunch, and when Janet met me, I told her of my hope for a quiet afternoon and evening, with no visitors, and that was how it was. We were fortunate that no one came round or telephoned. In those days, callers simply drove up the drive, because there were no security people to stop them at the gate. And Janet and I answered the telephone, as there were no staff at the residence. There never had been. Today, it is a veritable fortress surrounded by soldiers with automatic rifles, barbed wire entanglements, a bulletproof vehicle in which to travel surrounded by armored lorries, followed by an ambulance. I went to my office next morning, as usual accompanied only by my driver, and there was a fairly sizable crowd there to greet me. I mingled and talked to them, and there was no security presence. Yet at the UN, members of the UL were accusing Rhodesia of being a threat to world peace, a notion which the former U.S. Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, ridiculed in an article. Often, when I walked out of the office to my car, on my way to lunch, there would be people standing on the pavement, and I would talk to them, sometimes sign an autograph. And one of the most frequent comments was, "In this country we see the happiest black faces we've ever seen. Also, everything is so quiet and peaceful." I remember being shown statistics by the police commissioner that pro rata to population Rhodesia had the lowest crime rate in the world. And, as I indicated earlier, the exercise dealing with the break-up of the Federation showed that we had provided better facilities for our black people in the fields of education, health, housing, recreation, and cultural facilities than anywhere else in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is what the British were determined to bring to an end, to the extent that they were prepared to break solemn agreements made with us. Probably the most compelling argument in support of our taking of independence was the recent history of Africa. We were living cheek by jowl with the results. For example, Ghana was the first British country to be granted independence in 1957, and the British government claimed that this glorious example would prove the success of Britain's colonial policy. Within a couple of years, their president Nkrumah had established a one-party dictatorship. Half of the members of parliament were in prison. The leaders of the opposition had been eliminated. The economy was in ruins, and the president had established an external multi-million-pound personal bank account. We could not know at the time that in the following year, 1966, he would be ousted and lucky to get out with his life. Next in line for independence was Nigeria in 1960, and we were told that this was a mature country with links with Britain and Europe going back over 200 years. There were big religious and ethnic differences within the country, but the British-made constitution was designed to cater for those. Nevertheless, the country was soon enveloped in dreadful civil war between the Muslims in the north and the Negroes in the south. Corruption was rampant, and the economy soon in ruins. While our negotiations were at a peak in October 1965, we received reports of hundreds of murders during their elections. In spite of this, preparations for the Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference in Lagos in January continued. At its conclusion, Wilson spoke in glowing terms of the great success of Nigeria's independence, and of how well the other newly independent countries of the Commonwealth were progressing. Britain was proud of the part it had played in bringing all of this to fruition, Wilson said. Within days of the conference ending, their leader and dictator, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, and a number of his ministers were barbarously murdered. Then came the Belgian Congo's independence, also in 1960. The country was immediately plunged into civil war, with deaths running into tens of thousands, and the white settlers caught in the middle, with murder and rape carried out with impunity. Refugees by the thousand flocked through Rhodesia, and our whole country rose to the occasion to provide assistance. Needless to say, the graphic description of the atrocities to which these poor people were subjected, backed up by medical evidence from our doctors and hospitals, left an indelible impression on our people. Then, in quick succession came independence for Tanzania, Zanzibar, Uganda, and Kenya. The story was the same. Tribal violence and massacres. Political opponents imprisoned. Coups. Streams of white refugees who had been dispossessed of their property and were passing through Rhodesia. Rampant corruption and the establishment of external bank accounts by their leaders. In the short period of Zambia's independence, October 1964, there had been massacres of government opponents. Corruption was in full swing, and Konda had stated his intention of forming a one-party dictatorship. Yet Britain was more than happy to give them their independence, but not Rhodesia, which had to its credit an exemplary record of over 40 years of self-government. How could Rhodesians accept such blatant hypocrisy and condone such devious double standards, especially when the price was their own future, their own lives? As I have stated on so many occasions, when British solutions for Africa went wrong, and this has happened in every case, the British were looking in the opposite direction, disassociating themselves from the resultant disaster. When people have to go on living with the decisions they make, they go out of their way to ensure that they avoid such blunders. The record is clear for everyone to observe. British policy for Africa led to one man, one vote, once. Thereafter, dictatorship ensued, with the resultant chaos and denial of freedom and justice. By contrast, we believe that our policy would prove successful. It was one of gradualism in order to ensure that people fully understood the complicated democratic system. From experience, they would learn about its pitfalls, and this would assist them to avoid the disasters which we had witnessed in countries to our north. We referred to it as meritocracy, and tragically the world will never know whether it would have succeeded and proved the exception to the rule. Evolution in preference to revolution. It is important to understand that with the introduction of Western democracy into sub-Saharan Africa, we were experimenting with a system of government which was foreign to and unknown in those parts. 10. The immediate consequences of UDI. Clearly, our UD would infuriate the starry-eyed liberals and the frustrated communists, but I was placing my faith in the theory that sudden storms are short. Wilson was dashing hither and thither in London, making extravagant statements. Certain African states were demanding an immediate invasion by British forces. If only they could have had a bird's-eye view of Rhodesia, they would have realized the stupidity of their behavior, because things there were completely normal and calm, an oasis of peace in an otherwise turbulent continent. The day after our declaration, I visited Government House accompanied by DuPont and Lardner Burke to clear up Gibbs' position. He had changed his stance from the previous day when he told me he would go back to his farm in Matabeland and try to get some more milk out of his cows. Not surprisingly, the British government had asked him to remain at his post, as in their eyes he was still the governor. In fact, because of the new constitution which we had brought in, his authority no longer existed, and the maintenance of this pretense was of little concern to us. I gave instructions that he should be allowed to continue living in the residence with no pressures placed on him. Rhodesia dominated the correspondence between the heads of Commonwealth for a few days, with Wilson stating that it was the government's intention to restore legality and freedom in Rhodesia. Had he been truthful, he would have admitted that there was more freedom in Rhodesia than in any other country in Africa, and that constitutionally the action which we had taken was necessary in order to implement the agreement which we made at the Victoria Falls Conference. Wilson also stated that there was no intention to use force, and this came as no surprise because I had heard through my security channels that he had received a positive message from his chiefs of staff that any thought of military action would be a non-starter. This was logical to anyone who understood the intimate relationship between the Rhodesian and British security forces and the great loyalty and dedication which Rhodesia had always shown. In the last war, our Army and Air Force units were integrated with the British, and this had continued up to UD. Every year, one of our Air Force squadrons flew to Aden, where they indulged in combined operations with the RAF over a period of 1 month. We had constant radio communications with RAF Aden, and our CRAX-AS unit was on call, ready for service, with the British Army. Nowhere else in Africa did anything like this apply, so any politician in Britain who contemplated a fratricidal war against Rhodesia was living in the dark. The heads of the security forces in Britain were not interested in appeasing the communist aspirations of the UOA. They were more concerned with the qualities of loyalty and honesty and the bonds of friendship which held us together. Just as important were the ties of family and nationality which had preserved the British Empire during times of stress. They had not forgotten the last World War when together we faced what appeared to be imminent disaster. We were disappointed at the performance of the Conservative Party which, apart from a few of our staunch and loyal friends, allowed themselves to be taken along by Wilson, offering a few mild suggestions about practicing moderation. They let Wilson get away with using, as an excuse for his retaliatory actions, his concern that undesirable foreign powers might exploit our successful defiance as a pretext for gaining a foothold on the continent. The Tories should have immediately pointed out that his recent mishandling of the Rhodesian problem, leading to UDE, was giving a great boost to the communist campaign in Africa, and was in fact aiding and abetting the communists in securing their existing foothold in Africa. Here was incontrovertible evidence that Wilson and the Labour Party were undermining a country which had a worldwide reputation for promoting the concept of Western democracy and the free enterprise system. So it was Wilson, not Smith, who was creating the fertile ground for hostile foreign penetration into Africa. Another pertinent fact given to me at that time was that the communists were supplying arms to their terrorist allies in Africa to carry out their brutal attacks on innocent civilians. And now Wilson was cutting off arms supplies to Rhodesia that should have been used to maintain law and order and to protect our citizens. The only time they had ever been used beyond our borders was to assist Britain in its role as an international peace force. But this was now conveniently forgotten as part of the exercise to placate the UOA. Sadly, the Conservatives were going through a period of indecisive leadership, and this was not helped by the fact that Wilson was working with a slim majority of 3, and was therefore contemplating a general election. Accordingly, the main preoccupation of the Conservative leadership was to keep an eye on their voters, and avoid doing anything which might be regarded as provocative. So, if in doubt, the best tactic is to do nothing. This meant that Wilson had an easy passage with his legislation, enabling him to impose sanctions, and although the Conservatives did not like it and were uneasy, they had no real will to oppose. Hansard records that Wilson thanked the Conservative opposition for supporting the government plan and contributing to national unity. In Rhodesian eyes, this was indefensible, if not downright treacherous. Rhodesians wasted no time in rolling up their sleeves and getting on with the job. The plans of government and its ministries were in place from the beginning, but the most important and encouraging factor was the enthusiastic response from the private sector, which came forward immediately and offered assistance. They set up committees to organize their own sectors, created liaison with other sectors, and ultimately with government. There were leading members of both industry and commerce who were not supporters of my government and opposed our Declaration of Independence. But they made it absolutely clear that they were, first and foremost, Rhodesians, and in the present circumstances, they had only one loyalty. Everyone became a member of the team, and the energy and dedication which came forth were quite staggering. As things developed over the years, I often thought that this single factor contributed more to our success than anything else. It was self-help and free enterprise at its pinnacle. People regarded it as a privilege to be able to participate. Within a matter of days, we were receiving approaches from agents representing countries other than Britain, who had sensed that opportunities would be presenting themselves as a result of British sanctions. Such is the force of free enterprise. In London, the British government attempted to intimidate our people working at Rhodesia House into denouncing UDI, telling them the British would offer them employment. But they ran into a stone wall. They tried the same tactics through radio broadcasts to Rhodesia, and these were regarded as great jokes by all but a small number who were British citizens and who decided to return to their homes. Kaunda of Zambia was under pressure from some of his OAA friends to cut his links with us, but he had enough sense to realize that this would have meant committing suicide, because his transport links to the ports for his exports and imports ran through Rhodesia. The essential coal and coke for Zambia's copper production and many of their other industrial requirements came from Rhodesia. It was one thing for those countries to the north that had no contact with us to preach boycott, since they were thinking only of their own selfish interests. But it would have been quite another for Kaunda, however, did hit on a tactic, probably with Wilson's connivance. He asked for British troops and an RAF squadron to move into Zambia, on the pretext of it providing protection for Zambia's power supplies and mines. We had communicated with Kaunda, assuring him of our intention to maintain normal communications and supplies. So it was clear that this was a maneuver to placate certain people. Both Wilson and Kaunda could point out to the UAWA that they were taking the necessary steps to frustrate the evil intentions of the Rhodesians. My diary records a number of interesting and comic events associated with this exercise. Air traffic control in Salisbury handled all traffic passing from northern Africa southwards, as there was no other contact. When the RAF squadrons landed at their destination in Lusaka, Zambia, they signed off by saying, "Goodbye," and "Thanks, Salisbury." Back came the reply, "Goodbye, RAF, and enjoy yourselves." The British, both RAF and Army, soon made contact with the Rhodesians on the other side of the Zambezi at Victoria Falls and Kariba, and paid regular visits in the evenings to their messes. And on both Christmas and New Year's Eve joined enthusiastically in the toast to Smith and Rhodesia. This took place both north and south of the river. So we were not surprised to hear that the RAF squadron commander told Arthur Bottomley that his pilots had made it clear that they would not comply with an order to attack Rhodesia. On the humorous side, my PPS said with a smile on his face that our Air Force commander had been on the phone with a message from his CO at Victoria Falls, who had received an SOS for help from his RAF counterpart on the northern bank of the river. The message related that Bottomley had waved his farewell hand towards the Zambians who were attending his departure, saying, "There are no more noble creatures on this earth, and we have so much in common with them." The RAF officers had spent much time trying to work that one out. Maybe politicians were more intelligent than airmen. And was I able to help them with their problem? Interestingly, Bottomley was not on his own, as another British minister, Gledwin Hughes, in a farewell speech to the British troops before leaving for home, ended by saying, "I wish you all a happy white Christmas. Snow in tropical Africa." In the middle of summer, the depths to which the British government were prepared to descend in their vindictiveness were disclosed in their action in stopping the payment of pensions to their British pensioners living in Rhodesia. I responded by making the decision that not only would we continue to pay Rhodesian pensioners living in Britain, but that we would also pay the British pensioners living in Rhodesia who had been forsaken by their own government. Two wrongs do not make a right. We will not descend to the level of the British government. The British then resorted to another underhand trick, one which was frowned upon in international circles, and which also had a boomerang effect. They seized our assets in the Bank of England, in spite of objections from the bank, because this action was in conflict with banking principles and reflected on the bank's integrity. Fortunately, We had moved our gold and assets to other countries as part of our precautionary measures, and so there was only a small amount in our trading account, which fell into the hands of the British bank robbers. The more our Ministry of Finance experts delved into the problem, however, the wider became the smiles on their faces. We had been affronted in an unethical manner, and were perfectly within our own rights in defending ourselves against the British plunderers. The list of our financial obligations to Britain was a long one, but those obligations had always been meticulously honored, although nowadays this might sound strange, coming from a country in Africa. There was interest and redemption of loans from the British government. Porny. Clearly, through their own action, they had prevented us from honoring these. There were loans from British banking institutions. There were remittances from rents and dividends from shares to people living in Britain. And we were forced to tell them to look to the British government for their payment as the matter had been taken out of our hands. Our treasury set up a trust fund into which all these amounts were paid, awaiting the day when we would be free to meet our obligations. The Ministry of Finance informed me that on the balance of payments exercised we stood to gain in excess of £20 million per annum. And on the side of public debt obligations we were over £100 million to the good. A most welcome windfall, thanks to Harold Wilson's vindictiveness. Both Wilson and Bottomley, no doubt through frustration, accused me of dishonesty and untrustworthiness. But they could not substantiate their claims. Wilson went further and stated that he was not prepared to have any dealings with me or any other members of my government. History was to prove him wrong. Meanwhile, the British government's actions and threats against us had given an impetus to terrorist activities. The Minister of Law and Order, Lardner Burke, had stated that approximately 800 men had left for terrorist training in Russia, China, and Libya. Some had already been infiltrated back into the country, with the result that there was a growing incidence of subversive activities. It was important to note that these had started well before 11 November, so clearly terrorism was not caused by our Declaration of Independence. In fact, the record shows that it first reared its ugly head during the period when Garfield Todd was Prime Minister, and the first terrorist incursion across the Zambezi into northern Metabeland was during Whitehead's term of office. So, all the stories which circulated in profusion, saying that black resistance and terrorism were triggered off by our unconstitutional Declaration of Independence, were part of communism's propaganda attempts to give some respectability to their acts of terror. They claimed that these were not committed against constitutional governments in Rhodesia, but only against the illegal post-UDI government. And tragically, Wilson and his government were giving them encouragement. This was endorsed by evidence we obtained from captured terrorists. Lardner Burke's report indicated that violence and intimidation were increasing. Factories and transport seemed to top the list of targets, and the grenades and explosive devices used there were of Russian manufacture. Chiefs, headmen, and other loyal black people had been subjected to arson, intimidation, and cruel destruction of their livestock. Government forests had been set on fire. This was particularly perverse, since it amounted to the destruction of the terrorists' own national heritage. As Lardner Burke said, we cannot stand idly by and allow communist-inspired terrorism and insurrection to sabotage our nation, and the most effective way of combating this is by utilizing the state of emergency. Any other civilized country in similar circumstances would do likewise. The encroachment of communism down the continent of Africa was gathering momentum, and it was important for those countries that believed in freedom to stand together in order to hold back the evil tide. Then we were confronted with a vile new problem. A constant stream of subversive propaganda from Radio Zambia, enticing Rhodesians to resort to violence and sabotage, to burn down factories and tobacco bars, destroy power lines, murder white farmers. What made it especially evil was the fact that Zambian broadcasting was not only subsidized by the British government, but they also provided equipment and personnel. Their director of broadcasting, for example, was seconded from the BBC. Wilson's next move was to impose oil sanctions, something which had previously been considered but, as we will see, was not well thought out. He struck a bargain with us, President Johnson, that in return for British support of America's Vietnam policy, Johnson would assist with the oil embargo. This was just one more excellent example of how Rhodesia was being used as a political shuttlecock by outside countries, and how the leaders of so-called free world countries could lend themselves to corrupt decisions in order to win support for their own policies. America had no interest in or a desire to do anything about Rhodesia. The British were unconcerned about Vietnam, but their leaders were dragging their countries into both these conflicts for their own selfish interests. Anyone, even with average intelligence, could have worked out that an oil embargo against Rhodesia would hold as much water or oil as a sieve. Our main port in Mozambique, Beira, had always been of even greater service to Zambia and Malawi, so there could be no blockade there. Lourenço Marque was the principal port for Johannesburg, and the Witwatersrand, South Africa's largest industrial area, so no one could interfere with that. Then there were all the South African ports, stretching from Durban on the east coast to Walvis Bay on the west coast. These were the major ports for all the countries in South and Central Africa. But most important was the question of Zambia, because all their exports and imports passed through Rhodesia, with the exception of an insignificant minority. Could anyone honestly believe that Rhodesia, being denied fuel in violation of internationally accepted rights, would permit fuel to traverse its transport system to supply another country, especially a hostile country? But this was no problem for Wilson. There would be an airlift. RAF transport planes did a daily run from Dar es Salaam to Lusaka and managed to fly in 2,500 gallons of fuel, using, however, 4,000 gallons per day to perform the task. Into the bargain, the runways were not constructed to cater for these heavy aircraft, and so they started breaking up, and the roads out of Lusaka, taking a pounding from heavy transport, went the same way. Many Zambians started complaining. Was it all necessary, and where were they being led? We passed into 1966 with things going reasonably well. We had introduced fuel rationing, in keeping with plans which had been prepared, and there were few problems. People started forming lift clubs. Instead of 4 individuals going to work each morning in 4 separate cars, they used 1 car. It was more economical. There were fewer traffic problems, no parking problems, and people began to get to know their neighbors. A spirit of community help started, and this was to continue to develop right to the end. It proved a great help in the days when we faced security problems. Our immediate concern was the drought, which was becoming extremely serious, especially in Matabele and our other ranching areas. This was a cruel blow in our first year of independence, on top of sanctions and all the other associated problems. It involved us in a massive exercise of transporting cattle to the high rainfall areas in the north and east of the country, allocating priority cold storage commission facilities to the drought areas, and the cartage of fodder to the affected areas. In spite of all this, many cattle died of malnutrition. Wilson, whose original estimate was that we would collapse in a matter of weeks, had now stretched his guess to months, and he was receiving strong support from much of the left-wing media. However, a number of British members of Parliament visited Rhodesia during the Christmas, New Year recess, and all they could find was peace and an air of law and order and security. There was none of the signs of repression and the police state which Wilson had been dramatizing. Gradually, some of the more balanced British newspapers began to question Wilson's handling of the situation, and gave more space to supporters of the Rhodesian cause. Edgar Whitehead, who had been one of my strongest critics and had opposed our UD, had left Rhodesia to retire in England. He wrote an article for The Spectator in which he ridiculed sanctions, saying they would be no more effective in producing a change of government in Rhodesia than they had been in Cuba. He criticized the Conservatives for joining Labour in a bipartisan policy and accused both parties of misjudging the Rhodesian character. He rubbed it in by saying, They have forgotten what they would have done to anybody in 1940 who suggested that they should give in to Hitler, because if not they would be subject to sanctions and a shortage of petrol. That was a cruel blow. Et tu brute. A few of the black leaders to our north then had a rush of blood to the head and decided that the quickest and easiest way to solve the Rhodesian problem was to organize a meeting of Commonwealth prime ministers. They had no right to do such a thing, but they did it. There was a convention that these meetings never discussed the internal affairs of member countries, but that was of no importance to them. Britain had stated publicly, including at the UN, that the matter was between Britain and Rhodesia, and that they would not tolerate any outside interference, but to them that was also irrelevant. Tafawa Balewa, Prime Minister of Nigeria, agreed to take the chair and arranged to hold the meeting in Lagos in January. Menzies of Australia and a number of other leaders refused to attend, but Wilson, after hesitating for a while, capitulated and agreed to participate. It was the first time in history that the British sovereign did not attend the opening ceremony. It was just one more of those sad cases where traditions and standards were debased. There was much irresponsible talk at the meeting, resulting in recommendations which even Wilson was forced to reject. It ended on 12 January 1966 with a communiqué in which the British Prime Minister assured them the Rhodesian rebellion would be brought to an end in a matter of weeks rather than months. They all went home with happy hearts. Nigeria, the largest and most progressive of the newly independent countries of Africa. A wonderful example of how expertly they had adapted to democracy, was congratulated on taking the initiative and conducting this unique meeting and crusade to bring freedom to Africa. 3 days later, their Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa, a number of his ministers and their families, were brutally murdered in a most barbaric manner. The day after the Commonwealth Conference, our Chief Justice, Sir Hugh Beadle, came to tell me that he was going to London in an attempt to get Wilson to adopt a more realistic line and accept that the only way out of the predicament was to talk to me and my government. And that, moreover, Gibbs supported him strongly in this approach. It was obvious to both Beadle and Gibbs that our support from the Rhodesian people was consolidating, and there were clear indications, too, that the economy was coping well, in contrast with the picture which Wilson was trying to give to the world. In fact, the record showed that our trade worldwide was increasing, and this applied equally to Africa, and in particular to Zambia. Worthy of note was an article by the editor of the Daily Times of Lagos, written after a visit to Rhodesia during that same month of January, in which he stated that the generally accepted picture of Rhodesia as a police state where the people were repressed and denied freedom was a massive fraud. He was struck by the courtesy which he received, and was impressed by the absence of discrimination and the general atmosphere of peace which prevailed. Not surprisingly, Mr. Inahavo received his marching orders at the end of the month. For someone who lived in the climate of sub-Sahara, communist one-party state dictatorship, he made the classical mistake of stepping out of line. Needless to say, it gave us much satisfaction to draw this kind of event. And there were many others, to the attention of the British government. I was informed, not surprisingly, that they simply looked the other way. What else could they do? The oil embargo, one of Wilson's main weapons, was not working. There was an immediate sympathetic response from our friends in South Africa, who were privately ferrying in drums of petrol. This received much publicity, with a resultant psychological boost and strengthening of ties between our two countries. But the cardinal point in our favor was that the South African government had made it clear that in principle they were opposed to sanctions, and it was their intention to maintain normal relations between our two countries. So bulk supplies were crossing our border at Beit Bridge by rail and road. Moreover, there was a large refinery at Lourenço Marques, so there was no problem in obtaining additional supplies from Mozambique. An article in the London Sunday Times of 27 February had the headline "Sanctions Have Failed," and after quoting much evidence in support of the claim, made the point. Either Mr. Smith and his colleagues are convinced they are winning, or they are bluffing on a colossal scale. I think the latter supposition can be dismissed. Another positive factor was the decision by the Conservative Party to send Selwyn Lloyd, the former Lord Privy Seal, on a fact-finding mission to Rhodesia from 7-16 February. We welcomed this, for not only was he one of the senior and influential members of the Conservatives, but it appeared that this move might indicate an end to the Conservative Party's policy of allowing themselves to be dragged along in the wake of the Labour Party's campaign of vindictiveness and vengefulness on all Rhodesians, whatever their race, creed, or political conviction. Not surprisingly, Wilson protested over the visit, but it was more than time for the Conservatives to re-establish their individuality and start facing up to principle as opposed to political expedience. Lloyd spent a busy 10 days interviewing a wide spectrum of people and produced a positive report which underlined a few basic facts. In summary, he believed that a solution to the Rhodesian problem was possible and that talks between the two governments should take place. Wilson castigated the Conservative Party for giving comfort to Rhodesia, but within a matter of weeks followed their advice by sending a representative, Duncan Watson of the Commonwealth Office, to Salisbury on 21 March to test the water. Britain had two main prongs to its sanctions strategy: oil and tobacco. They chose correctly, because if the arteries of transport are not functioning efficiently, any country will grind to a standstill. Tobacco was our biggest earner of foreign exchange and sustained more people than any other sector of our economy. It was the oil blockade, however, which produced the drama. Rhodesia's main supply of oil came by pipeline from the port of Beira to our refinery in Umtali. Wilson's plan was to prevent oil tankers from entering Beira, and in April he succeeded at the United Nations with a resolution agreed by the UN Security Council authorizing Britain to prevent oil reaching Rhodesia through Beira. The whole thing was highly irregular, with the UN making a decision in conflict with their own charter. The Conservatives attacked Wilson for his recklessness and dishonesty. He had stated on many occasions that this was a British problem and asserted that no external interference would be brooked. Into the bargain, he had made an emphatic statement in the House of Commons that he had no intention of instituting a naval blockade of Beira. South Africa lodged an official complaint over the illegal and unprincipled action. Portugal, too, expressed its gravest objection against Britain and the UN for their action, which prejudiced the economy and infringed the rights of Mozambique. Clearly, this action was a total breach of the UN principles and was setting a precedent for many more occasions where the rules were bent to accommodate special favors. With typical British gunboat diplomacy, an aircraft carrier, HMS Ark Royal, and the frigates Rice and Cambrian were dispatched to patrol off Beira. However, the first tanker carrying oil for Rhodesia, the Joanna, simply ignored the warships and sailed through to its destination. We had been receiving a blow-by-blow account, and the event was received with much rejoicing in Mozambique and Rhodesia, and even further afield. Regrettably, the oil was never discharged. This blatant defiance of Britain and the UN stirred tremendous controversy, and such was the pressure brought to bear on Portugal that they decided to resort to diplomacy and produced a different plan to supply us with our requirements. It is said that discretion is the better part of valor, but Rhodesians were disappointed in what appeared to be a climb down, as opposed to their prevailing mood of standing up to British duplicity. The first Portuguese thinking was to produce 6 shallow draft tankers which would ferry oil from Lourenço Marques to Beira, keeping in territorial waters and thus evading interference. It sounded reasonable and practical, and would have enabled us to keep our refinery going, but clearly would have been subject to international pressure. This led them to their second plan. They could supply us with our requirements from the Sonarep refinery in Lourenço Marques. This would be impossible to detect, because it was the supply base for the whole of Mozambique and also provided some of Eastern Transvaal's requirements. Britain went on trying to pressurize Portugal and South Africa to no avail. The Portuguese reminded them that it would be a contravention of internationally accepted convention for them to restrict access of goods to a landlocked country, and reminded them that Beira was the main port serving Malawi. South Africa simply reiterated that in principle they were opposed to boycotts and sanctions, and for good measure pointed out that they had always provided the main ports of access to a number of landlocked countries, notably Lesotho, Botswana, Swaziland, and Zambia, in addition to Rhodesia. Was Britain suggesting the South Africans asked that South Africa should interfere with these normal trading patterns? Would such action not be reprehensible? So at last, even Harold Wilson seemed to accept that he was flogging a dead horse, and he moved on in search of new fields. The tobacco floors had opened for their annual sales at the end of March, and we had made preparations, knowing that these had been targeted for special attention. Our tobacco sales had the reputation of being one of the most efficient business organizations in the world, and was on the list of attractions to visitors. The sing-song talk of the auctioneers, the speed at which bales were sold, the facility with which they were removed from the floor, and the sweet aroma of freshly baled tobacco were memories which stayed with you. But this came to an end. As we knew that British spies were trying to identify the buyers, we were forced to make the sad decision to exclude visitors. Salisbury was bustling with tobacco buyers from all over the world, except Britain and the USA, and we set up a tobacco corporation that, among other things, would serve as a residual buyer if need be, for we were determined to keep our tobacco industry alive. The corporation was a magnificent success, and continued to operate for the duration of sanctions. For the next 15 years, and our tobacco growers, who had the reputation of being among the best in the world, streamlined their production methods and increased their efficiency and effort to even greater heights. This was just one more of the many examples of how dedicated Rhodesians overcame almost insuperable odds. There were many other cases, not only in the primary industry fields of agriculture and mining, but also in secondary industry, where we were successful in entering new markets. An especially pleasing case drawn to my attention was the sale of a large consignment of transistor radios to the USA. Complementary to the stepping up of exports was the need to reduce imports, and this stimulated a number of innovations and make-do arrangements in the area of import substitution. We used a cartridge starting mechanism for our Hunter-fighter aircraft. As these were now unobtainable from Britain, our Air Force technicians produced a substitute at a fraction of the original cost, so that even had it been available, there would have been no need to return to the old system. The reconditioning, servicing of our jet engines had been done in Britain, but we now turned to our local aeromechanical engineering firms, which had developed much expertise over the years, and the results of their work never let us down. In view of the fact that we have no winter rain of any consequence, our wheat production was less than 10% of our requirements, and the remainder we imported from Australia. Farmers accepted the challenge and established irrigation schemes, and within 2 years, we were not only producing enough for our own requirements, but a small surplus for export. An ethanol plant was constructed alongside our large sugar industry in the Lowveld, and soon we were gradually incorporating this into our petrol. It would be a boring exercise if I were to attempt recounting all the other operations which kept Rhodesians busy. It came as no surprise to me when Finance Minister Rothall introduced a favorable first-duty budget in July. There was no increase in income tax, and the overall picture was one of confidence and an expanding economy. Our information was that this had come as a bad shock to Wilson and his government. 11. First moves to settle in 1966. HMS Tiger. Wilson had already initiated contact with us at the level of officials. This was to enable him gradually and tactically to break out from the corner in which he had placed himself by saying that he would not negotiate with an illegal regime. It was Selwyn Lloyd who had put the cat among the pigeons after his visit to Rhodesia in February, when he gave his opinion that the problem was capable of solution, and that it was time the British government started negotiation. Ever since, pressure had mounted from various quarters, and Wilson's problem was that pressure from the UAO and Black Commonwealth members was in the opposite direction. He would dearly have loved to remove the Rhodesian thorn from his side, but how to placate the howls from the left? Once again, we came face to face with our perennial problem. Politicians who were looking for a solution to appease our external opponents in preference to serving the best interests of Rhodesia. So we became involved in what were commonly referred to as talks about talks, while Wilson was preparing the ground to enable him to start talking himself. Civil servants from both countries held meetings in London and in Salisbury, but they found it was not easy to produce a peg on which Wilson could hang his climb down. While I had made it clear from the outset that I was happy to join in talks to resolve our problem, there could be no conditions about surrendering our independence or a return to legality. As far as we were concerned, we were the legal government. So the British had the problem of facing up to the facts of life. Simple for me, but apparently difficult for them. Wilson had started to disentangle himself from situations which he had created and which were now proving an embarrassment. A lesson which people usually learn early in life is that it is easier to create a problem than to solve it. Britain's financial commitment to Zambia showed no sign of diminishing, and his boast that the problem would be solved in weeks, not months, had now been extended to a year or more. The announcement was made that the RAAF squadron and British troops in Zambia were returning home at the end of August. They were given a grand farewell party by the Rhodesians at the Victoria Falls, and many messages of good wishes were conveyed to me, including one saying that if need be, they would be prepared to come back and help us. No doubt given in the spirit of the occasion, and as I was told, sent by one RAF pilot to another. They pulled out of other commitments, such as the airlift of fuel to Zambia, with less embarrassment, and after discouraging the use of Rhodesian railways to transport their copper to the ports, they now advocated it as the most desirable method. To add another dose of dishonesty to the operation, they made the transport payments to us through a neutral international bank. In keeping with our stipulation, this latter action in violation of Britain's recently imposed legislation. Problem seemed to follow problem, and an especially embarrassing one began to appear on Wilson's horizon, the Commonwealth Prime Minister's Conference, which was scheduled for September. So for good tactical reasons, the British decided to adjourn the talks about talks. My comment was that Wilson had made so many impossible commitments and talked himself into so many incredibly difficult courses, impossible of fulfillment, that he had to face up to the tremendous task of talking his way out of the predicament in which he now found himself. Kaunda was incensed at the cutting down of British financial aid, and in typical manner resorted to hurling abuse and insult at Wilson, in which he was joined by a number of other Black Commonwealth leaders in demanding a military solution in view of the fact that sanctions had proved to be a failure. The Prime Minister's Conference duly took place, and as usual was accompanied by much verbosity and many threats. The final communiqué of 14 September bore the taint of the new modern Commonwealth. In place of the traditional, reasoned, balanced, and mature wisdom associated with such occasions in former days, it was now split into two clear-cut divisions. On one side, unfortunately consisting of the majority, were the failures, the have-nots, who resorted to the traditional tactic of blaming everyone else for their deficiencies. On the other side, unfortunately the minority, were the responsible representatives of those countries which had proved themselves to be truly independent and could stand on their own feet, the success stories. The first category were destructive, with their false accusations and threats. The other constructive with their efforts directed at cooperation and assisting one another to improve standards of life. The failures resorted to the parrot cry that they were in their current predicament because they were exploited by the colonial power. But Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Rhodesia had gone through the same history, and as a matter of interest, so did USA and South Africa, and they are all glorious success stories. Those who have not made the grade must stop looking for a scapegoat and look to themselves, their corruption, incompetence, nepotism, external bank accounts, and high leisure preference. The fault, dear Brutus, lies not in our stars, but in ourselves. Yeah. It is sad to record that the Commonwealth, once highly respected and trusted, is today an absolute fraud and utterly distrusted. Let me quote from the foreword, as printed in the Journal of the Parliaments of the Commonwealth, where it states that its members are united by community of interest, respect for the rule of law and human rights and freedoms, and the pursuit of the positive ideals of parliamentary democracy. The majority of members, however, are either one-party dictatorships or military dictatorships. Whether they are communist or fascist is immaterial, because there is no difference. They are equally evil. Surely the decent thing to do would be to ask members if they subscribed to the principles of the Commonwealth and confirm parliamentary democracy, not only by word, but also by action. If not, they should do the honest thing and pull out. By accepting their presence, the whole organization is brought into disrepute, and no one can be released from responsibility for condoning such deceit. Because of the tolerance of these double standards, Wilson found himself forced back even further into a corner by the communiqué issued at the end of the Prime Minister's conference. This stated that most of the heads of government advocated force as the only means of bringing down the Rhodesian government, and that Britain should refuse to resume discussions with the Rhodesians. Moreover, if these threats failed to force the Rhodesian government to step down, Britain should take the matter to the UN through a resolution requesting mandatory economic sanctions. Wilson opposed these and was supported by Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. But the mob, all the failures, were in full cry, howling for blood at whatever cost. The Conservative Party accused Wilson of deviating from undertakings given in the House of Commons, and on 15 September demanded an immediate recall of Parliament. Wilson, as would be expected, denied the accusation. He would do this with conviction, because he had no intention of complying with the communiqué. In fact, Sir Maurice James, an Under-Secretary at the Commonwealth Office, had already flown into Salisbury. His first call was at Government House, where he assured Gibbs of the British government's intention to commence negotiations with the Rhodesian government. Both Gibbs and Beadle had warned Wilson of their disenchantment over the continuing vacillation, and Gibbs had gone so far as to indicate his intention of resigning if there was no positive action. James's second objective was more complicated. He asked, would we accept a visit from Bowden, the new Commonwealth Secretary? There was no problem on my part. I had indicated that I was always ready to talk. The problem was with the British. We would not accept any backdoor methods. The talks would be official, government to government, and clearly this would be flying in the face of the Commonwealth Prime Minister's communiqué, on which the ink had hardly had time to dry. But we could not be expected to help Wilson pull his chestnuts out of the fire. Our conditions were accepted, which surprised some people. But my view was that the British would have been naive not to have anticipated our stance, and to have embarked on a mission which was doomed to failure could only have embarrassed. One of Wilson's better qualities was that once he had made up his mind on a course of action, he wasted no time. Herbert Bowden, the new Commonwealth Secretary, accompanied by the Attorney General, Elwyn Jones, arrived in Salisbury on 19 September. So much for all the stage drama that they would never have contact with the illegal Rhodesian government, that we would have to renounce our UDI, and that all communication would have to be through the governor. The talks went better than expected, and I found Bowden reasonable and easy of communication. The problem was that he was unable to come to conclusions and make decisions. No doubt because he was new to the job and still finding his feet, and accordingly was in constant touch with Wilson in London. The differences between the two sides were not insurmountable. We were not unreasonable and were prepared to go out of our way to meet Britain's requests for a wide extension of the Black Roll vote, a test of acceptability for the new constitution, and a final appeal to the Privy Council in London, among others. But the British would have to accept that the plan would necessitate a transfer of power from the existing constitution to the new one. There could be no abandonment of our independence. With a bit of give and take and reason on both sides, we could find a way out of the predicament, since it looked as if Wilson was seeking a way to extricate himself from the nightmare of another Prime Minister's conference. I had a final meeting with Bowden on the day of their return to London, 26 September, and his reasonable approach led me to believe that there was hope. The British again wasted no time, and Maurice James returned to Salisbury on 14 October with the plan that they had drawn up. There were still certain points of difference, but these were negotiable, especially as Bowden had indicated his readiness to fly out for further discussions if need be. But the sting was in the tail. The British insisted that our parliament would be dissolved, the governor would assume control, and he would appoint ministers to act until a new parliament was elected under their new constitution. In addition, the British government would have the right to bring in troops if they thought it necessary. This was sheer dishonesty. There had never been any doubt in anybody's mind that these things were totally unacceptable to us. The suggestion of British troops coming to assist was repugnant. Rhodesia was one of the most peaceful countries in the world, and our forces of law and order had proved their capacity to deal with any eventuality. To add fuel to the fire, their message ended with the threat that if we rejected their proposals, the consequences for Rhodesia and the whole of Central and Southern Africa would be incalculable. I was surprised that Wilson had not learned by then that any attempt to blackmail us would be rebuffed. We dispatched our reply without resorting to abuse or provocation, putting forward our constructive suggestions as to how we could bridge our differences, stating that once this had been done and the new constitution determined, we would then be ready to discuss the procedure for implementing the change. As diplomatically as possible, we made it clear that their wishful thinking over the question of surrendering our independence was a non-starter. We were ready to accept a visit from Bowden to finalize matters. The reality of the situation was that we were growing in strength with the passage of time. The morale of our people was high, and they seemed to thrive on the challenge of beating sanctions. Moreover, the facts proved that the economy was positively moving forward. And most important, South Africa continued to reiterate publicly their opposition to sanctions, and this message had been relayed to me personally. We made a point of using all channels, diplomatic, business, financial, to ensure that the British were made aware of these facts, and Gibbs and Beadle were kept in the picture too. Another victory for us, and a rebuff to the British, was a High Court decision on 9 September in our favor against 2 detainees appealing against their detention, where the verdict stated that while the Rhodesian government was not the de jure government, it was the de facto one, and in complete and effective control of the country. Moreover, criticism in Britain was mounting, not only from the opposition Conservative Party, but from responsible opinion expressed in the media, which was drawing attention to the escalating costs to the British taxpayer of Wilson's reckless excursion into the sanction operation, which was boomeranging on Britain. Another interesting facet of note is that not only had Wilson become anathema to white Southern Africa, he had also provoked distrust among many black states to our north, which resulted in them pouring scorn and insult on Britain, their erstwhile friend and ally. Kaunda was on record as saying that he abhorred Wilson's deceitful and dishonest ways. We were forced to change our trading partners because of sanctions by Britain and the USA, And fortunately and unexpectedly, this resulted in a number of benefits for us in products that often cost us less than previously. Some of the countries to our north also diverted trade away from Britain and the USA because of resentment over their duplicity. Zambia suffered most, admittedly because it eagerly joined in with Britain's machinations on sanctions, which Zambians were assured would last for only a few weeks, and for which they would be generously compensated. But when the whole thing went sour, it became a different story. Zambia was told to go back to the old ways of dealing with Rhodesia, and thus was forced to the humiliation of climbing down in front of its friends in the UOE. It was, after all, their only course to survival, because the only effective route to their ports of entry and exit was through Rhodesia, and the coal for the copper belt and coke for the lead mine at Broken Hill came from our big coal fields at Wankie, just south of the Zambezi River, our common border. It was fair comment to say that any reasonably intelligent person could have worked that out in advance, and therefore they had only themselves to blame. But in all fairness to the Zambians, they were led into the trap by the Brits. We had appreciated immediately the disaster that Zambia was heading for, and passed the message on to them time after time through the leaders of the big mining houses operating in South Africa, Rhodesia, and Zambia. The same message was conveyed through the joint management of the railways and the Electricity Supply Commission, which operated in both our countries. Britain also had the knowledge and expertise to make the correct assessment. The only ones who did not were the poor Zambians, and for the sake of political expediency, Wilson was happy to pull the wool over their eyes. The methods used to circumvent Rhodesia, Britain's brainchild, became more and more ludicrous. The road route transporting the copper and lead to the coast was double the distance, and for the importation of coal and coke, it was 10 times as far. Moreover, once the tropical rains started, the roads became impassable. While Britain bore the cost of all of this, plus the transport by air of liquid fuel, by kind courtesy of the British taxpayer, the biggest loss was the dramatic fall in copper production, which constituted more than 90% of Zambia's export and revenue. Britain was unable adequately to compensate for this, and there were hidden losses such as the reduced throughput and thus sub-economic utilization of the sophisticated and highly capitalized plant, which were never assessed. I could not help but have a feeling of some sympathy for the manner in which the Zambians had been cheated. And although there was little love lost between our two countries, when comparing them with the British Labour Party government, I came to the conclusion that they were probably the lesser of the two evils. In my New Year's message to the Rhodesian nation on 1 January 1967 were included the words, "I believe that the present British government will forever stand condemned because of its policy of fighting the war of sanctions to the last Zambia. This they continue to do with smug satisfaction, without even turning a hair. By now." The southern African scene at this time was facing a new threat, the march down the African continent of communist imperialism. We were already facing the problem of unbridled black nationalism, and this required great wisdom and experience, if it was to be guided correctly, in order to avoid the pitfalls of corruption, nepotism, and incompetence, which inevitably end up in a one-party dictatorship. I had listened to a very interesting briefing given by our Security Council, comprising myself in the chair, the Ministers of Defense and of Law and Order, and the National Joint Operational Command, NAJOC, on the Communist Plan for Africa, as part of their overall scheme for world domination. The map showed clearly how they had firmly established themselves in a number of countries in North Africa, methodically moving on to new ground once a base had been secured. The ultimate target was South Africa, which was not only the industrial giant of Africa, but was one of the most richly mineralized parts of our world. It was a few years later that I was pleased to receive a report that the United States had been alerted to this development, and as a result, their Congress Committee on Strategic Minerals and Mining had sent a mission to investigate. After visiting Zaire, Zambia, Rhodesia, and South Africa, they produced a commendable report and in most expressive language termed the area the Persian Gulf of Strategic Minerals of our Earth. Apart from the greatest world deposits of gold, diamonds, platinum, and chrome, they itemized a list of other strategic minerals in which many countries, including the USA and Canada, are deficient. The only other country where one could find a similar conglomeration of these minerals was the USSR. If the Soviets could have gained control of this area, therefore, they would have had a virtual world monopoly. The report warned the American Congress and the nation of this potential danger, and urged them to rouse themselves from their complacency. The Communists' plan, as explained by our Security Council, was to establish a saddle across Africa to our north and use this as the launching pad for the final assault on South Africa. They were already established in Tanzania through the good offices of Nyerere, a well-known communist who had invited the Chinese in. From there they had obtained a foothold in northern Mozambique, where they were assisting the terrorists. The Soviets were moving south from their bases in Libya and Ethiopia, and had established a footing in Zaire and Zambia, from where they were planning to make reconnaissance trips into Angola that would open the way into southwest Africa. Mozambique on the east coast and southwest Africa on the west coast would give them the foundations for their pincer strategy against South Africa. Finally, Rhodesia was the kingpin in the center. It controlled the main transport routes to the south, was the breadbasket of Central Africa, and had a degree of industrialization second only to South Africa in the region. The whole picture was clear and logical, and subsequent history has proved our analysis to be absolutely correct. What is so totally inexplicable, though, is why our friends in the free world could not or would not see this, and went on supporting communism in its plan to eliminate the last vestiges of the Western democratic system from Africa. It did not surprise me that the Afro-Asians were on the side of the communists, for two main reasons. First, they could be bought, and second, they wanted the white man out of sub-Saharan Africa. In this, they were total and unashamed racialists. As the whites were on the side of the free world, they were on the side of the communists. As for Harold Wilson, we thought he probably wanted to extricate himself from the predicament in which he found himself with these people who now dominated the Commonwealth. There was also the theory that the USA were making it known that they were becoming disenchanted with the sanctions game, especially as it now looked as if it was going to drag on, contrary to assurances they had been given. So I was not surprised when it was mooted that Bowden should come for further talks, and he flew into Salisbury on 25 November. Before continuing, however, let me record our anguish, indeed disgust, at being banned from participating at the Armistice Day service at the Cenotaph in London. This was a despicable act on the part of the British government, prompted by blatant vindictiveness against a country which had been one of the most loyal members of the British Empire and was proud of the long list of its countrymen who had paid the supreme sacrifice in the cause of defending freedom. There were a number of our loyal supporters in Britain who were ready to defy the ban and place a wreath on behalf of Rhodesia, even if it meant confrontation. But I advise against this because of our feeling that it would be wrong to debase such a solemn and dignified occasion. We would have gained nothing by trying to match the Labour government's spiteful and absolutely disgraceful behavior. Instead, we resorted to positive and constructive thinking in typical Rhodesian fashion. With the aid of our friends of the Anglo-Rhodesian Society, we organized our own ceremony at the Cenotaph in the afternoon, engaged the Salvation Army Band and one of their commissioners to offer prayers, observed the 1-minute silence, and the buglers sounded the last post. Our High Commissioner in London, Mr. Sidney Bryce, led the wreath-laying ceremony with the inscription, "From the Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Government, and people of Rhodesia." Those in attendance included Lord Salisbury, a number of Conservative members of Parliament, many other dignitaries, and a supportive congregation which was estimated at being in excess of 5,000. It was described to us as a glorious and stirring occasion, and a great credit to those who participated. Wilson and his Labour Party comrades were angry and frustrated. Strange people! Coinciding with Bowden's visit, there were positive contributions from Portugal and South Africa. Portugal made it clear that it would not allow itself to be separated from South Africa if sanctions were applied, and Zambian copper relied almost exclusively on the Portuguese ports in Mozambique and Angola. Ben Schuman, one of South Africa's best-known and most respected ministers, told Wilson in clear, unequivocal language that if there were a showdown between their two countries, Britain stood to lose more than South Africa did. It had been made very clear from the outset that South Africa would not abandon Rhodesia, not only for moral reasons and because of our strong mutual historical ties, but because there was much evidence to indicate that if sanctions succeeded against Rhodesia, South Africa would be next on the list. So it was important to prove the point that sanctions would not work, as history had demonstrated on a number of occasions in the past, over Italy and Abyssinia, for instance. The talks with Bowden showed that the differences between us on the constitutional issues did not involve matters of principle, and these we were capable of bridging. The problem lay with the method of bringing in the new constitution, or as the British liked to refer to it, the return to legality. In our view, it was straightforward and uncomplicated. Once we had finalized the new constitution, the British would carry out their exercise on the test of acceptability. We believe this was unnecessary, but even more important, it was impossible of execution, and would in fact be a meaningless exercise. Nevertheless, it was one of the conditions laid down by Wilson, so we would assist where we could. Once that had been successfully completed, our two parliaments would pass legislation substituting the new for the old constitution. The British, however, were insisting on an interim government during the test of acceptability. This was part of the pettiness that Wilson was obsessed with, trying to humiliate us, make us climb down. Clearly, this was not on. But there was another real and practical reason why we could not contemplate the idea. As I explained to Bowden, assuming the test of acceptability failed, we would find ourselves in the position where we had abandoned our current constitution, only to find that the one we had agreed with the British to replace it had been rejected. We would then be left high and dry, a country without a constitution. An absolutely ridiculous suggestion. Unless, of course, it was a deliberate tactic to bring about our defeat and destruction. In this case, it was a brilliant piece of Machiavellian or Wilsonian scheming. Bowden returned to London on 27 November with a clear message from me. It was obvious that we were within reach of settling our differences on the constitutional issue, and it was important that we should concentrate on these as they were the core of the problem. I stressed the need to build trust between our two sides, and this necessitated honesty and frankness. The idea of getting us to abandon our present constitution as an interim measure was a non-starter, and merely served to create suspicion in our mind. It would be preferable for us to remain as we were. For good measure, I gave him facts to substantiate our case that we were coping with sanctions, and were growing in strength with the passage of time. I believe that Bowden was amenable to our thoughts, but I wondered if he had the strength of character to convince Wilson. 2 days later, Morris James was on our doorstep. Clearly, Wilson was determined to get on with it. The message he conveyed was dramatic. An invitation from Wilson to join him for talks on board a warship off Gibraltar in the Mediterranean, Gibbs and Beadle to join us. This was indeed a climb down for Wilson because he had stated on a number of occasions that he was not prepared to meet me until I had returned to legality. By contrast, I had always made it clear that I would meet him any place, any time. I took Jack Howman, Minister of Information and Immigration, Lardner Burke, who dealt with constitutional matters, was out of the country on leave, and we were joined by Gibbs and Beadle. We flew out of Salisbury on Thursday, 1 December, landed on Ascension Island to refuel, and landed in Gibraltar early Friday morning. The aircrew enjoyed talking to me, and on the first leg of the journey the captain asked if I would like to take a turn at the controls, and he moved out of his seat. I asked him to take George out, the automatic pilot, so that I could get a feel of the controls. It was a clear night, and pleasant looking up at the stars, and, as there was no turbulence, the ride was smooth. It was good to find that my instrument flying was reasonable, because this branch of flying needs the greatest amount of practice. And although I had been getting in a few hours over the past years, with our Air Force chaps flying me around the country, this did not involve any night flying. We talked away with the number 2 pilot sitting in the right-hand seat with the captain moving in and out of the flight deck. At one stage, someone came in and tapped the number 2 on his shoulder. He moved out of his seat, put his hand on my arm, said, "I'll be back in a minute," and walked out. I was happy to have no talking for a while, as it gave me an opportunity to have a good examination of the instrument panel and all the dials before me. The thought passed through my mind, I wonder what old Harold Wilson would say if he knew that Captain Ian Smith, the trader from Rhodesia, was at the controls of his RAF Britannia single-handed with no one else in sight, and all his loyal subjects, including Governor Gibbs and Chief Justice Beadle, sitting behind. Suddenly, the number 2 pilot rushed in, and looking at me anxiously, said, "I didn't realize I'd been away for a quarter of an hour. Are you all right?" I nodded my head and said, "Sure. Go on and finish what you were doing." He paused for a few moments, looked around, and apparently satisfied with everything, went off again. After about 5 minutes, they both came back, said they had all been discussing their problems back in Britain, and had a number of questions to ask me. Put briefly, my views were that Britain's problems flowed from the bankrupt philosophy of socialism, which transferred efficient free enterprise into incentive-destroying state enterprise, with its more money for less efficiency. And second, Britishers and other members of the free world should reject communist propaganda about the evils of colonialism, and tell the truth about how they had spread the light of Western civilization to those parts of the world which had not yet emerged. One of them commented that their problem was lack of effective leadership. I had been with them for 2 hours, so I went on my way after wishing them a safe landing, because landing on Gibraltar is like landing on an aircraft carrier. As I found my way back to my place, everyone else seemed to be asleep, so I settled down under a blanket. Fortunately, the seats had been extended, so there was room to stretch one's legs. I went up onto the flight deck for the landing and enjoyed it, for the simple reason that it obviously was not easy, and therefore was a challenge. It was a dull gray morning, just beginning to get light, typical of Europe at that time of year. A visit to such a world-famous landmark could only be a stimulating experience. I had seen it in the distance as we passed through the straits on the journey from Naples to Britain at the end of 1944. As we came into land, it was easy to get a bird's-eye view of the whole area. And as we drove down to the harbor, one could appreciate the layout, and our driver was able to give explanations to all our questions. The cruiser Tiger was a few miles offshore, and we were ferried out in a compact small craft, and piped aboard as we climbed up the ladder that had been lowered for us. Wilson and his team were there to meet us, and he asked if Howman and I would come along to his room for a few words while the baggage was being unloaded. He wanted to take the opportunity of having a few confidential words with me before going to the conference table to stress the importance of the occasion. He spoke of the difficulty of his position within his own party and with the Commonwealth Prime Ministers, and of how important it was for us to show great responsibility in the discussions we were about to start. I thought it was arrogant of him to try to lecture me on the gravity of the occasion, and so I intervened to remind him, quietly but firmly, that if the wrong decision were to be made, this would have no adverse repercussions on Britain. They would go on in their own sweet way, but Rhodesia would suffer, maybe disastrously, so it should be obvious that we were more anxious over the need to arrive at correct decisions than were the British. Second, if he found himself in an awkward situation with his Afro-Asian friends of the Commonwealth, this was a problem entirely of his own creation, and I thought it wrong that he should try to implicate me in it. In fact, if he examined some of my comments, I said, he would find that I had predicted that he was heading for a dilemma of his own making. So we broke it up, and as we walked away, Jack Howman commented, "You certainly cut him down to size." The ship was moving out to sea as we went up to our quarters, and it was a pleasant feeling. In fact, the whole setup of efficiency, expertise, and power had an appeal for me. We had wondered why Wilson had chosen a warship off Gibraltar as the venue for the talks. It was clear that he was not going to let me loose in London, because according to our reports, there was a sizable wave of sympathy and support in our favor, and our friends there believed that if they could gain me access to British TV and the rest of the media, this could be beneficial. So Wilson clearly felt this had to be prevented. After the conference had ended, there was speculation that Wilson believed that on a British warship, I would be at a psychological disadvantage. If so, it misfired. First, my disposition is not amenable to that kind of pressure. And second, everyone on board, from the captain down, was most courteous and kind, and we were shown around everything we wished to see, including the new gun turrets, which were computerized to home in on approaching targets. Our second evening on board, my secretary brought a message from the petty officers' mess inviting us to a drink before dinner. I appreciated their kind hospitality, and we went along. The place was packed with people, and when our glasses were charged, the chief petty officer formally welcomed, and raising his glass, said, "To Rhodesia." We had a good swig, and I expressed not only my thanks, but also my surprise. To which he replied, "You don't have to worry. The complement of this ship is 684, 672 are on your side, and the other two buggers went overboard long ago." I'm done. I don't. Later that evening, my secretary recounted that some of the chaps he was talking to had made the point that if Harold Wilson entered their mess, he would certainly get a frosty reception. So any idea that I might have found myself at a psychological disadvantage was wishful thinking on Wilson's part. Wilson was subsequently criticized for allocating our delegation inferior accommodation, while he and his cronies took the best quarters. But we were not concerned with such trivialities. My cabin was adequate, with a comfortable bed. Next morning, I went along to the toilet. There were 6 of them in a row, which was open at the top, with a gap of about 8 inches at the bottom. I had just settled down on my seat when someone moved in next door and took out a pipe and started smoking. There could be only one person with that kind of sweet-smelling tobacco. So I said, "Hello, Jack. Paul Howman. How did you sleep last night?" He had no complaints about his accommodation either. The conference room was adequate, furnished with everything we required. At one stage, the ship started rolling a bit, so seasickness tablets were made available. I noticed that Wilson and some of the others opposite accepted, but I was enjoying it and feeling for the first time that I really was at sea. There was a competent member of the British team, Marcia Williams, who was always available and able to deal with any of our problems. We started talking mid-morning on Friday, continuing for long hours on Saturday and Sunday, after dinner at night, and even into the early hours of the morning. It would be tedious to go into the details, which are in any case included in the official documents of both governments. It was a pleasant surprise, though, to see how much progress we made in reconciling our differences on the Constitution, issues such as the number of chiefs in the Senate, and the composition and number of A.B. roll seats. In the end, both sides conceded that a successful conclusion had been achieved. The stumbling block remained: the bringing in of the new Constitution, or as the British like to refer to it, the return to legality. We had made our stand clear to Bowden and Salisbury, but obviously Wilson believed that he could push us further. We listened patiently, and would have helped if we could, but the British plan was absolutely unacceptable. It meant that we would dissolve our government and parliament and hand over total control to Gibbs, the governor, who would then ask me to form a new government, which he would expect to be more broad-based than my current government. It sounded reasonable and accommodating to everyone. But the factual position was that Gibbs, as the appointee of the British government, would take his orders directly from them. They could instruct him to ask anybody to act as prime minister and form a government, even Nkomo or Sithole, who were in restriction for their unconstitutional and terrorist activities. And having abdicated, I or the Rhodesian government would be powerless to do anything about it. Harold Wilson would be in complete control. To us, it was incomprehensible that anyone could make such a suggestion. Our plan was simple and logical. The British should carry out their test of acceptability on the new constitution, since they wanted this and we did not. Once that had been finalized, our two parliaments would legislate simultaneously to bring in the new constitution. I asked Wilson what the position would be if his test of acceptability failed, we having abandoned our current constitution and the replacement, on which we had both agreed, reject. Did he not accept that this would place Rhodesia in a disastrous situation? He claimed that there was an answer. We would negotiate a new constitution. I pointed out that this would necessitate us giving further ground to the extremists, and we had no more ground to give. Clearly, this would put us on the slippery slope, at the whim of a British government which one day might be conservative, the next communist. I reminded him that never in our history had we been governed from London, that we had always enjoyed our own responsible government with control in Salisbury. What, I asked, is your objection to our plan? He replied that he was unable to deal with an illegal government like ours, and it was therefore necessary for us to return to legality before he could recognize us and carry out the test of acceptability. I pointed out that he was negotiating with us at that very moment, although he had previously stated that he would never talk to me until I had restored constitutionality. So, there was an obvious answer. Keep up the good work and change his mind again. And second, Gibbs was still there, and in his eyes, the only legal authority, so he could carry out his test through the good offices of Gibbs, and we would ensure our cooperation in making everything necessary to this test available. As most people knew, Wilson was a master tactician, and if one avenue was closed to him, he swiftly moved to another. He returned to his commitment to the Commonwealth Prime Ministers, and said that my proposal would mean a breach of his undertaking to them. My reply was simple. Rhodesia could not be expected to pay the price for his mistakes. For good measure, I reminded him that they had made that decision behind my back, without consulting me, in spite of the fact that I was leader of a Commonwealth country, so surely they could not now expect me to respect. Again, he quickly changed his tactic and reminded me that if we failed to agree, the matter would go to the UN, to the embarrassment of both himself and myself. I was unable to accept this, as both Conservative and Labour governments in Britain had emphasized on a number of occasions that our problem was an internal matter between our two countries, and that they would brook no interference from outside. Moreover, Britain could always exercise its veto at the UN. Once again, he found a way out. Circumstances had changed dramatically, he said, and Britain was faced with the possibility of the Commonwealth breaking up over the Rhodesian issue. We no longer had any friends in the world, he declared. But, I asked, was I not correct in saying that, at the Prime Minister's Conference the previous month, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand had been opposed to taking the matter to the UN? India believed it was a matter for Britain alone, and a couple of the black leaders were indifferent. He seemed stunned for a few moments, so I went on. The option he was placing before us was sanctions, and there was much evidence indicating that this would place us in no more difficulties than obtained in our current situation. The alternative was for Rhodesia to sign its own death warrant. What would he do under those circumstances? There was no comeback from him. The main problem was that time was running out, said Wilson, and we had to have finality within 24 hours so that he could take the decision back to his cabinet in London. I simply repeated what I had told Bowden in Salisbury, and told them all in that conference room that his proposal was unacceptable, but that I was prepared to take it back to my government in Salisbury to see if there was any change of opinion. At this point, Wilson got a bit warm under the collar, stating that he had been led to believe that I was attending the conference with full power to make a final agreement, and Morris James, who was at the table, confirmed this. I think that I did raise my voice, for the first time at the conference, when I barked across the table at Wilson. What could be more final than my answer? Which is no. The thought of Harold Wilson, of all people, questioning my integrity was not something I found easy to accept. I asked for Gibbs and Beale to be brought into the meeting, and without hesitating, they both concurred that all along, going back to the meeting with Bowden in Salisbury, I had made it absolutely clear that the British terms for a return to legality were unacceptable. Wilson looked a bit like a pricked balloon. I strongly emphasized the point that, having arrived at agreement on the new constitution, we had solved the most difficult problem. To allow the thing to founder over the mechanics of implementation would go down in history as a dreadful blunder on the part of Wilson and his Labour government. At this, both Gibbs and Beale nodded in agreement. Wilson then asked if he could have a private discussion with Gibbs and Beale, and so our team withdrew and had a cup of coffee and a talk among themselves. After about 20 minutes, we were asked to return to the conference room. Gibbs and Beale had obviously given Wilson the message, so he proposed, in somewhat subdued manner, that we should regard the proposals as a working document which we would refer to our respective cabinets for acceptance. He added that our reply should be a clear acceptance or rejection, either yeses or no, and the British government, for their part, would do likewise. Sometimes he behaved like a normal adult, at other times like an adolescent trying to establish his authority. I simply replied that what they did was their affair, and that we would decide on our own action. When we disembarked from the Tiger, it was after midnight on Sunday 4 December. The ship had moved in close to the harbor, and as we looked up from our little boat below, it made a truly impressive picture. I saluted it and said, "Thanks for the kindness and consideration you showed to us." Apart from the Labour Party politicians, it was a memorable and stimulating experience. Within a short while we had boarded the aircraft and were on the long trek back home, landing at Salisbury around 8 p.m. I had a brief meeting with my cabinet, giving them a copy of the document which I had brought back, asked them to read, and if possible digest it before retiring for the night, and told them we would meet again on the morrow to consider and decide. It was 8:03 a.m. on Monday 5 December, and the meeting was in our cabinet room. Before departing from the Tiger, Wilson had confessed his disappointment that he had not succeeded in convincing me, because the British believed that if I said, yes, my cabinet would follow, and likewise if I said, no. Whereupon, I gave an undertaking that I would deliberately refrain from expressing my views until my colleagues had expressed their feelings. I stuck to my word. First of all, I asked if there were any questions for clarification. There were a few. Then I encouraged discussion. At 12:30 we adjourned for lunch and reconvened at 2 p.m. The debate was deliberately rational and unemotional, and I advocated taking the maximum time required. First one, then another, declared that they had firmly decided, while others went on talking. We broke for a cup of tea and a stretch of legs. Finally, everyone had given his verdict. Opinion was unanimous. It was agreed that, while the constitutional proposals could be accepted, some with great difficulty, the terms for a return to legality were completely out of contact with reality, and therefore destroyed any possibility. All that remained was the preparation of our statement, and this was ready soon after 6 p.m. I read it to the gathering of press and Rhodesians eagerly waiting for the news. There was much evidence indicating that British public opinion was strongly on our side. The Conservatives lambasted Wilson in the Commons, where Alec Home made the telling point that if Britain believed it necessary to invoke mandatory sanctions because the constitution of a country falls short of the standards of democracy that we require, we should be at war with half the world today. RRT. Paget, a Labour MP who was knowledgeable on African affairs, bitterly criticized Wilson, saying that he had a remarkable capacity for getting himself distrusted. He went on to say that journalists on papers of every color and opinion in Rhodesia all agreed that they could not find one person, including Walensky and Malvern, who thought the proposals were acceptable. Enoch Powell MP did not mince his words. We have now stood up in the face of the world and told a big, black, bold, brazen lie. Oh, Dr. Goebbels would have relished that one. No way. Then the constitutional lawyers got busy and proved that UN action to impose sanctions against Rhodesia was a violation of their own charter, and they quoted chapter and verse that utterly ridiculed their action. As history has shown on a number of occasions, however, the UN is averse to allowing itself to be influenced by the truth. The great bulk of Britain's newspapers criticized Wilson for his double standards in turning a blind eye to all those countries in Africa which had thrown their newly won independence constitutions out of the window and substituted one-party state dictatorships, while now declaring war on Rhodesia because it desired to preserve the excellent constitution which had recently been agreed and implemented by the British and Rhodesian governments. We challenged the UN on the point that if, as Britain maintained, Rhodesia was not an independent state, but a part of Britain, how then could Britain impose sanctions on itself? And conversely, if the UN imposed sanctions against Rhodesia, then we must be an independent state, and thus have the right of hearing at the UN Security Council. We were not even given the courtesy of a reply. The case presented against us was a mischievous distortion of the truth. In an attempt to correct this, we invited the UN to send a commission of investigation to get the facts. We had nothing to hide. Again, there was no reply from this world organization with its charter promoting peace, justice, freedom, and fair play. By his actions, Harold Wilson had demeaned Britain to a position where decisions affecting the mother country and the British Commonwealth were no longer made in the House of Commons, but by the African members of the Commonwealth. To the British people was left the dubious honor of meeting all the costs, and these mounted to hundreds of millions of pounds. Wilson spelled it out very clearly. Sanctions were necessary to prevent a breakup of the Commonwealth. The African members, all those whose economies were in tatters and who practiced the one-party state system, had given him that clear message. The other members, who truly practiced the principles of the Commonwealth, had opposed sanctions. Britain alone was left carrying the baby, and this involved not only financing Zambia's cost for flying in fuel, using sub-economic transport routes, importing commodities at more than double the price, subsidizing the heavy loss on copper exported, but also Britain's export and import losses, which were not inconsiderable. There was one more important adverse effect on Britain's economy. If they could resort to such vindictive action against Rhodesia for what were so obviously devious reasons, then there were red lights flashing on the horizon for South Africa, at that time Britain's largest trading partner. The South Africans embarked on a deliberate policy of trade diversification, which led to Britain losing many of the trade benefits which it had previously enjoyed with South Africa. Another price Britain had to pay for Wilson's policy of appeasement. The drift towards double standards continued to accelerate year after year, and today it has reached a state where it can truly be said that the Commonwealth is the biggest political fraud in the world. Its charter underlines parliamentary democracy and the freedom and justice associated with it, but the majority of its members have become one-party dictatorships, where there is no freedom and no justice. Footnote: comprising the service chiefs, the police, and the Central Intelligence Organization. 12. Renewed settlement efforts. In 1968, HMS Fearless. With the coming of the new year, 1967, we made an assessment of our position. While we were coping with sanctions better than most had anticipated, they were a hindrance, and we would have preferred them out of the way. We were planning to reduce the tobacco crop because the stockpile was above our normal target. This was unwelcome news because tobacco was our largest foreign exchange earner and our biggest employer of labor. We initiated a scheme to encourage and assist tobacco farmers to diversify into other crops. Nevertheless, our balance of payments position was healthy, and there was positive economic development covering a broad spectrum of activities, with considerable investment noticeable in the mining field. While our trade with Britain had decreased, the void had been rapidly filled by France, Japan, Germany. Our motor assembly plants had their supplies from Britain and USA cut off, but these were immediately taken up by France and Japan. Our sanctions busters were in their full stride, thriving on the problems and opportunities which presented themselves. I recall an occasion which truly warmed my heart. We have in Rhodesia, in fact in my own hometown of Zimbabwe, one of the finest quality deposits of chrome ore in the world. It is owned and mined by one of the big American consortia, but because of sanctions they were now denied the right to make shipments to their smelting plants in the USA. Fortunately, because of its high quality, we had no difficulty in disposing of it. One of our top sanctions breakers brought in a report to say that they had traced a number of consignments of Zimbabwe chrome to the USSR, and had discovered that the Russians were selling an inferior grade of their chrome to the USA at double the price they were paying us for the quality chrome. Such was the price the Americans had to pay for allowing the British Socialist government to seduce them into joining the sanctions war. This was not all. Most of our transport, tractors and other farming machinery, heavy earth-moving equipment, came from the USA. That was also cut off, and ever since we have obtained our requirements elsewhere. No harm was done to Rhodesia, but obviously American industry lost markets. Is it not fair comment for me to say that us taxpayers' money was being used to subsidize countries in Africa which had espoused the communist philosophy of one-party state dictatorship, to the detriment of one small country, Rhodesia, which was a staunch supporter of the free world and the free enterprise system, and which had always fought alongside Britain and America in the struggle to preserve democratic freedom and justice. I have never found a U.S. politician who could justify those decisions. Unfortunately, there was a gradual increase in the number of terrorist incursions into Rhodesia. Sadly, the main target of the terrorists was black people, simple, unsophisticated peasant farmers, who did not comprehend what was happening, but were forced at the point of a gun to provide food and shelter and political support. One of the highly respected senior Matabele leaders, Chief Segola, sent an invitation to the Secretary General of the UN to visit Rhodesia, in which he said, "Rhodesia is a peaceful country. There is no war here. The talk of the overseas people is the only thing that could cause a war here. Our only trouble is from terrorists who come with bombs from Russia and China, communist countries with no freedom of speech or opposition parties. We plead with you to come and visit us in our country to see for yourself what a peaceful country it is. Why should the UN, which is made to keep the peace, come and interfere with us in this country where we are already so peaceful? In our Sindibea language we say, you cannot have two bulls in one paddock. We have our bull in this country, which is our government. We do not wish to be ruled or interfered with by anyone else." Needless to say, there was not ever the courtesy of a reply. From the black opposition members of Parliament, there was strong condemnation of the terrorists. One made an appeal to every citizen to take up arms and defend the country from foreign infiltrators who are killing for the sake of killing and robbing poor defenseless elderly people. Another thought that the terrorist infiltration was a British trick to give them an excuse for invading Rhodesia. And another stated that, while the opposition had differences with the government, we are one as a nation of Rhodesia, and in the maintenance of law and order. Yet another believed that Wilson should protest to Zambia on behalf of the African people whom he states he is championing. In my turn, I lodged a protest with the British government, accusing them of condoning the Zambian government's action in harboring terrorists operating against Rhodesia. I stressed that the main target of the terrorists was innocent blacks who were being tortured, maimed in a most barbaric manner, and killed in order to enforce their subjugation. We knew that the British embassy in Lusaka was completely in the picture, and on the evidence available to us, they were not only condoning, but actually conniving with Conda in promoting this unholy business. But when it suited Wilson, he ignored us, and by contrast, when he wanted to use us, he turned on the charm. For a few months, there had been stories that Wilson was once again thinking of talking to us. This would be no problem for him, owing to his facility for changing sides while giving the appearance of remaining constant. 1 minute, in the presence of his Afro-Asian friends, I was the greatest evil on earth, and he was not prepared to communicate with me. But when convenient, he would change his tune and say I was the only reasonable one on the scene, being pressurized by my cabinet colleagues. So it came as no surprise when he decided on 13 June 1967 to send Lord Alport on a visit to Salisbury for an exchange of views. According to our information, Wilson was motivated by reports that sanctions were not working, and the British economy was heading for the doldrums. We were not impressed by Alport, who had served in Salisbury for a time during Federation. Nevertheless, he had a busy time from 24 June on, and in his report gave the assessment that not only were sanctions proving ineffective, but that with the passage of time, they would become even less effective. Moreover, he furnished Wilson with information which the Labour Party found most depressing. The fact that he found the majority of black people just as anxious as the whites for Britain to come to a settlement with our government. This was at the end of July. Our finance minister, John Rathall, confirmed to me the healthy state of our economy, and he made public figures indicating that British exports to Rhodesia were still surprisingly high, in spite of sanctions. One can only conclude, he said, that the British government are adjusting their figures to bamboozle their Afro-Asian friends, or that they do not know what is going on in their own backyard. It seems to me that Mr. Wilson and his ministers are now being forced to adopt the tactics used by bankrupt governments the world over. They have to keep Rhodesia on the front page of the newspapers in order to divert attention from the increasing economic chaos into which Britain has been led by their socialist policies. For good measure, Rathall, added Mr. Simbule's humiliating jib. The above named gentleman had been appointed Zambia's ambassador to Britain, and, commenting on his new post, he described Britain as a humble, toothless bulldog wagging its tail in front of Ian Smith, and fearing him like hell. The acceptance of an ambassador is always subject to approval by the government concerned, and there are cases on record where the appointee has been turned down as undesirable. Certainly, no aspiring ambassador to Rhodesia would have survived such an insult. But Mr. Simbule was welcomed in London with open arms. Another encouraging report came from the Commissioner of Police, indicating a large decrease in the overall number of crime cases. In some branches, the reduction was in excess of 50%. Terrorist incursions were on the increase, and the count was approaching 200, but they had all been accounted for, killed, or captured. An interesting new development was the capture, in August 1967, of a small band of South Africans moving through Wankie Game Reserve on their way to Botswana, and thence to South Africa. We handed those over to the South Africans, who were happy to have information as to where they were receiving their training, and the numbers involved. The beneficial spin-off for us was that the South Africans became even more cooperative with their assistance, and this led to a South African police presence helping to guard the border along the Zambezi. One of our MPs even made the claim that there was evidence to prove that the British government was supplying arms to the terrorists. This provoked South African Minister Ben Schoeman to say that if this were true, it would have serious repercussions, and he asked for a British response. They issued a denial. Early in August, Gibbs informed me that he had received a message from Wilson indicating that he was thinking about more talks. Neither of us was surprised. But throughout the country, there was a growing feeling not all that amenable to the idea. Since things were going fairly well, and we would surely be better off without an agreement of the kind the British were looking for. Moreover, distrust of Wilson and the Labour Party was such that Rhodesians were hoping to avoid contact with them. So at our Rhodesian Front Congress, which took place in September, not surprisingly, there was a resolution calling for no more talks. While in my heart I sympathized with this feeling, thinking of the long term, I knew that we should keep trying. I had always found the bulk of Rhodesians to be reasonable and logical, even under pressure, and the Congress agreed with my thinking. But Wilson got the message that it was not going to be a bed of roses. A message came through Gibbs on 10 October that George Thompson, the new Commonwealth Secretary, was making a trip to Africa in October, and it was suggested that he visit Salisbury. And Rudi stopped over in Uganda, where there was a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting, and was taken aback at the hostility directed against him and Britain there. Instead of finding himself among friends, as he had thought, he was in the front line of fire from the wild boys who believed that by now the British should have invaded Rhodesia. Milton Obote, President of Uganda, expressed the view that Britain should be expelled from the Commonwealth. However, when it was pointed out to him that without Britain's financial support the association would be insolvent, he changed his mind. Thompson was a pleasant enough, quiet-spoken Scot, not the kind to stir up problems, but a new boy, unsure of himself, who would certainly make no decisions. We talked at length on 8 November. He assured me of his dedication to solving our problem and that he would report back accurately to Wilson. We decided at his request that our talks should remain confidential until mutually agreed otherwise. Wilson endorsed this publicly on 7 December, saying, "I do not believe that anyone who wants these talks to succeed would want to destroy any hope by premature publication." 5 days later, however, the details were published. I was informed only after the event. It was of little consequence to me, because I had nothing to hide, but it was an indication of the people with whom we were dealing. I quoted from a comment made earlier in the year by Lord Shawcross, a former Labour Party Attorney General, who spoke after a visit to America, saying, "The leadership of Britain is utterly discredited." Oh, saying so. Almost every pledge the Prime Minister has made has been broken. The feeling of distrust of the government is now felt throughout the country and abroad. For a while, Wilson seemed to be scheming about how to extricate himself from his predicament, but the Conservatives were keeping up the pressure to reopen negotiations. As there was no response from their government, they decided to send Alec Douglas home to Salisbury at the end of February 1968. He spent almost a week holding discussions with a broad cross-section of people and returned to London with the firm impression that there was positive evidence in favor of a resumption of talks. Although there were signs that this was in keeping with Wilson's thinking, the last thing he was going to do was to give the Conservatives any credit for it. So he withdrew even further into his shell. Meanwhile, we simply got on with our normal business in a country where things were quiet and peaceful, and the threats and admonitions of Wilson and his cronies simply ignored. We had realized from the outset that acceptance of our legality by our courts would take time, and there was no thought from our government that we should in any way attempt to influence this. Rhodesians had always been meticulous in their acceptance of the principles of maintaining justice and abiding by the codes of honesty and decent behavior. Sometimes these may be inconvenient and uncomfortable, but that was part of life. if one believed in civilized standards. It was important that the rest of the world should know that this was not just another banana republic, with politicians arranging things to suit their own convenience. One of the most sacred principles of Western Christian civilization was the independence of an impartial judiciary, and as far as we were concerned, this was absolutely sacrosanct. It would probably take a couple of years, we were told, and in fact, it took a bit longer before the final decision was given by our appellate division. On 13 September 1968, Chief Justice Sir Hugh Beadle said, in a logical and balanced decision, that the courts had found themselves in a position where they were no longer able adequately to perform their duties. Unless the judges recognized the Rhodesian government, there could be no rule of law in Rhodesia. According to British law, revenue raised in payment of civil service salaries had been illegal for the past 2.5 years. The current government were in effective control, and there were no signs of internal dissent. In fact, recent by-elections had confirmed support for them. In this situation, this court, if it carries on at all, can only carry on as a court taking cognizance of the fact that the present government is now the jure government and the 1965 Constitution, the only valid constitution, which this court now proceeds to do. In a nutshell, the court's decision identified the absurdity of the British government's position. They were bluffing themselves that they had powers which in fact were non-existent. Their only achievements had been in persuading the UN and certain Afro-Asian countries to support resolutions designed to change the economy and security of the country, to the particular detriment of the large mass of the community, whom the British claimed to be protecting. It is of interest to record that, when the Commons debated in June Wilson's action in promoting sanctions at the UN, the Conservatives launched a telling attack with Alec Home, accusing their government of openly encouraging terrorism against Rhodesia, and Patrick Wall referring to a vile order being imposed at the behest of the UN against our own people. Although the resolution was approved in the Commons, it was rejected by the Lords, giving an indication of the strong feelings in favor of Rhodesia prevalent at the time. What was particularly galling, not only to Rhodesians, but to all fair-minded people, was the pettiness and spitefulness of the Labour Party politicians. They impounded the passports of a number of Britishers living in Rhodesia who had distinguished themselves by serving Britain, one of whom had been knighted for his governorship in Uganda. Sir Frederick Crawford. A young schoolboy had his Rhodesian passport confiscated when visiting his grandmother in England, and a Rhodesian holder of the Victoria Cross was denied entry to attend the centenary celebration of the order. Sporting contacts with Rhodesia were banned, but it stands to the credit of the British Lions rugby team that they were not prepared to cancel their game in Salisbury during their South African tour. It was a warm feeling to know that there were some sportsmen in the world who had the courage to stand up to the politicians and tell them to keep their noses out of sport. It was this kind of behavior from the British government which made more and more Rhodesians wonder whether it was worthwhile trying to retain links with a country prepared to descend to such levels. We were soon confronted by another event which reflected on the British government's policy on terrorism. The biggest incursion to date commenced at the beginning of 1968, with the terrorists taking their time, planning carefully, moving by night, and confining themselves to the tribal areas where they could evade contact with white people. Not only were their intimidatory tactics against the tribesmen merciless and effective, but they were also putting into effect their Marxist-Leninist psychological tactics, in which they had been well drilled. They were telling the locals that their plan was to take away all the good things from the white people and hand them over to the blacks. Simple people who inhabit remote areas and have no comprehension of what is going on in the world around them are easy targets for communists. The terrorists established their main camp some 80 kilometers inside the country above the escarpment overlooking the Zambezi Valley, in mountainous, well-wooded country with much grass for additional cover. They established a number of underground dugouts in which they lived and kept the equipment and arms that they were storing for attacks against the commercial farming areas lying further south. In spite of all their precautions, however, they should have realized that it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. A game ranger passing through the area noticed an unusual boot print on the ground, which from his description was soon identified as being of Chinese origin. The alarm was sounded, and a reconnaissance planned. This turned out to be a rewarding exercise, for although the terrorists were well dug in and put up some resistance, they were eventually rooted out and over 100 killed. They had built up a considerable amount of equipment, arms, clothing, and food of both Russian and Chinese origin. In spite of denials from the British, we were satisfied with the accuracy of our report from Lusaka that their High Commission had been aiding and abetting the terrorist cause with travel documents and finance. The next event of consequence was the appearance on the scene, in June 1968, of my old friend Max Aitken, son of Lord Beaverbrook, one of Churchill's great supporters and a cabinet minister during Second World War. Max had succeeded his father as chairman of Beaverbrook newspapers, and I had maintained a contact with him that stemmed from our flying association in Egypt during the war. The Daily Express and Sunday Express had always adopted a realistic and honest approach to the Rhodesian problem. Max was deeply concerned over the tragic mishandling of the affair, and believed that even the conservatives were not without blame. This came out in a discussion with his legal advisor, Lord Goodman, who also happened to be Wilson's lawyer. This led to an approach being made to Wilson, by now amenable to a possible breakthrough over Rhodesia, especially as another Commonwealth Prime Minister's conference was looming in the new year. Anything which would help to divert attention from all the local problems which were closing in on the government was worthy of consideration. So Aitken and Goodman arrived in Salisbury, with Wilson's blessing, on the understanding that the visit was to be kept secret. Even Governor Gibbs would not be put in the picture. It was difficult to keep Goodman under cover, because he was a large man, both in height and mass, with prominent features and large, husky black eyebrows, dressed in the dark suit associated with members of the British legal profession. But, surprisingly, they got away with it, staying for 4 days. Nobody picked us up. Our discussions were constructive and subjected to incisive analysis by the clear, well-trained legal brain of a man who was highly rated by his profession in Britain. Both men had no difficulty in comprehending the problem and discerning the best means of dealing with it. But as I explained to them before their departure, Wilson constantly had a bogey, man leaning over his shoulder in the shape of the African members of the Commonwealth, whose irrational approach paid no consideration to the best intents of the inhabitants of Rhodesia, but were obsessed by the racial approach of driving the white man and his Western civilization out of sub-Saharan Africa. Nevertheless, both Goodman and Aitken believed that the case was so clear, the solution so obvious, and above all honest and just, that they could convince Wilson. From past experience I had my doubts, but I wished them well. Surprisingly, they seemed to have won the first round, for Wilson, as a follow-up, sent one of their top officials, James Bottomley, no relation to Arthur, for consultations with me on 20 September. The visit once again underlined our differences, and I made it clear that I could not change on the major points. So I was doubtful whether anything had been achieved. But I was wrong. Wilson thought otherwise. In the interim, on 5 September, we held the most controversial annual Congress in the history of the Rhodesian Front. Over the past couple of years, we had devoted much time to the creation of a new constitution for our country, bringing in changes to meet the circumstances of the time. The government had set up a commission composed of blacks and whites under the chairmanship of W.R. Wheely, one of the country's most eminent lawyers, and after interviews across the broad spectrum of all our population groups, they produced a well-reasoned report. But there were many others who wanted to be in on the act, so our caucus set up their own committee, and our party had their committee. And there were others too. We looked at them all and out of a great deal of honest effort produced the final paper for presentation to our Congress. However, there had developed a strong right-wing backlash, stoked by the treachery and vindictiveness of the British government, and these people believed that the answer was to produce a racially divisive constitution and break off all contact with the British government. Feelings were running high, and on the eve of the Congress, a number of my close, loyal supporters expressed concern that we might lose the vote on our proposed constitution. I was not complacent because there were a couple of my cabinet colleagues, in addition to a few constituency chairmen, who were openly opposing us, and a considerable amount of emotion was being generated. My reply was that we had, in complete honesty, produced a constitution which we believed was right for our country and all its people, and I was confident that we would win the day. As we all knew, the vast majority of the MPs supported us, and if by some chance the hotheads did succeed in dominating the Congress, then my inclination would be to hold a general election, which there was no doubt in my mind that we would win. They all agreed and were satisfied. That night at home I discussed it with Janet, and we both agreed that in no way were we going to deviate from those ideals in which we honestly believed. There were too many politicians in the world ready to say, "These are our principles, but if you do not like them, we can change them for you." If need be, we would be perfectly happy to go back to Gwenoro and do some farming. It always gave me much satisfaction to know that I was not in politics in order to make a living, and that consequently I did not have to keep my job at all costs. And here I touch on one of the weaknesses of our democratic system. Representatives are always looking over their shoulders and compromising on their true beliefs in order to win votes. A process which produces politicians who are followers, not leaders. The atmosphere was noticeably tense as the delegates streamed into the conference hall. Fortunately, in Ralph Nilsson we had a very good party chairman, a man who had the courage of his convictions. In his introductory speech, he reminded delegates of the heavy responsibility which lay on their shoulders and told them that the decision they made would have a marked effect not only on Rhodesia, but on the whole southern African subcontinent. In my contribution, I reminded the Congress of the principles we had always believed in, and the platform that had brought us into office. We believed that merit was the criterion for advancement, not race, and while there could be no appeasement of Wilson and his Labour Party government, we should not permit their despicable behavior to prejudice our attitude towards our own black people. It was important to remind ourselves that we represented them in Parliament, that the vast majority respected and supported us, and unlike the British politicians, we and our children would have to go on living with the decisions which we made. Fortunately, I'm not a great orator. In my view, great orators are great actors, and while actors are fine in a theater, they are highly dangerous on a political platform, where it is so easy to play on mob psychology and stir up emotion that can lead people to impetuous decisions that they subsequently regret. Decisions coming from the heart rather than a cool, calculating mind. Unfortunately, many of the contributions were not only heated, but there was bitterness and even hatred, which we had never experienced before. But if you are actively going to participate in politics, you must learn to live with this kind of thing. Even if 99% of the people are moderate and reasonable, it is that other 1% who will be in the front line of any political battle. When the question was finally put to the vote, however, we managed to carry the day, albeit with a slim majority. A few dozen of those who opposed us immediately walked out of the hall, but they were a small proportion of the more than 600 delegates present. There were others who subsequently resigned from the party, including one of my cabinet ministers, Angus Graham, but the majority who were on the losing side, in the true spirit of democracy, accepted the decision and agreed to support it. The party's Congress decision was vindicated at a by-election which followed shortly in a constituency known to be right of center. Our candidate's opponent, the representative of the dissidents at our Congress and other extreme right-wingers, was so thoroughly thrashed that he forfeited his election deposit. Speculation was growing over renewed talks, and there had been reports in the media about the visit of Max Aitken and Lord Goodman, followed by the Bottomley visit. As to how Wilson explained these visits away to his Governor Gibbs, visits which had been kept secret, your guess is as good as mine. However, the next move came on 28 September through Gibbs, an invitation to talks, once again, at Gibraltar. The most important thing about negotiations is to secure for yourself a situation where you talk from strength, as opposed to a defensive position where you may have to retreat to an inferior situation. Fortunately, our position was improving, the economy better than our expectations, and the morale of the people good. I sometimes thought too good. But we kept our feet firmly on the ground, and had enough common sense to realize the futility of making unreasonable demands that would lose us the support of the responsible and moderate people in the world, and would also be out of step with our philosophy for our own people. We took off from Salisbury on 9 October, and in addition to Jack Howman, we had Lardner Burke, our legal and constitutional minister. This time, Gibbs was by himself, because Chief Justice Beadle was persona non grata in view of the Supreme Court decision confirming our de jure status. Almost 2 years had passed since the previous excursion to Gibraltar, and both the scene and the atmosphere had changed in the meantime. Instead of cruising up and down the Mediterranean on the Tiger, there were 2 warships, Fearless and Kent, moored alongside one another in the harbor, and the British occupied the former and the Rhodesians the latter. Wilson's 2 cabinet colleagues were Elwyn Jones, the lawyer, and George Thompson, the quiet-spoken Scot. Wilson certainly went out of his way to show courtesy and consideration, as did the rest of the British, except Jones, who seemed to have a chip on his shoulder and believed that his mission in life was to be unfriendly to colonialists. There were many great Welshmen in Rhodesia, people in the mining and rugby worlds, who would have been happy to give him their answer. On one occasion, across the conference table, he passed an offensive remark to Lardner Burke, and I replied that I was sad to note his behavior, which was counterproductive in view of what we were trying to achieve. Wilson immediately agreed with me, commenting that we should try to conduct ourselves with dignity. The talk among our party was that the British were leaning over backwards in an effort to counteract the criticism they had run into in Britain after the previous Tiger Conference for treating us like second-class passengers. I had never found Wilson personally offensive, although he was maybe occasionally a trifle superior. But as that kind of behavior never affects me, it was of no consequence. Our problem lay in a deep-rooted distrust of him, of his constant vacillation. One minute, he was agreeing with the Africans and their excessive demands. The next, he was trying to come to an agreement with us, in conflict with his concessions to the Africans. In mitigation, it should be conceded that he always had the extreme left wing of his party on his back, which believed that he should not even talk to us. These people were worse than the African politicians who, no matter how misguided, were at least trying to gain for themselves benefits that they had failed to achieve through their own efforts. The starry-eyed liberals, by contrast, were trying to atone for the guilt complex associated with their country's past history. Not only is this complex ill-founded, it is cowardly. They are trying to run away from their own history. They have allowed themselves to be brainwashed by communist propaganda, which besmirched colonialism as suppression and exploitation. The communists wanted the metropolitan powers out so that they could get in to spread their doctrine of Marxism-Leninism, their own brand of colonialism. And of course, as the record shows, they were successful, not only in Africa but in the Americas, the Middle East, and the Far East. In reality, colonialism was the spread of Western Christian civilization, with its commitment to education, health, justice, and economic advancement, into areas which were truly darkest Africa. The people in these areas of sub-Saharan Africa had never seen a white man, had no written language, no medical facilities, and no currency, so barter was their only means of trade. For some unknown reason, they had never had contact with Western civilization until, in some parts, as recently as 100 years ago. What makes this all the more surprising is that in northern Africa, there had been some of the earliest civilizations, going back 4,000 years, predating our modern Western civilization. But if one studies history, what is demarcated on modern maps as North Africa is truly Western Arabia, with the people occupying those countries being of Arabian stock. Their culture, traditions, history, language, religion, and race are Arab. The development and advancement of the people of sub-Saharan Africa has been remarkable, and today they enjoy a standard of living which is much higher than that of a number of other third-world countries. The credit for this is due to colonialism, but it is sad to record that they have been going downhill over the past few decades since the ending of colonialism. Not only are their economies in tatters, but their people are denied their basic rights, freedom, and justice. So I say to the people of Europe that if their countries were involved in the colonization of sub-Saharan Africa, they should hold their heads high, be proud of their historical association with forces that brought light to the dark continent, helping its peoples to emerge into modern civilization. I myself certainly prefer having dealings with some of these honest-to-goodness black people than with the two-faced liberals of the Labour Party or the Fabian Society. Regrettably, Wilson had a number of the latter courting him, and without their presence we might have made some headway. There were times when it looked as if reason was prevailing, and we made progress, only to find at a subsequent meeting that we had returned to where we were before. Considering the time of year, the weather was very mild in Gibraltar, and we had tea on deck in the sun. As on the previous occasion, Marcia Williams was always present, with her efficient and considerate organization. After 4 days of talks on the Fearless, we had still not overcome the main stumbling block of the return to legality, with the British insisting that we renounce our current constitution, abandon power, and virtually drift in space until a test of acceptability had indicated an acceptance of the new constitution. There was no provision for what would happen were this new constitution to be rejected. I repeated that it would be criminal for us to agree on a new constitution, and then let everything crash over the mechanics of implementation. It was obvious that there were, among the Labour Party, those who were determined that, above everything else, Rhodesia should be humiliated. We agreed only that the British should sum up the negotiations by laying out the proposals in the form of a paper. To me, it was sad that the conference ended like that, especially as the atmosphere had been so friendly, and there had been genuine attempts to bridge the gap between the two parties. I even had a feeling that I would have liked it to succeed for Wilson's sake, as he had taken the initiative in the face of powerful opposition from within his own party. He told me on one occasion that 2 of his ministers had threatened to resign if we made this agreement. Some of my people disagreed with me, believing that it could be part of a cunning scheme which would enable Wilson to present himself to the British public as the reasonable guy who was going out of his way to accommodate us, while Smith was intransigent, not prepared to move. In the end, we produced a communiqué simply stating that there remained a gulf between the two parties, but that efforts to settle would continue, and the Commonwealth Secretary would be available for further discussions if necessary. It was only when we received the paper on the British proposals for a settlement that we were confronted with a second safeguard for entrenched clauses. We had not discussed this. We had conceded the need for a constitutional safeguard, and it had been agreed that this would be covered by a blocking quarter of black votes in Parliament. Now, however, the British were attempting to include another clause, which would mean that, even after legislation had passed through our Parliament with the majority necessary for an entrenched clause, any person would still have the right to refer it to the British Privy Council on the grounds that it was politically undesirable. Even if the legislation passed through our Parliament with 100% support, this appeal could still be lodged. We had accepted an appeal concerning the law of the land, our constitution, But now we were being asked to accept that a British court could decide as to whether the Rhodesian Parliament. We would be charging the courts to make a political assessment as opposed to giving a judicial interpretation of the law. Not only did we object to the British Privy Council holding such powers, we would also have the same objection as far as our own Rhodesian Appellate Division was concerned. Never before had Britain attempted to include such a condition in any constitution. As I pointed out at the time, the British government were trying to assume additional powers that were a derogation from the sovereignty of our Rhodesian Parliament. Clearly, it was an attempt to accede to our independence with one hand, while taking it away with the other. Lord Dilhorn, a former Lord Chancellor, went on record, saying that a blocking quarter was an adequate safeguard, and that it would be out of place to ask the Privy Council to give a political judgment. So Rhodesians were not the only ones to object to the Labour government's attempt to include this condition, which was certainly without precedent, and which would have been tantamount to giving us second-class independence. We were disappointed at the British attempt to introduce more restrictive conditions, especially as this was out of keeping with what had transpired on the Fearless. It was not the first time that we had been confronted with such a change, of course after Wilson and his team had returned to London, and we were trying to fathom who were the culprits. There were people, both in London and Salisbury, who pointed out that, once we were independent, any safeguard such as the one we were dealing with would be completely meaningless, and any British government attempting to use it would simply be ridiculed. Therefore, we were asked why we did not accept the British terms, knowing that they could be ignored. This came from well-meaning friends, incensed at the continuing British deviousness. While I sympathized with their frustration and appreciated their good intentions, I had to make it clear that we could not be party to any plan based on taking unconstitutional action at any time in the future. Since once you open that door, when and how do you close it? No matter how strongly one felt over British deceit, and no matter how much pleasure one would derive from exacting retribution, it was important to realize that we were dealing with our Rhodesian constitution, and that our actions would be part of the legacy we would leave to our Rhodesian people. An honest, clean history, to which future generations could look with pride, was a sine qua non. We did not have to wait long for the next Wilsonian tactic. Thomson, in the new guise of Minister without portfolio, flew into Salisbury on 2 November, accompanied by a new face, Maurice Foley, Minister of a newly established hybrid, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. They were accompanied by one of the top British civil servants, Sir Dennis Greenhill, with whom we had previously worked and whom we found most agreeable. The talks were cordial and constructive, at least on the surface, but we wondered what was going on behind the scenes during the frequent adjournments. Our Independence Day, which coincides with Armistice Day on 11 November, was drawing uncomfortably close for British politicians, so they decided to make a strategic withdrawal at this time, departing 2 days before and returning 2 days after it, using this time to visit some of their comrades in adjacent countries. Once again, it was obvious that the British team had no power to make decisions. Their tactic was to try to push us in their effort to obtain more concessions. But I was at pains to reiterate what had previously been said on more than one occasion. While it was easy for the British, who were merely playing politics, we were dealing with our lives and could not give way on matters of principle. They returned to London on 16 November. The talks had gone on for longer than any of the previous negotiating sessions, but there was little of consequence to report. Perhaps 2 items I can mention. First, an agreed statement to the effect that the new Constitution makes the same provision as the 1961 Constitution for steady advance to majority rule. This was a repetition of what had been enshrined in every Rhodesian constitution, and I mention it merely to debunk the claim by the terrorist movement, repeated ad nauseum by the present Zimbabwean government, that our UDI was motivated by a desire to perpetuate white minority rule. Second, there was a request by the British that the terrorist organizations ZANU and ZAPU, which had received their training in Russia, China, Cuba, and Libya, should be allowed to regroup and participate in the test of acceptability. This would enable them to employ their well-learned tactics of intimidation, arson, and even murder to ensure that voters followed their instructions. We already had ample evidence of the barbaric measures they were ready to use as part of their process to blackmail the masses into giving them support. I replied, giving Thompson and Foley the facts in no uncertain way, and asking if they were suggesting that we connive with them in resurrecting the Nazi Party and their swastika. That was the last we heard of that monstrous idea. As part of my speech to the Rhodesian nation on 19 November 1968, I said, "After listening to what I have told you, I am sure you will accept the validity of my claim that this alternative proposal is infinitely worse than the original one. I find it difficult to believe that the offer was made seriously. It was clear to us throughout the talks that the British were obsessed with the question of black majority rule and that this dominated all their thinking. They are prepared to accept that the white man in Rhodesia is expendable. We Rhodesians believe that there is a place and a future for all Rhodesians, black and white. Any other suggestion is unacceptable for us." I mentioned that it had been agreed that the doors of negotiation should be kept open, and added, "In case in the end we fail to agree, your government is continuing its preparation for a long haul, so that whatever happens we will sooner or later arrive at our destination." Oh, jeez. In keeping with this intention, it is significant to record that on our Independence Day of 11 November 1968, the new Rhodesian green and white flag was raised for the first time, and the Union Jack lowered for the last time, while the BSAP band played "Abide With Me." It was a nostalgic moment, which those who witnessed it will never forget. It was the culmination of actions by past British governments, both conservative and Labour, involving blatant dishonesty, reneging on agreements, and attempts to appease the Marxist-Leninists of the African bloc. If they had played their hand correctly, we would still have had a country practicing the ideals of the British democratic system, as opposed to a Marxist, Leninist one-party dictatorship, and we would still have had a flag flying in Africa, proudly displaying a Union Jack in a prominent position, instead of a Zimbabwe bird superimposed on a Marxist red star. Fortunately, the indications at the end of the year were that things were continuing to improve, so there was no need to compromise and contemplate any short-term solution. There had been some strong criticism from a number of the financial and business kings who were putting their profits before the national interest, but they were in a distinct minority. There were our ever-present political opponents who had been against our UD, and they were always ready at the drop of a hat to come forward and claim that they could do the job better. They were in an advantageous position in that the national press gave them complete support. In one of their attacks, they accused me of being an arrogant dictator, and in the next breath complained of my indecisive leadership. Internally, these people were discredited and of little consequence, but to Harold Wilson and our other external enemies, they gave hope that our government would be overturned, and this made them more intransigent in their attitude towards us. Finance Minister Rathall was able to give me an encouraging picture early in the new year, 1969. Our national production was up, and development in industry and housing was outstripping the availability of materials. Because of sanctions, we were exporting at a discount and importing at a premium, and obviously this was skimming some of the cream off the top. But because of the extra effort Rhodesians, both black and white, were contributing, our balance of payments was under control, and, most important of all, the morale of the people was high. We looked on with interest at the Commonwealth Prime Minister's Conference, taking place in London from 7 January 1969, and enjoyed the spicy reports which were emanating from it in profusion. Indira Gandhi stated that India was contemplating withdrawing from the Commonwealth, as it was no longer credible. Lee Kuan Yew, Prime Minister of Singapore, expressed his deepening disenchantment with the Commonwealth. Ayub Khan expressed desperation, and it was not long before Pakistan was out of the Commonwealth. Sub-Saharan Africa, as usual, was in chaos. Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania were one-party dictatorships, and were busy expelling Asians, in spite of the fact that they had been born locally. Kaunda had been in power in Zambia only for a short while, and although he had so far resisted the establishment of a de jure one-party state, he achieved the same result de facto. Nigeria was in the midst of a violent civil war, and a number of other West African countries had eliminated all opposition. When the media representatives in London inquired whether all of these violations of human rights in Africa would come under scrutiny at the conference, there was a simple, clear-cut reply. The internal affairs of member countries have always been protected from discussion. Yet, the internal affairs of Rhodesia were the principal item on the agenda. Wilson, with his usual sleight of hand, evaded all obstacles and seemed to have satisfied the Afro-Asian bloc by assuring them that Memoir, no independence before African majority rule, was still Britain's policy. The fact that the fearless proposals had thrown it out of the window seemed to have evaded everybody. Moreover, when speaking in the Commons soon after all the prime ministers had returned home, he reiterated that the fearless proposals remained on the table. It was difficult for anyone who followed the proceedings to treat the conference seriously, and I made the comment that one could not have any respect for people who had jettisoned democracy and all the basic freedoms and standards of decency that the Commonwealth once stood for and fought for. I was not alone in these views, as some of our black MPs spoke about the Commonwealth in equally scathing terms. The leader of the opposition in our parliament, Percy Nkudu, a man highly respected by all shades of opinion, visited the OA conference in Dar es Salaam to put the case for peaceful settlement in Rhodesia, because it was the black people who were suffering and being killed by the terrorists. He was told that unless he committed himself to supporting the terrorist movement, he would not be allowed to address the conference. So he returned to Salisbury immediately. I got on well with Nkudu, and we had many constructive discussions. He saw clearly the need for evolutionary change and recognized the important part played by the chiefs and the tribal structure. He also openly conceded the tremendous advances which the black people were making, with many of them enjoying a standard of life superior to that of a large number of whites. He also assured me that he and his colleagues were well aware of the rampant corruption and denial of human rights in most of the countries to our north, and supported our resolve to prevent the same thing happening in Rhodesia. In my turn, I appreciated the need for him to steer a middle course, because if he were seen to be too close to our government, he would be branded a stooge of the white man. It was not only the OAO who supported the extremists and terrorists to the exclusion of everyone else. It was the same with the British government, who had scorned our attempts to bring in the chiefs and the moderate, responsible black people. They were not thinking of a solution which would serve the best interests of Rhodesia. They were mainly concerned with appeasing their friends in the OAE. Our biggest problem was to get Britain and the rest of the free world to understand Africa. Let me repeat that, to my reasoning, the true Africa is sub-Saharan Africa. Our problem was to bring these Africans across, to try to bridge a 2,000-year gap in the shortest possible time. Clearly, this was an evolutionary process, and from our experience on the spot, we were satisfied that we were making good progress with it. The evidence emanating from the breakup of the Federation proved conclusively how much more we had done for the advancement of our black people than the British had done in the two colonies to our north. We had enough intelligence to understand that it was in the best interest of all Rhodesians, white as well as black, to ensure the progress of our people in the fields of education, health, housing, and economic well-being. The results were there for anybody to witness, with the development of a middle class and a growing number of black people joining the ranks of the wealthy, owning modern houses and employing their own servants, whereas a few decades previously they themselves had been the servants. But it took time, planning, professional services, and finance to bring about the necessary improvements, and if people tried to run before they could walk, they invariably tripped. Africa to our north is a glaring example of this simple truth, bankrupt and in chaos as it is, because what should have been an evolutionary process was allowed to run riot and develop into a revolution. Contrary to professed communist philosophy, it has led to the establishment of Marxist-Leninist dictators who live like kings while their subjects degenerate into poverty, malnutrition, and an end to their freedom. Fortunately, the majority of our black people had been alarmed by these tragic developments, and were happy to work with us to prevent the same happening in our country. But our attempts were being undermined by Harold Wilson and the British Labour Party. What made it so contemptible to me was that I well knew from my contact and discussions with them that many of the Labour Party had the intelligence and awareness to comprehend our predicament. But they were taking the easy way out by appeasing the excessive demands of the UH, instead of confronting them with their record of one-party dictatorships and blatant abuse of power. These were the people who were now holding us to ransom. What more, we wondered and asked, were we expected to do? Not only overseas visitors, but those who came on a mission seeking evidence, including a number of British MPs, conceded how much more we had done for our black people than had been done in all the surrounding country. We had provided better schools, better hospitals, better houses, better recreation facilities, and a higher standard of living. We also had peace, which was exceptional and almost unique in the world, and a declining crime rate. Yet the UN, with the support of both Britain and the USA, had passed a resolution declaring that Rhodesia was a threat to world peace. As the historian Kenneth Young said in his book Rhodesia and Independence, after 4 years of struggle, it appeared that Britain had come off worst in her war against her tiny adversary with its puny budget, its midget exports, and its miniature army, civil service, police, and air force. But the spirit and courage that made Britain great were not extinct. They had emigrated. 13. The Holmes-Smith Agreement, 1972. So as we moved into 1969, it was clear that Wilson and the Labour Party had decided to shelve the Rhodesian question and concentrate on their home front, where their problems seemed to be getting out of control. The time was approaching when they would have to face up to a general election. I mentioned to Humphrey Gibbs that he should once again point out to Wilson that we had solved the main problem of agreeing on the new Constitution, achieving what most people had believed to be the impossible, and that this was going to be thrown overboard because of Wilson's insistence on a ridiculous procedure of returning to legality in an attempt to exact retribution. When so much was at stake, this was unbelievable pettiness, in conflict with the spirit of reconciliation that we had all agreed would be necessary if we were to secure a just settlement. If Wilson was prepared to allow his blatant appeasement of the UAW to be the rock on which all our efforts would now founder, this would be a dreadful indictment of him personally, and the Labour Party in general. Gibbs accepted that it would be worth trying, but judging by their record, he was not sanguine. It seemed that our best bet was to hope for a Conservative victory at the next British election. We now had more time to concentrate on our own affairs and the finalization of our new Constitution. This introduced the original concept of representation in Parliament proportional to contribution to the fiscal. If the UN operated on such a principle, there would be a lot more wisdom and justice emanating from its headquarters. The flaw in our plan was that it was based on a racial division. This was introduced into Rhodesia for the first time in our 1961 Constitution, and was the principal cause of my break with the government at that time. Prior to that, there had been no racial division in our franchise qualification, and it was my strong belief that we should perpetuate the principle and continue our philosophy of trying to establish a genuine meritocracy in keeping with Rhodes' famous dictum, equal rights for all civilized men. However, once racial division was introduced, and of course it had also been part of the federal constitution in 1952, it was accepted as an easy means of providing a short-term solution to black political aspiration. Thus, my request for a return to the old system of a non-racial qualified franchise were always rebuffed on the spurious ground that it would take too long for our black people to make any impact in Parliament. So we were caught up in a situation which, regrettably to my mind, had entrenched a political, racial division into our Constitution. Had we attempted to remove it now, it would have been interpreted as prejudicial to our black people. When I queried the inclusion in the new Constitution of a clause which could fairly be interpreted as moving it to the right, the answer was that it would give us room for maneuver when we next talked to the British. I was reminded of the occasion when we were negotiating with Harold Wilson and his team, and at the end of a long day of talks, Gerald Clark said that the British chaps had commented to him that what they found disconcerting was that, once I stated my position, they were unable to get me to move. According to them, there had to be give and take in negotiation. They were prepared to follow this rule, but there was no response from us. Of course, as I have pointed out before, there was a logical reason for this. We were dealing with the future of our country, and decisions which would affect the lives of our citizens. One of the more controversial proposals of the Constitutional Committee was that Rhodesia should become a republic. This was no easy decision for many of us who from birth had been ingrained with the ideals of the British Empire. It had, however, become increasingly difficult for us to separate monarch and empire from the deviousness of the politicians. Wilson went so far later as to drag the Queen into his machinations by getting her to include in a speech at the Jamaica Commonwealth Conference in April 1975 some provocative remarks about Rhodesia, which were a distortion of the truth. This caused a large number of our older generation of loyal citizens to become extremely angry, tearing up their pictures of the royal family and pulling down their Union Jacks. Some remarked that if only her father or grandfather had been alive, Wilson would have been put in his place, but it was no easy task for the young Queen. The new constitution was duly brought in, followed by the proclamation of a republic, on 1 March 1970. Soon afterwards, on 10 April, a general election resulted in the Rhodesian Front winning all 50 All-Iroll seats for the second successive time since UDII. This phenomenon of a party winning every seat in an election aroused the curiosity of a number of political analysts, and we had visits from many overseas historians and scientists who investigate whether it was genuinely a free election, or whether it was the normal African affair of one man, one vote, one candidate. They were pleasantly surprised to find that there was no suggestion of malpractice from any quarter. Moreover, we had achieved our victories in spite of the fact that the only national daily newspaper in the country had consistently opposed our government and used their monopoly to direct a constant stream of British-inspired criticism against us. I met a number of these visitors and explained the reasons for this incredible unity among Rhodesians, telling them how even our erstwhile opponents were appalled at the hypocrisy and double standards of the British and other free world governments, and that this applied to our black as well as our white people. Of great significance, however, was that, contrary to predictions, the Conservatives won the British general election a few months later, in June, and while the new Prime Minister, Edward Heath, was absorbed with Europe and the movement towards a common market, the Rhodesian question was left in the capable hands of the Foreign Secretary, Alec Home, who had both experience of and a feeling for our problem. Once again, the good offices of Sir Max Aitken and Lord Goodman were invoked. We had lengthy discussions in Salisbury from early April 1971, and when the decks were sufficiently cleared to the satisfaction of Lord Goodman and the British officials who accompanied him, Alec Home flew out on 15 November accompanied by Attorney General Peter Rawlinson and Dennis Greenhill, who was the top civil servant in the Foreign Office. The negotiations went on for some time, and after give and take on both sides, we signed an agreement on 21 November 1971. I realized that it would not receive the approval of the extreme right wing of the Rhodesian Front, but likewise the left-wingers, who had always opposed us, would be unhappy. But that certainly did not worry me, because our history had consistently shown that the great majority of Rhodesians fell within that middle group of reasonable, responsible people who opposed extremists, whether they were left or right. The problem with an extremist is that he tends to provoke another extremist in the opposite direction, with the divergent factions constantly trying to outdo one another, thus driving themselves deeper into the trough of unreasonableness and bitterness. As far as our agreement was concerned, we could honestly claim to have produced one which complied with the principles which had been laid down by previous British governments and to which we had never taken exception. There was to be an immediate increase in black representation in Parliament, and the principle of majority rule was enshrined with safeguards ensuring that there could be no legislation which could impede this. On the other hand, there would be no mad rush into one-man, one-vote with the resultant corruption, nepotism, chaos, and economic disaster, which we had witnessed in all the countries around us. Fortunately, reports from all corners of the country indicated that there was general satisfaction and relief over the agreement. Not only were the white people happy, but of significance was a report that in Highfield, just outside Salisbury, which had always been the center of black political activity, the people were openly celebrating. The obvious truth was that the Rhodesians had endured enough, and tragically, our black people had suffered most from both sanctions and terrorism. After 6 years, we could now shake off the shackles of sanctions and work together to build up the economy of our country and improve the standard of living of all our people. Once again, here was conclusive evidence that there was no truth in the claim that the Rhodesian Front government was attempting to impede the process to majority rule in order to maintain control in white hands. Quite the reverse. There remained, however, the test of acceptability among the Rhodesian people as a whole, and on the evidence before us we were satisfied that it would receive approval, although, as we had always stated, it would be impossible to obtain an honest assessment from our black people, since the vast majority of them had never exercised a vote in their lives, could neither read nor write, did not understand the meaning of the word Constitution, and were completely bemused by all the talking and maneuvering going on around them. The danger was that the communist-motivated extremists would mount an anti-campaign, resorting to emotional tactics and mob psychology, and the very effective weapon of intimidation. But our experts in this field believed that intimidation would have only a limited effect, especially in the big cities, because the people still held strong memories of the dreadful atrocities, in particular the petrol bombings, perpetrated by the terrorists over recent years. It was important to avoid procrastination in order to minimize the time that the opponents to the agreement would have to mount their evil plan. Alec Home agreed with us on this point and undertook to expedite the appointment of the commission to carry out the test of acceptability. I was happy that we now had something positive in prospect, and that everyone was working towards it. Probably above everything else was the hope that it would bring to an end the useless fighting and killing between Rhodesians. It would get them working together to build their wonderful country and to create a better future for all their people. People would recognize that at last decisions affecting our future would be in our hands, free from the outside interference of the scheming politicians who had used us mercilessly as a pawn in their efforts to gain favor and support on the chessboard of international politics. Neither side could claim complete victory, and this would have the advantage of bringing opposing sides together with a minimum of rancor and revenge-seeking, but sharing hope for genuine reconciliation. On 25 November, it was announced that Lord Pierce, a distinguished British judge, would be chairman of the commission. Sir Maurice Dorman, the former Governor-General of Malta, and Sir Glyn Jones, the former governor of Nyasaland, were the two deputy chairmen. Lord Harlech, the former British ambassador to the United States, was the fourth member. Harlech caused us some concern, as I was informed that his recent record of service in Washington had not actually covered him in glory, and accordingly he was not rated very highly. Meanwhile, the black extremists had reorganized themselves under the banner of the newly formed African National Council, ANC, with the same leaders in positions of authority. But they had introduced an astute new ruse to cover up the old faces, who were still tainted by association with the intimidation and petrol bombing. They brought in Abel Muzorewa, the first black man ever to have been made a bishop in Rhodesia, and made him the leader of the new party, thus giving themselves a much more acceptable face of respectability. We had agreed with the British that the Pierce Commission would begin work the first week in December and complete the task before Christmas, as dilly-dallying would play into the hands of the mischief-makers bent on sabotaging the agreement. Our people waited anxiously for news of the arrival of the British team. All the plans on our side had been completed. The program agreed, transport, accommodation, and backup services arranged. We sent reminders through the British Embassy in Pretoria, but still there was no confirmation. Frustration was building up. Eventually the message came. The British had decided, in view of the approach of Christmas and the festive season, that they would postpone their arrival until after the New Year. I received a few cutting comments. Obviously the work of the Foreign Office. Some of us have been suspicious of their commitment to the task all along. Oh, this made me recall that, after signing the agreement with Alec Home, members of our Secretariat had mentioned that the British Foreign Office in general were out of step with Home on the Rhodesian question. Meanwhile, our opponents were taking advantage of the delay, making all the running while we did nothing to counter their campaign. This was because we had agreed with the British that we would maintain a position of neutrality in order to eliminate criticism that government was abusing its position in order to influence people unfairly. However, if one plays according to the rules of the game, while the others break all the rules and resort to underhand tactics, regrettably, it does not guarantee success, certainly not in the game of politics. Once the Commission started its work of holding meetings with Africans to ascertain their views on the settlement, it was clear that the African nationalists had established their cells in all the districts. Leading agitators traveled ahead of the Commission, from meeting to meeting, orchestrating the opposition. Fortunately, we were told, the commissioners could see through this and, at the level of the officials, the information was that the test was going favorably. Suddenly, Harlech flew back to London, most unusual in the middle of such an important exercise. We wondered why, but were told it was for personal, family reasons. At the same time, a request to see me came from Lord Pierce, and this was arranged. He thought it desirable to put me in the picture, and simply wished to say that so far things seemed to be going according to plan, and that he did not anticipate any problems. I expressed surprise at Harlech's sudden departure, but he simply replied that it was a family matter, and that his absence should be of short duration. However, our report from Rhodesia House in London did not tie up with this, as Harlech had been to see Prime Minister Heath. After his return from Britain, moreover, our reports indicated a distinct change in the attitude of the British, who now started making negative predictions about the outcome. A member of our Cabinet Office staff, an immigrant from Britain who had developed good relations with one of the British team, broached this sudden and obvious change. His contact conceded the point, but said that at his level, which was some way down the scale, he was unable to fathom the reason for it. To cut a long story short, the Commission finished its work on 12 March 1972, and when its report was eventually published in May, it stated that, while the majority of Europeans were in favor of the proposals, the majority of black people were not. We were sad, indeed sickened, at the farcical nature of the whole thing. As the truth came out, bit by bit, it made one realize the impossible position in which Rhodesia was placed, no matter what government was in power in Britain. Alec Home was as disappointed and frustrated as I was. And the same applied to our supporters at Westminster and generally throughout the world. But sadly, there were more powerful forces working in the British government, which had contrary ideas, as I shall explain. First of all, let me deal with the complete farce surrounding the test of acceptability. I recall dealing with this during one of my discussions with Harold Wilson at Independence in October 1965, when I explained to him how ridiculous it was to expect to obtain any indications of the views of our black people through such an exercise. I gave him the reasons I have already mentioned. They had never in their lives cast a vote in any election or referendum, for the simple reason that it had never been part of their culture or way of life. Even if we concluded an agreement, all our efforts could land on the rocks through our bungling, allowing the terrorists, through their well-known methods of intimidation, to stampede innocent and unwary people into making decisions which they did not comprehend. Wilson was cool and completely at ease over the problem, saying he understood my point completely, but that we had to satisfy the rest of the world, and that this was why the test of acceptability was concocted. However, he assured me quietly and firmly, in between puffs at his pipe, that if we made an agreement, I need have no fears about the test of acceptability. I often thought back to this discussion, and it was clear that there was nothing dishonest about this approach. The fact of the matter was that our two governments were constitutionally responsible for making the decision. And if we made this in all honesty, believing it was in the best interests of the country, then it would be irresponsible to allow some extraneous force to deflect us. The difference in this case was that I had made the agreement with Alec Home, Foreign Minister, not with the Prime Minister Heath, and he had different ideas, as I was to learn in a report from our ambassador in London. Heath was completely engrossed in obtaining British entry to the EEC, but his problem was securing majority support in the House of Commons, as the Labour Party were opposed to entering the common market, as were a faction of the Conservatives. The obvious tactic was to gain the support of the Liberals, who were fence-sitting on the question, but they had made it clear that they were unhappy about the Rhodesian agreement, which was contrary to the wishes of the ULB. If this did not go through, they would be happy to support an agreement on the common market. Hence, the sudden visit to London by Harlech, his meeting with Heath, and the subsequent dramatic change of course by the Pierce Commission. A classic example of perfidious Albion.al. How could anyone condone Heath's action in selling Rhodesia down the river, especially after his foreign minister, Home, had pinned his flag to the mast? To raise the hopes of Rhodesians, both black and white, to such heights of expectation, and then nonchalantly pull the rug out from under their feet, was callous and unforgivable. If we were not faced with Harold Wilson and the Labour Party using Rhodesia as a pawn in order to appease the UAO, it was Ted Heath and the Conservatives use as a bargaining chip in order to win votes in the House of Commons. One can imagine the frustration, indeed the fury, which built up in the minds of Rhodesians when they learned that the reason for the rejection of our agreement hinged on the desire of the British government to join the EC. Those of us who understood what was taking place under the test of acceptability were unable to condone the hypocrisy of the operation. Apart from the fact I have already pointed out, that the vast majority of our black people were unable to comprehend what was taking place. The Commission had seen less than 5% of our black people, and yet they were prepared to submit a report purporting to represent the views of 100% at one of the meetings. Before the procedure began, the leader of those attending rose and stated that they were not interested in the Commission, ripped apart the explanatory paper which had been handed around, and all those present got up and walked away. On a number of occasions, before the people had completed asking their questions, they were informed that time had run out and that the meeting had to be drawn to a close. This simply added more confusion to an already confused picture. I was interested to read a comment by Lord Coleraine, a well-known authority on African affairs, to the effect that whether the Pierce Commission returned a yes or no answer, it was entirely worthless as a test of opinion. That was the awful truth, and showed clearly that Rhodesians were not the only ones who scoffed at the farce that had taken place. But the result for Rhodesia was a tragedy. The report of the Pierce Commission was debated in our Parliament on 6 June 1972. Referring to the test of acceptability, I said, "The Rhodesian government has consistently maintained that if agreement was reached on a government-to-government basis, the fifth principle, the test of acceptability, would be superfluous." From the minutes of the 1971 meetings, it was clear that the British team regarded the unrelated test as an unfortunate encumbrance, which should be cleared out of the way as soon as possible, and they believed it could produce only the correct answer. In fact, it produced the wrong answer for Alec Home, but the right one for Ted Heath. The absolute fraud of the Pierce Commission report became all the more obvious when I received a report during the early months of 1973, April-May, that Bishop Muzorewa, who had led the campaign for the no vote during the test of acceptability, was now conceding his mistake and thinking about reopening the matter with me. I duly received a message in July, and we met in August. On his arrival at my office, he presented a memorandum outlining his thoughts, which stated, inter alia, "I believe a settlement is still possible if we could establish a mutual and genuine spirit of goodwill and trust." The 1971 proposals were rejected by the Africans on the understanding and belief that they did not have faith in the government to honor the terms of the proposal. We believe that if our requests are genuinely honored and implemented, this would be the cornerstone of a new dimension of racial unity in the building up of the Rhodesian nation, which is a desire which we wish to achieve. Our fears can only be removed by the government in a written and pledged statement of assurance and guarantee. If these are genuinely furnished by the government, we, the African leaders to whom trust has been given by our people, would accept the proposals and would request Her Majesty's government and the Rhodesian government to implement them forthwith. This created no problems for us because we were simply being asked to reiterate assurances which we had given on many previous occasions. We produced and signed a joint statement. The Prime Minister and Bishop Muzorewa met on 17 August 1973 to discuss the question of the constitutional settlement. The Prime Minister gave Bishop Muzorewa a solemn undertaking on behalf of the government of Rhodesia that if the 1971 proposals for a settlement are ratified, they will be fully honored by the government. Bishop Muzorewa accepted the undertaking and stated that he had complete trust in the Prime Minister. In these circumstances, Bishop Muzorewa, in his capacity as President of the African National Council, gave an undertaking that he accepted the 1971 proposals for a settlement, and that he would urge the British government, on behalf of the African people, to implement the proposals. It looked as if, after all our misfortunes and setbacks, things were coming right, and that the truth of what our people believed in and hoped for was emerging. As a matter of interest, after the debate on the Pierce Commission report, I received a personal message from Alec Home commiserating with me and suggesting that my best way forward would be to make an agreement with the responsible black leaders within the country. 14. The loss of Mozambique. Vorster and Détente in 1974. 5. While we had been attempting to settle with the British, our African nationalist opponents in ZANU had taken advantage of the crossing of the Zambezi River in the Tea province of Mozambique by Frelimo, the Marxist Party, in its armed rebellion against the Portuguese. The presence of Frelimo along our long northeastern frontier meant that Zanla, the armed wing of ZANU, had safe havens in Mozambique from which to penetrate the adjacent tribal areas, and then the white farming areas of Centenary and Mount Darwin. In late December 1972, Zanla launched its first hit-and-run attack on a white farmhouse, wounding the young daughter of the farmer. This began a pattern of such incidents, which included the use of landmines in the roads, and meant that we had to deploy more troops and commit more resources to defeating the campaign of terror. For the moment, we were able to contain the threat to the northeast, and then we began to get on top of it. All was not yet in the clear in late 1973 with regard to securing an agreement with responsible leaders within Rhodesia. I was informed that Muzorewa was having problems with some of the more recalcitrant members of his executive. They were trying to extract more concessions, working under orders from the extremists ensconced in Lusaka. I sent a message suggesting that the bishop come and talk to me. He requested an immediate increase in black representation in Parliament, which he thought would satisfy the demands of his wild boys, and we agreed on an extra 6 seats. He went away satisfied. The haggling within his party, however, went on. I could see that we were getting into the normal routine that the communists have perfected. Extract as much as you can, take it away, and tuck it under your belt, and then find a pretext to come back and ask for more. Muzorewa was caught in the middle. He supported the agreement with us, but lacked experience and political acumen. The old seasoned leaders were able to mold him to their wishes. Then, suddenly, a new dramatic factor entered the scene. The revolutionary change of government in Portugal after the left-wing military coup on 25 April 1974, which enabled the terrorist elements in Lusaka and Dar es Salaam to persuade the ANC in Salisbury to hold their hand on the premise that Angola and Mozambique were about to be handed over to the locals, and that this would change the whole situation. In time, I received a message from Muzorewa to say that the executive of the ANC had rejected our agreement. In Parliament on 19 June 1974, I said, "Mr. Speaker, for the second time in history, I have succeeded in doing what was expected of me, and for the second time, the other party to the agreement has reneged." I was maintaining contact with the bishop in the hope that we could still find a solution. However, there was a problem of which I was aware, and which Muzorewa had mentioned as an aggravating factor. A group of extreme left-wing liberals, white people, were encouraging the reactionary forces of the ANC in their opposition to Muzorewa coming to an agreement with me. They claimed that their support among the white electorate was growing, and that if they were returned as the next government, they would support their friends in the ANC. This was monstrous deception, as they did not even hold a single seat in our parliament, and were clearly motivated by self-interest as opposed to the welfare of their country. We had enough problems dealing with a two-faced British government and communist-inspired terrorists who were doing their utmost to destabilize our black people, without a small faction of white self-seekers trying to throw spanners in the works for their own self-aggrandizement, in order to call their bluff, and at the same time let the whole world know how Rhodesians felt. We decided on a general election, and this was held on 30 July 1974. Once again, the Rhodesian front had a clean sweep and won every roll seat. Everyone now knew where they stood, and the dissident whites who had been sniping at us from the sidelines were ignominiously defeated. About this time, South African Prime Minister John Vorster decided to visit Hastings Banda of Malawi, and en route broke his journey to spend a night with. We talked at length, covering the whole political spectrum, and he was at pains to explain to me his belief that a number of countries to our north were prepared to talk and help in solving the problems of southern Africa. These were the first signs of his new detente policy of reaching an accommodation with Black Africa, which was going to dominate his thinking in the years immediately ahead. I encouraged him in his line of thinking and assured him of our support and cooperation. However, the changed circumstances in Mozambique were to be regretted, as a communist regime in power there, under the thumb of Nyerere, would not assist us. I had received a message from powerful forces in Mozambique, both military and civilian, indicating their opposition to the revolutionary changes in Lisbon, and their desire to prevent a handover in Mozambique. Their plan was to take over Mozambique south of the Zambezi, with the cooperation of South Africa and Rhodesia, and form a kind of federation. To me it sounded attractive, with Beira continuing as the main port for Rhodesia and Lourenço Marques for Johannesburg and the Rand complex. The people north of the Zambezi could make their own plan with Malawi, as they were a discrete part of the country, which historically had close links with Malawi. The people in Mozambique assured me that Mozambicans in general would welcome such a plan, and the initial approach to our two governments would come from Mozambique. So there could be no suggestion of unwarranted interference from South Africa and Rhodesia. I liked the idea, but it would not be practicable without South African agreement and participation. Vorster listened attentively, and then said that the idea was new to him. He was not interested in anything north of the Zambezi, but obviously the country to the south had close connections, and he would like to give the idea consideration and would communicate with. I was encouraged by his positive attitude, but as time was of the essence, I was concerned that no message was forthcoming. When we next met, some months later, and I inquired about it, he replied that they had given the idea close examination and much thought, and had come to the conclusion that there would be unfavorable reaction from the rest of the world, and that therefore they could not support it. I reiterated that the initiative would be taken by the Mozambicans, and that once they had succeeded, and they were certain of success, they would look to us to maintain normal relations, as opposed to turning against them. Obviously, this would assist in defeating terrorism. I was sad to see that he had made up his mind, and was not interested. Clearly, it would have been in conflict with the new detente policy. John Vorster's detente policy was coming more and more into the open, and on 23 October 1974, he spoke in their parliament giving his vision of the future. Shortly after that, it was arranged through the South African embassy in Salisbury that the South African foreign minister, Dr. Hilgard Muller, should pay me a visit. He flew in early in the morning and was in my office by 9 o'clock. The secretary to the cabinet, Jack Gaylord, had received a communication the day before from the South African ambassador to say that he would not be accompanying the minister to the meeting, which was the normal procedure, because the subject of his communication with me was highly confidential and sensitive, and he hoped we could talk tete-a-tete. This obviously added to the anticipation and drama. I was sitting at my desk with Muller in the chair opposite. He leant forward slowly, his elbows on his knees, looking down at the floor for quite a long time, before speaking hesitantly and sotto voce. By nature, he was a quiet man, but this was something out of the ordinary. His prime minister had impressed on him that this was the most important message he had ever asked him to transmit. It was difficult for him, he said, adequately, to convey the gravity of the situation facing the white man in southern Africa. But there was now a new hope emerging because of the wonderful breakthrough which his prime minister had achieved through his detente policy with the black countries to our north. The major European powers were very supportive of this initiative on the part of South Africa, and there was a general feeling that this was going to bring peace to southern Africa and a new era where all countries would work together in order to create a better life for all the people in the area. They had already achieved great success in Vorster, and he had visited a number of the black leaders to our north, where they had been welcomed with open arms and received unequivocal support for their new policy of Dayton. Muller spoke with great seriousness and much feeling, and took time to go into detail, explaining all the intricacies of this wonderful new brainchild they had produced. It was the result of exhaustive exercises carried out by their best people, involving meticulous investigation, research, planning, and anticipation of future world trends. Now he came to the most important part of his present mission. In keeping with the spirit of cooperation and trust which we had developed between our two countries, his Prime Minister was dedicated to ensuring that a Rhodesian settlement was part of the overall plan. Kaunda had committed himself, and that meant the others would fall into line. Zambia needed a settlement of the Rhodesian problem because it was aggravating their situation, which was deteriorating by the day. Kaunda could control Nkomo and Sithole, but in order to do so, it was necessary for him to have them with him in Lusaka. The South Africans realized the gravity of what they were asking from me. The release of these people from detention. They had never questioned our action in detaining them, and were not doing so now. The principle was right, as the South Africans well knew, for they had to live with the problem of terrorism. But with the advent of detente, this completely new climate had opened the door to peace and a settlement of our problems. South Africa believed we should not miss this opportunity for this great prize, which was now in the offing, and he hoped Rhodesia would concur. He then added that his Prime Minister had stressed the importance of making it clear that South Africa was in no way attempting to indicate to us what kind of settlement we should seek. This was our problem, and as I knew, South Africa had never tried to interfere. They simply believed they could help, through Kaunda, in getting Nkomo and Sithole to the negotiating table, as opposed to resorting to terrorism. Hilgard Muller certainly put on a good performance, full of drama and emotion, the kind of thing these foreign affairs types have got to perfect if they are going to do their job. He need not have bothered as far as I was concerned, for I am far too experienced and down to earth to be influenced by such tactics. I assured him of my approval of the detente philosophy, and reminded him that we had been practicing it for the past decade and more, quoting chapter and verse of how we had made agreements. Going back to the agreement at the 1961 Constitutional Conference, which Duncan Sandys signed on behalf of Britain, Edgar Whitehead on behalf of Rhodesia, and Joshua Nkomo on behalf of the black opposition. There was a formidable list that I was able to present to him, ending with my recent agreement with Muzorewa and his ANC. Every time, these solemn agreements had been broken, by them, not by us. So we could talk from practical, personal experience. He looked a little subdued, being on the receiving end of such telling evidence. And while I did not relish placing it before him, it was important to ensure that the South Africans kept their feet on the ground. From our contacts with them, we realized that the South African government were inclined to live in an ivory tower, and that this tended to make them feel they were immune to what was going on in the world around them. There was also a measure of arrogance in their attitude. One of the classic examples of this came when Vorster stepped in and told the visiting Mexico cricket team that they could not include Basil d'Oliveira in their team to tour South Africa. D'Oliveira, a talented non-white South African, had been forced by the apartheid policies to emigrate to Britain to be able to play cricket at county and international level. South Africans have never since been able to excuse themselves not only for the insult involved, but also for their blatant political interference in sport. I speak as one of those who has campaigned strongly in recent years against political pressure to ban sporting contacts with South Africa. We have always had the question thrown back at us, who started it? I certainly did not need to be convinced by Muller of the desirability of settling our problem. We had tried to do so again and again. And what satisfaction it would give us if we could make a contribution to bringing peace to the whole of South Africa. That was my message to Muller. In fact, I was able to assure him that it involved no change in our attitude and policy. It had been our constant stand, and those in detention well knew that, if they gave an undertaking to act within the law and the Constitution, they would be released immediately. Some had done precisely that, and were now free men. There was a small hard core which remained. But I had no hesitation in saying, let's try again. It was worth reiterating that, from our experience, and had recently been through it again with Muzorewa and the NC. Those people used every possible trick to gain a bit more ground. However, I said, they were always found wanting when it came to fulfilling their side of agreements. So it was important to emphasize the need to be doubly on guard when dealing with such people. I was sure he was aware of that well-known saying, eternal vigilance is the price of freedom. He assured me that he would convey the wisdom of my words to his prime minister, but he believed that there were two important new factors which would ensure the success of this initiative. First, the countries to our north, especially Zambia, were desperate for a settlement which would bring peace and thus an end to the fighting. Second, South Africa would now be participating as an honest broker and a witness to any agreement. It was difficult for me to believe that the black leaders to our north would accept the honest context of the South African government's intentions. I could not help thinking to myself about how many times I had listened to a similar theme from others, including the British. One could only hope that this time things would be different, for the obvious reason that we were both in the same boat. I had so often heard them say, "We will either sink or swim together." There was, after all, a compelling reason for us to work together. Unlike the British, we were both part of Africa. It was our continent, our home, and we had to go on living with the decisions we made. So Hilgard Muller's mission was not nearly as difficult as he had contemplated, and the most important message his prime minister had ever asked him to convey turned out to be a bit of an anticlimax. I was able to give him a quick, direct reply. The South Africans would provide the transport to Lusaka for the released detainees, and Muller departed immediately for the airport to convey my most welcome message to his prime minister. If only, I thought, they would face up to reality. South Africa's greatest priority was to find a solution to its own internal problem, as opposed to believing that through diplomacy it could sell apartheid to the rest of the world. Sad to say, the South Africans still had a lot to learn about the game of diplomacy, but their biggest problem was that they were trying to sell an unsaleable product. If one analyzed the South African predicament, it was clear that they were now in the middle of changing course, and were dithering as to which way to go. I recall John Vorster saying to me, in one of our discussions at his official residence, Libertas, that they had been forced to the conclusion that their philosophy of apartheid was unworkable. Land was a very emotional issue. They had taken land from white areas for allocation to black areas, and there were many signals that this exercise was going to run into very rough weather. Equally important was the fact that it was imposing an unbearable burden on the economy, and this would not lessen. The government was therefore in the process of rethinking the original concept of apartheid, as explained by the then Prime Minister, Dr. Malal, when he first used this previously unheard of word, was the division of the country into different areas in order to accommodate different peoples according to their history, culture, and traditions. Whether one approved of this or not, it was possible to argue the pros and cons. The nearest English word portraying a similar meaning is balkanization, which derives from the division of parts of Europe into a number of states known as the Balkans. Even Britain has a well-trodden record in this area. It separated, with disastrous results, India and Pakistan, Palestine and Israel, and Ireland between the Protestants and Catholics. Coming closer to home, the metropolitan powers divided sub-Saharan Africa while sitting at their desks in London and the other capitals of Europe, drawing lines on a map, and certainly never taking the trouble to consult the local people on the ground. This was brought home to me most vividly on an occasion when I was visiting the border between the eastern districts of our country and Mozambique, and was shown a part of the border where there was close settlement on both sides, and which was consequently easy crossing ground for the terrorists. We had recently built a security fence along the boundary, and I was informed that the local chief wished to discuss a new problem which had arisen. His people lived over a wide area of the surrounding country, and the dividing line, he pointed out, had bisected the area with some of his people on the wrong side. Of particular concern to him was that he had 7 wives, 3 of whom now had their huts on the Mozambican side. I could not resist the thought that the old man should have been grateful for the fact that I had contributed towards reducing his workload. Regrettably, that would not have gone down very well in the face of their customs and traditions, so I kept my thought to myself. Vorster's National Party, however, was now faced with no small problem: how to climb down from their philosophy, which was the foundation, the whole basis of their party's existence. The effect on their electorate would certainly have been traumatic. The result was that they simply allowed things to drift as far as the reallocation of land was concerned, but preserved, even strengthened those aspects which perpetuated racial segregation. This created an entirely new situation: a division within a unitary country based purely on race, declaring that white people were first-class citizens and blacks were second-class citizens, was unprincipled and totally indefensible. Not only would it be impossible to gain support for such a philosophy anywhere else in the world, but most important of all, it would create bitterness and hatred among the great mass of the people, a blatant affront to them, based purely on race. I believe that there were answers to the problem without abandoning our Western civilization, and lived in expectation as to how the South Africans were going to deal with it. There was another worrying development drawn to my attention by my caucus, of a change of attitude towards us by the Afrikaans press in South Africa, which in contrast to their English-language press had always been supportive of Rhodesia. They were now indicating in no uncertain manner, as part of what was clearly an orchestrated campaign, that Rhodesia was not doing enough to settle the constitutional problem. At the same time, they started reminding us that we were leaning heavily on South Africa for support, and that this was beginning to become an embarrassment. Rhodesians on their customary holiday visits to South Africa were getting the same message, albeit with reservations and embarrassment, from their relations and friends. A few of my cabinet ministers with strong South African associations informed me in confidence that they had received the message from influential connections with the Afrikaans newspapers that the signal had come down from the highest authority, i.e., the leaders of the Nationalist Party. The Prime Minister was by convention the chairman of the company which controlled the Afrikaans press. I was in regular contact with the South African Prime Minister, and he had never even hinted at such a thought, assuring me, on the contrary, that they were happy at the way we were conducting affairs. But there was a clear answer to that. The South African public were positively on our side. The South African police were standing shoulder to shoulder with our troops guarding the Zambezi. Any sudden turnabout by the South African government would be highly suspect. I was reminded of the recent big rugby match at Loftus Versveld in Pretoria, where, much to my embarrassment, the welcome from the crowd on my arrival was greatly in excess of that accorded to Vorster. Clearly, the South African government was embarking on a campaign to condition their electorate. By nature, I am not an alarmist, quite the reverse. But this caused me great concern, because there had always been trust and understanding in my relations with the South Africans. This was the essential difference between them and the British government. I fully understood the concept of detente and the need for tact and strategy, and we had always gone out of our way when the need arose. But our dealings were always honest and straightforward. I hoped that my suspicions were ill-founded. We released the leading detainees in early December, and they were flown to Lusaka, where they were pressurized into accepting unity of their two factions under the ANC with Muzorawa as leader. Of interest was the fact that both Conda and Nyerere insisted on dealing with Sithole as the leader of ZANU, and would not accept that he had been replaced by Robert Mugabe, his hitherto Secretary-General, as was being insisted. It was clear, on the other hand, that Nkomo was the leader of ZAPU, the other faction. But my information was that any attempt to unite the two factions under Muzorwa and the ANC had no chance of succeeding and would be purely superficial. Of more immediate interest was the ceasefire of 11 December, which had been arranged between the South Africans and Conda. Once again, my advisors were skeptical. Each gang of terrorists had its own leader and was a law unto itself. Messages from headquarters in Lusaka would have to be carried by foot hundreds of miles to countless destinations, many of which moved from day to day and were therefore unknown, and obviously had no means of recording receipt of messages. Tragically, it ended in disaster. A few impromptu meetings were arranged between Rhodesian security forces and terrorists, with our people suspicious and at the ready, and they went off peacefully. Then, on 23 December, on a bridge across the Mazu River, a group of 5 South African policemen met up with and started talking to a band of terrorists. The South Africans were persuaded to lay down their arms and were immediately shot and murdered in cold blood. They had been warned of this possibility. Once again, I was told by our security chiefs that this was another example, and there had been numerous others, of South Africans being killed because they had been put in to do a job for which they had not been trained. Our troops were young, fit, and hardened for the task, with quick reflexes and specialist training. We had special police 6X units trained for similar work. But the South Africans had been trained as policemen, not fighting men, and many of them were over age for the task. This was the result of a decision by their politicians, who were trying to bluff the world that their forces were not soldiers, but merely policemen guarding the borders against infiltrators. We had warned against this on a number of occasions, but to no effect, and sadly, it led to unnecessary casualties. Vorster, however, was in no way deterred from his detent mission. He waxed eloquent at a meeting we had in Libertas about the warm reception he was receiving from the black leaders to our north. "I've got the meeting out of my hands," he said, holding his hands out cup-like in front of me. "They have promised that if I can help them solve the Rhodesian problem, they will acknowledge South Africa as we are today." "With your apartheid intact?" I asked. "Certainly," he replied. "But you don't believe them?" I queried. "My dear friend," he said, "you've been out of touch with the world around you for so long that you are unaware of the changes which have taken place." I thought for a few seconds and then said, "I hope your expectations are fulfilled. But I would say to you that I have always been very much a part of Africa, have lived among, and have a very great understanding of the people. And I wonder if, because of your policy of apartheid, you haven't lost touch with Black Africa." There was no immediate comeback, so I continued, "I hope you are not going to use Rhodesia as the sacrificial lamb in your scheme." He replied, "On the contrary, as you know from past experience, South Africa's policy has been absolutely clear that we have no desire to tell you how to solve your problem. We have been consistent in resisting outside intervention from every quarter: Britain, the UN, the EOL, WA. Our role, in keeping with the wish you have expressed, is to do what we can to assist in bringing the different parties to the negotiating table. Thereafter, it is up to you." I was pleased to have that for the record, because there were a few worrying signs that they were trying to do more than that. But I reiterated that we were grateful for their efforts to promote dialogue. There was one more important point for me to mention. There were rumblings in Rhodesia that there were plans to pull the South African police out. Without hesitation, Vorster said that was news to him. "Let me reassure you that if we have any such plan, I will keep you fully in the picture. And I do not believe we will resort to it without your concurrence." Again, I was thankful for his message, which appeared to me to be absolutely sincere. The next thing I heard through my grapevine was that Hilgard Muller had been to Lusaka on the Dayton Trail, that Nearware was supporting Conda in uniting the Rhodesian factions under Muzorwa and the ANC, but that there were problems. Nkomo and Sithole were digging their heels in to retain their identity, and Mugabe and a strong band of his supporters were not accepting Sithole as leader of their party. So there were four of them, Mujuruwa, Nkomo, Sithole, and Mugabe, all claiming to be the leader. That's Africa. Anyone who does not comprehend that kind of scene does not understand Africa. There is actually a lot of logic, common sense, and practical experience associated with it. Even in our small country, there are at least half a dozen clear divisions. Matabele, who claim that they are a nation of people, not a tribe, and Karanga, Shangon, Manika, Chizitsuru, Makarikore, Badankang, each one with their own area of land, on guard against their neighbors because of encroachment, theft of stock and crop, and skirmishes which had gone on over the centuries. They trust only their leader, not someone else whom they do not even know. When you think of it, this is not greatly different from the attitude of the clans in Scotland, of whom my forebears were a part. At one of our cabinet meetings there was a comment, "The South Africans do not even understand their own black people. What chance is there of them understanding anything about ours?" So, during the early months of 1975, there was much to-ing and froing between Pretoria and Lusaka, and pressure on Conde and Nyerere to whip their Rhodesian comrades into line. The South Africans were satisfied that the plan was on course, and our people were then brought into the discussions. The reports were encouraging. There were a few points which we believed were fundamental. First, that the talks should take place on Rhodesian soil. It was a Rhodesian problem to be discussed by Rhodesians, and this was agreed. The Victoria Falls on the border with Zambia was the obvious place. Second, there should be no preconditions. This was accepted. We were constantly pressing for implementation of the ceasefire, which had been part of the agreement when we released the detainees at the end of last year, and we were continually receiving assurances that they were working on it. This was again typical. Make an agreement, and while you comply with it, they always have an excuse for not meeting their obligation. And often they do not even worry about providing an excuse. Now there was a new suggestion. The terrorist leaders claimed that they were having difficulty in getting their men to accept the genuineness of the ceasefire, while the South Africans were continuing with their aggressive attitude of patrolling the border. It would assist if they pulled back a little. The South Africans thought it a reasonable request and were preparing to comply. Our information was that the terrorists on the ground were ready to comply with the ceasefire. They were weary and short of food and supplies, and were not receptive to political pressures. This ploy of getting the South Africans to pull back was the brainchild of the politicians sitting in Lusaka, and we were unhappy that the South Africans were being taken for a ride. But we were landed with a fait accompli. The obvious answer was to point out to the leaders in Lusaka that they had failed in their